Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. There is a stone island with a purple tower hanging above the city. It is reported that this is the abode of fire, which is the last line of defense. We see a dragon, a deafening scream is heard. Blood splashes are visible under the monster's paw. The man falls down along with the stones. In front of us is a magnificent palace. The system reports that the Lord of Swords Luras has fallen, the team is exterminated, and the 127th stage is failed. A notification appears that the remaining health of the boss of the abode of fire, the Dark Dragon of Death, is 94%. A smiling blonde shows 2 fingers. One of the users writes that even the strongest team was able to take off only 5% of the monster's health. Swords stick out of the stairs. Users discuss the death of the squad. One of them asks if no one can defeat this monster. The second believes that it was not worth going there at all. The third cannot believe that Luras died. The fourth is interested in how it is possible to defeat such a boss. The system issues several messages, the first of which asks to destroy the boss before the end of the allotted time, notifying that there are 32 minutes and 20 seconds left. The second window informs that in case of failure the population of the examined zone will be destroyed. The time is reduced by another 4 seconds. We see the planets. It is reported that the examined zone is the solar system. People are looking at a huge screen at the top of the skyscraper. Users watching the broadcast are discussing the news. One of them asks if the world has really come to an end. The second advises to attack the monster with the whole crowd. The third says that there are very few adventurers left. The fourth decides to order a farewell dinner for himself with all the money he has left. The young man looks up. He really does not want to die. The system announces the arrival of a new contender. A leg appears from the portal. One of the users writes that some team has not yet given up and encourages them. The second simply begs them to win and save humanity. The third asks if there is really anyone left alive. A young man walks between the columns. The system reports that the number of participants in his team is 1. The viewers see this guy from above. One of them writes that he went to say goodbye to his loved ones. The second assumes that this young man decided to just die beautifully. The dragon, grinning angrily, asks the guy why he came to him alone. The young man stands in front of the giant monster. The monster declares that he does not want to prolong the guy's agony and suggests not to defend himself in vain, promising in this case to give him 3 whole minutes of life. It is reported that we are in front of the Dark Dragon of Death. The young man, smiling, thanks the monster for the advice and calls him a vile coward. The opponents stand opposite each other. The man says that the dragon probably knows that the longer he talks, the longer he will live. He asks if this creature really values life so much. The guy smiles. It is reported that in front of us is participant number 128 Indure. He says that he is touched by the monster's behavior to tears. A yellow sphere glows in the monster's mouth. It states that the man seems to have decided to hasten his death. A fiery whirlwind is visible above the monster. The system reports that the Dark Dragon is using the skills Area Attack and Dragon Flame. A black ball is visible behind Ray. He asks if he understood correctly that the opponent immediately used an area attack. Fire waves spread across the floor of the palace. Ray says that it is very dangerous to attack so suddenly. The dragon looks at the opponent in bewilderment. A green sphere hovers above the guy's hand. The monster does not understand how he repelled this attack. Raising his right hand, Ray says that he did not come here empty-handed, so now the dragon will have to try to survive its own attack. The green sphere emits powerful jets of energy. They swirl around the monster. The system reports that the Dark Death Dragon has 84% of its health left. Ray, who is twirling a black sphere on his index finger, asks in surprise if the great and terrible dragon's main skill really only deals 10% damage. Light lines are visible above the young man's hand. He says that he was preparing in vain. The dragon asks with apprehension what his opponent is going to do. A rhombohedron is visible on the guy's chest. Ray says that after such a pathetic performance, the number of spectators may even decrease, and he is very disappointed. Purple chains appear above the young man's hand. The guy says that the monster should not have opened its mouth. The system reports the use of a unique item, Soul Binding Chain. The artifact is visible above the monster with its wings spread. The monster asks what it is. The monster appears inside a purple crystal. It roars loudly. Ray demands that this creature sit quietly and just watch what is happening. The guy raises his right hand. A flying camera is visible next to the dragon's head. The hero is holding something ghostly in his hand. A wide blue beam is visible in the air. An information window appears with the details for transferring payment to Indure, the name of the bank, and a phone number. The same details are visible in the camera lens. Ray approaches the rectangular screen. It is reported that the remaining time is 22 minutes and 52 seconds. The guy says that he will wait 2 more minutes. The young man takes the flying camera and says that if the viewers want him to kill the dragon, they must fork out money. The hero, smiling, asks the viewers how much they think their lives are worth. Ray is lounging in a digital chair. One of the viewers asks if this guy has gone crazy. Another demands to immediately stop this circus and kill the monster, because the whole world is at stake. The third viewer writes that in this situation, money is not that important. Ray demonstratively yawns. One of the viewers writes that this scoundrel has no conscience at all, and he demands payment in a situation where the existence of humanity is at stake. We see many chains. The dragon, grinning angrily, shouts that the guy will pay for his mockery. The system issues a warning that the Dark Death Dragon has activated the ultimate skill Flame of Great Fury. Ray calmly drinks tea, although a powerful stream of purple energy is moving towards him. The monster's eye glows menacingly. The hero puts the cup on the saucer and says that his opponent does not learn anything. We see the back of a chair where a young man is sitting. Ray reminds us that he asked the dragon to sit quietly, and now it is preventing the viewers from seeing his account details. The dragon screams that it cannot believe what is happening, since even its ultimate ability has stopped working. Ray is looking at the bank account receipts on his phone screen. He states that, "I can't believe it." This is actually his line. The viewers see a young man sitting in a chair. He says that so far they have only transferred 10 billion, and this is simply ridiculous. He expresses doubt that he will be able to do a normal job for such a paltry amount of money. Raising his head, the young man looks at the camera and says goodbye to the viewers. People look at the screen in fear, where a message appears about a disconnection. We see two young men, one of them, clutching his head, asks if all this means that he should transfer all his savings to this guy. The second is interested in why the broadcast was interrupted. The mother, hugging her child, says with disgust that this is not how she imagined the savior of the world. Someone screams hysterically, begging the hero to quickly save everyone. Skyscrapers rise above the river. A fat man walks down the corridor. One of his assistants says that if they pay the full amount, they will suffer huge losses in the future. A stack of paper flies into the assistant's face. The boss calls him a complete idiot and shouts that they will think about the losses later. But for now they can become sponsors of this hero. With his mouth wide open, the man yells that everything they have needs to be transferred to the guy's account. We see a sum consisting of only 9s. The hero rises from his chair and declares that he finally got as much as he wanted and became the richest man in the world. Ray puts his left hand to the side. The system reports that the Soulsmith's side skill has been activated. The guy, snapping his fingers, says that now it's time to save the world. In front of us are icons of the young man's 3 skills: Mage's Soul, Type A, Dragon's Soul, Type B, and God's Soul, Type B. We see a magnificent sword. The system reports the formation of a special equipment called the Holy Sword of the Spirit Craftsman. The dragon trembles with laughter, asking if Ray has gone crazy. The boy calmly stands in front of the monster, who asks if the young man is really going to defeat him with the toothpick he holds in his hands. The monster breaks the chains that bind him and screams that the boy is finished, and he will destroy him with his own hands. The severed paw of the monster falls to the ground. Ray, jumping up, raises his sword to strike. He cuts the monster's neck into many pieces. The hero lands behind the defeated enemy. The sword in his hand glows brightly. There are splashes of blood in front of the guy. We see a number with a decent amount of zeros. Ray, smiling, says that the monster's fate was sealed when enough money came into the bank account. A multi-story building is visible outside the window. Sweat is running down the young man's face. The game's character sees a message that he has completed the entire game. The system congratulates him on successfully passing the last exam. The guy smiles happily and, not believing his luck, says that he really did it. In front of us are pixelated drawings. The hero thinks that the fully immersive game Prophecy Online was very often called a scam. In front of us is an evil monster, a silhouette of a man with a shield and a tower resting on the sky. The guy thinks that this action game was distinguished by excellent development of the world, had a resolution of 16K, provided full immersion with a VR device, and the player in it could feel sounds, smells and tactile sensations. Among other things, it was an online RPG with an open world. We see a mountain of gold and diamonds. A jagged hole is visible in the stone. It is reported that those who complete the game to the end will gain unlimited access to resources that will not expire even after centuries. Young people laugh. Looking at their phones, the hero remembers that no one believed the description of the game. He himself was one of those who played just for fun, and often joked about the money that was supposed to be transferred to him. Virtual reality glasses are visible on the face of a joyfully smiling guy. He remembers that, nevertheless, one day everything changed. The guy is sitting on a bench behind the backs of other builders. Someone shouts that it is time to go on a break. The guy's comrades say that they are very hungry and decide to go have lunch at a ramen shop. There is a towel on the young man's head. He remembers that then, as usual, he worked at a construction site. The guy says that they will have to rake up construction debris until night. Ray opens a container of rice. He thinks that he couldn't get a normal job, so he started working as a laborer at construction sites. He was squeezed like in a vice and worked until he was sweating in the scorching sun, and his colleagues only made fun of him and mocked him. The hero eats while sitting on a bench. A message comes to his phone addressed to the best player of Prophecy Online. The guy looks at the screen of the device in surprise and doesn't understand why he received a letter from the developers if he seemed to have turned off the game notifications. The young man reads the messages that came to his phone. The first of them congratulates the best player of Prophecy Online, the respected Mr. Ray, on reaching the first place in the power ranking among all the players of the beta version. The second informs that a reward will be sent to his account and asks to confirm the transfer. The third sincerely wishes him success in the game Prophecy Online. Ray screws the cap on the bottle. It seems to him that this is some kind of fraud, which he will never believe. The guy looks at the phone screen, stating that his account probably has only zeros. Suddenly it turns out that he has just been transferred more than 1,000,000 yen. A guy comes up to the hero. He says that he wanted to ask something. The young man puts his hand on the boy's shoulder and asks what's happening to him, after which he assumes that he simply overheated in the sun. The builder with a bandage on his head looks at the running hero in amazement. He asks where he is going. Ray is incredibly happy. He understands that you can really make money in this game. We see various items of the gaming headset. The hero remembers that he believed the promises about unlimited access to resources that will not expire after centuries, and devoted all his efforts only to this game, but later he realized that he was too naive. We see some very nasty monsters. Ray remembers that this game was merciless to players, and they were like pawns on a chessboard. Before us is a strange hybrid of a monster and a Christian saint. The hero remembers that the level bosses destroyed not only players, but also their saves. Users are standing next to a deep well inside a building. Ray remembers that the exits from the dungeons always appeared in different places. The game character dies after receiving a powerful blow. The hero screams in horror. He remembers that the most unpleasant thing was that the pain inside this game was very real. Before us are frightened users of the game. Ray thinks that when players faced an all too realistic fear of death, they stopped playing. A young man, from whom other people leave, remains alone. The guy carries a heavy load on his shoulder. He remembers that at his job he earned exactly as much as was enough to cover only the most basic needs of life. Some bandits knock on his door. They ask if the guy will return the money and demand to go outside to talk. The guy remembers that in order to continue the game, he got into debt and loans. But he had no choice but to move forward in the hope of unlimited access to resources that will not disappear even after centuries. Next to the young man, you can see the system window. There are icons on the side of the window. Ray receives congratulations on completing the game. It is reported that the experience that was obtained will undoubtedly become the most important resource in the future. The message is signed by the developer of the game Prophecy Online. The guy puts his hands on the virtual reality headset. He happily looks up and says that he really did it. The young man looks at the screen of his phone. He touches the screen with his finger and reads a letter from the developer of Prophecy Online, which expresses gratitude for the support and participation in the game. Ray looks at the device screen. In front of him is another message, this time addressed to all Prophecy Online players. It says that not long ago the developers achieved their goal, as there was a user who was able to complete the game to the end, and now all the game's servers will be disabled. The guy looks at the screen in amazement, trying to understand when he will be given a reward. He does not take his eyes off the message, where gratitude is expressed for support and participation in the game. The phone falls edge down and hits the table. Cracks appear in its lower corner. Ray, kneeling, asks someone unknown where his reward for completing the game went. We see the balcony of the young man's apartment. The hero approaches his bed. He thinks that perhaps the delay is due to the fact that he earned too much money, and they simply cannot transfer it to him at once. Ray goes to bed, deciding to check the account tomorrow. On his phone screen there are only expenses. The hero remembers that after the first 1,000,000 yen he did not receive money from the game, and at some point he began to think how much better his life would be if he had just quit halfway. In front of us is a door. It is reported that this is happening a week later. Ray, next to whom there is a fan, is trying to understand what is happening there early in the morning. He looks at his phone and realizes that it seems that no one called him. A blue system window appears next to the guy. The young man sees many notifications. It is reported that the main quest has failed at the ice test stage, as a result of which Moscow is destroyed. The guy learns that a new main quest begins with the Earth test stage, and the remaining time is 43 days 7 hours and 58 minutes. The system offers to destroy the boss before the countdown expires. It is also reported that in case of failure, the exam zone will be destroyed. Ray looks up in bewilderment. He sees a TV picture informing that Moscow has been wiped off the face of the earth and Japan may be next. The announcer confirms the news that Moscow has been completely destroyed. Fire-breathing monsters are burning the metropolis. The announcer fearfully reports that the entire city has been razed to dust, and the Russian government has stated that there is no chance of survival in it. It is reported that strange creatures resembling dragons have suddenly appeared on Japanese territory. A helicopter hangs in the sky. A female reporter, pressing headphones to her ear, reports that the horror that happened to Moscow now awaits Japan. She states that, according to information coming from viewers, this catastrophe is 100% similar to the plot of a quest in a game called Prophecy Online. The hero's face is perplexed. The man with glasses, next to whom stands a young guy, says that he does not believe a single word, because they are not in some manga. It seems to him that the video footage is falsified, and the destruction is caused by a natural disaster caused by a shift in tectonic plates. The young man replies that their reporter sees everything with his own eyes. The boss says that he has no idea what kind of monsters are there, and assumes that they are dealing with camera interference. The monster, located under the helicopter, opens its mouth wide. The girl fearfully asks if it will reach them. It seems to her that this creature is looking in their direction for too long. The pilot hears on the radio a demand to fly away immediately. We see the lines of the oscilloscope. The young man touches his ear and tries to shout to Mrs. Hayes. Ray, looking at the screen, says that he can swear that these are not slabs. He has no doubt that this did happen. The guy jumps up. He remembers that he was absolutely calm when the whole world was in complete ass. The woman looks at the system window in fear. The hero pulls on his jacket. The woman touches the screen with her finger. She selects one of the icons. Ray looks at the window, which says that there are 43 days, 7 hours and 54 minutes left until the end of the main quest, the Trial of the Earth. The hero closes his eyes. He remembers that at that moment only words from the game were spinning in his head, that the experience he received will undoubtedly become the most valuable resource in the future. The young man looks at his phone. He thinks that resources here were understood as strategies for completing the game, and he was the only one who completed it to the end, and thus saving the world was in his hands. We see the door handle. The hero leaves his apartment. Ray, smiling, thinks that with this unrivaled power he will be able to earn a lot of money. The hero goes forward. He thinks that since Prophecy Online has become a reality, now among the former players there will be a race for points. Ray runs to the nearest dungeon. He rushes past passers-by. The people whose dark figures we see are incredibly worried. One of them asks if Japan will really end. The second suggests running immediately. The third notes that there is nowhere to run, since no transport is working now. We see the hero's profile. A young man in sunglasses shouts loudly for this bastard to stay put. Ray stops. A blond man with a cigarette in his hands asks why this guy is walking around the city, but ignoring his creditors. The hero frowns at the guy and realizes that in front of him is the collector Takuo. The blond man, throwing away the cigarette but says that he was just going to visit the hero. He demands that he come to him. The cigarette flies straight into the boy's cheek. A blue system window is visible next to Ray, stating that the events took place a year ago. The boy sees messages. The first of them offers everyone who hunts for rewards in the game Prophecy Online, after passing the appropriate selection, interest-free loans in the amount of 200,000 yen. The second promises that users will be able to enjoy the game without concentrating on work. The third contains a condition that players who receive unlimited resources will have to give half. Ray happily reaches out his finger to the screen. He is very attracted by the interest-free loan of as much as 200,000 yen, which can be given after he completes the game. The boy confirms his consent. We see the contract. Ray remembers that in reality everything turned out completely differently. The organization really gave him 200,000 yen, but then, when he had already spent it, a contract arrived, which stated exorbitant interest rates. It also said that the hero had not passed the selection and he must pay 50% of the amount in 10 days. Takuo points a gun at the hero. Ray stands in front of the microfinance institution. He remembers that he had to get into several loans to pay off his debt, but when he was ready to pay the money, the villain stopped answering the calls. Ray hears that the number he dialed does not exist. The guy remembers that his creditors were just waiting for the interest to grow. Takuo looks menacingly at the hero and says that it's time to give the money. Ray, angrily looking at the villain, says that he was not even given a chance to pay off the loan. Takuo stands in front of the guy, hands in his pockets. He says that usually all debtors give some ridiculous excuses, and calls the hero a pathetic piece of shit. The blonde, smiling, says that he is not here to knock out the debt, after which he asks if the guy played the game Prophecy Online. In front of us is the right eye of the young man. We see fire-breathing monsters. Takuo says that the world is now ending just like in that game. The villain grabs the hero by the collar and shouts that he must tell everything he knows about the current situation. Ray, who is being held by the shirt, demands that the bastard take his little hands off him. Takuo looks at the guy in amazement and asks how dare he talk to him like that. Ray says that she will give the villain one very useful piece of advice. The system reports the activation of the novice fist skill. The guy's left hand emits a blue glow. It is reported that the impact force has increased by 50%. Ray deals multiple blows. The villain flies away from him. The hero stands over the defeated enemy and declares that he will be the main one in this world. Blood flows from Takuo's nose. Ray declares that this villain, it seems, cannot even hear his pathetic phrase. The young man runs away. We see young people sitting in a car. A character in a hood asks what is happening outside the window. Then he realizes that he sees a skill from the game. A girl sitting next to him asks again in surprise. The guy, whose face we see under the hood, thinks that he did not expect to meet the initiate so soon. The young man clenches his fist. He thinks that soon all the laws will turn into nothing, the entire foundation of the world will be rewritten, and the situation is becoming more and more curious with each passing hour. The hero approaches the gate. The system reports that he is in front of the goat sanctuary. Ray thinks that he has no doubts left, since this place is exactly the same as in the game. The young man notices something to his left. A car stops next to him. Ray understands that there is already someone inside the sanctuary. Ray goes down the stairs. Something attracts his attention. The hero frowns, thinking that there is a smell of blood here. There are dead monsters lying on the floor. The hunter, who has just plunged his sword into the skull of another monster, looks at the hero and draws the attention of his other comrades to the fact that another fighter has arrived. Leaning on his weapon, this man says that if the guy got here, it means that he is a player. Ray angrily says that he seems to see those who have already managed to dominate here. Hunters stand next to the corpses of killed monsters. The guy says that these high-level monsters are called shining lizards, and if he had not dealt with them, the hero would already be dead. We see the back of the hero's head. Ray understands that in front of him are lizards of one of the lowest ranks. The young man, smiling, takes off his hood and says that, judging by the fact that the hero came alone, he has no friends, after which he offers the hero to become his subordinate. The young man raises his hand and says that the hero will just have to give half of his trophies, and in exchange he, who is much stronger, will protect the weak player. We see the allies of the impudent young man. Ray, rubbing his neck, apologizes, after which he says that he prefers to play this game alone. Raising his index finger, he adds that his interlocutors do not have a single chance against the boss of this dungeon. The young man looks at the hero with a very displeased look. He gathers his allies around him and suggests that they finish off the hero after they deal with the boss. The girl objects, saying that it would be too mean. The guy says that all the other players are just an obstacle in their way. The girl looks at the villain in amazement. He says that the less people know about the game, the better. The young man, pointing his finger at himself, says that this is his decision, and anyone who disagrees with him will die in an accident. The scoundrel's henchmen look at him in surprise. We see a horn monster. The squad leader says that the boss of this level is the Blazing Goat, and this is a rather difficult opponent, but after his death he recovers in 7 days. And the villain does not want the hero to get trophies from this monster, so his subordinates should not let the guy go inside while he himself will fight the boss. The system reports that there are 5 minutes and 22 seconds left before the gate opens. Above the gate, there is a bas-relief depicting a goat. Young people are standing in front of the puzzled hero. They look at him menacingly. Ray, smiling, asks if these hunters decided to fight him. The brunette in the sleeveless vest declares that this is exactly how it is, and Ray should not move from his place. In front of us is the hero's right eye. The guy understands that he could lay everyone down here in literally 1 second, but he does not want to dirty his hands. The hunters head towards the open gate. Ray thinks that he will have time to kill the boss when they all lose. The young man, smiling, looks after the young people. The system reports that there are 3 seconds left before the door opens, after which it brings the countdown to 0. The hunters enter the giant door. Ray calmly drinks tea from a bag. The guy looks after his colleagues. He is very interested in how far they can go. The commander of the squad, followed by his subordinates, is surprised that the hero did not follow them, and declares that it is better for them. A girl walking nearby asks what will happen if people realize that the guy did not die in an accident. As they imagine, the villain says that she is worrying too much about trifles and advises her to calm down. The hunters approach a huge semicircular wall. The leader turns to the shield bearer and demands that he be very careful. He shows a thumb and assures the commander that there is nothing to be afraid of, and as long as he has a shield, no boss is scary for them. It is reported that this young man uses a shield with an epic level engraving. The candle goes out. The hunters look around in fear. The squad leader asks where the wind they feel is blowing from. A giant fire tornado appears next to the young people. The squad leader looks up in horror. A huge monster's leg falls to the floor of the hall. The hellish goat holds a huge hammer in its hand. The monster's mouth spews flames. The monster easily scatters the hunters. The young people, flying apart, scream in horror. They fall to the ground very painfully. The commander looks up in horror. He understands that things are very bad, and does not understand what to do in this situation. One of the girls runs up to the commander and asks what they should do. He demands that everyone shut up and shouts that they will try to retreat. One of the hunters tries to open the door. He shouts that it does not give in. The squad commander tries to stop his comrades running up to him. He demands that they detain the monster. The scoundrel turns to the shield bearer and reminds that he promised to hold back all attacks. The guy looks at the commander in amazement. Not knowing what to answer, the scoundrel shouts that if he made a promise, he must act. The shield bearer turns to the monster and puts his shield in front of him. The young man looks at the monster in horror. He strikes with a giant hammer. The girl looks in fear at what happened to her comrade. The shield bearer lies on the floor among the stone debris. The hell goat takes the shield in his hand. He lowers it into his mouth. The monster easily bites this object in half. The hunters look at this sight in horror. One of them screams that this creature easily gnawed through the epic shield. The hunters are ready to give battle to a much less dangerous-looking goat. Some of them think that this should not have happened, because they were preparing to meet a fiery goat that even beginners could defeat, knowing the appropriate strategy. But after the version update, the hell goat appeared, which no one could defeat. The system reports that player 4762 failed in the battle with the boss. The young man remembers the hero who remained behind the gate, and realizes that even if the door does not open from the inside, it can be opened from the outside. The guy bangs his fists on the huge gate and demands that the brunette open it. He promises to give him all the rewards for defeating the monster. Standing in front of the huge gate, the squad leader looks up. He screams desperately that the guy must hear him and demands to open the gate immediately. Someone appears behind the villain. A huge goat throws the hunters in different directions with his hammer. The young people hit the floor of the room painfully. The squad leader, raising his head, declares that this monster is too strong, and at this rate it will destroy them all very soon. Ray appears in the open gate. He declares that it is not proper for a leader to beg for help from other people. The hero smiles. The squad leader, gritting his teeth with anger, looks at the young man and mentally calls him a bastard. He thinks that he can swallow any insult and is going to use the guy as bait to save his ass. The villain clenches his fist. He shouts for all his comrades to immediately run out of the gate. Since this guy will distract the monster, the hunters make it clear that they understood the order. The hero calmly tells the girl running past him that he does not advise doing this. The huntress falls to the floor behind the guy. He calmly looks at her. The squad leader runs up to the closing door, realizing that he might not have time to slip through. He really does get stuck in the door and screams hysterically that his hand is pinned. The hellish goat comes up to the guy from behind and says that he is being too noisy. Smiling predatorily, the monster swings a giant hammer and says that the sounds it hears are making its ears ache. The young man looks at the monster in horror. Bloody splashes fly up. The hunters, left without a leader, sit under the wall and try to figure out what to do now. We see the tip of a sword. The hero says that now, on the contrary, it is as clear as possible what to do. Ray holds a sword in his hand. He says that although the squad leader was a complete idiot, he had a very good weapon. The hell goat raises its hammer over the hero and states that there seems to be another suicide in front of him. The monster states that it will help him die, of course. The monster strikes. Ray jumps and does a backflip. Hanging upside down, he states that the hell goat is talking some hellish nonsense. The guy calmly cuts the monster into many pieces. A deafening scream is heard. 2 severed horns fall to the floor. Ray stands next to the frightened hunters. They look at the guy in amazement. The hero, smiling, states that he has a great offer for these people, and he is ready to save their asses for only 10 million yen. The girl looks at the hero in shock. Ray, holding his sword with his hand, looks at the hunters. One of them asks why the price is so high. The guy, smiling, states that he needs 10 million from each for sparing their lives. A brunette in a black vest, clenching his fists, asks the hero not to talk nonsense, and says that they simply have no place to get such a huge amount. Putting his sword forward, Ray replies that the hunters can do as they please, but he offers to simply earn the stated amount. Scary monsters are visible behind the guy. He declares that the young people will give him 90% of the trophies from each boss they defeat. He says that he wanted to demand 100% payment, but so be it, he will give the hunters 10%, since he is not a despot, and not a scoundrel. The girl, angrily clenching her fists, asks the young man not to act strangely, and says that even to the previous commander they gave only half of their earnings. Flames appear above the heads of the hunters. Ray says that the young people can disagree if they do not want to. The hell goat appears behind the hero and, calling him a despicable mortal, asks how he dared to deprive him of his pride, namely his horns. The monster shouts that the guy will pay for it now. The monster spews a powerful stream of flame. The girl tries to defend herself with the staff. The hero jumps up, putting his fist in front of him. The hunters fall to the ground. The girl, trembling, looks at the hero. He is smiling, says that the young people almost died, and asks how long their luck will last. The hunters, kneeling, shout that they agree to everything, and ask the guy to destroy this monster. Ray, smiling, declares that they will decide on that. The hero looks at the monster towering next to him and calmly says that he hasn't kicked his ass for a long time. The hell goat asks again in amazement, after which he declares that he does not remember his defeat by some mortal. A guy in a black vest asks the girl in amazement what the hero is talking about. She confirms that after the update, not a single player has managed to defeat the hell goat. Before us is the hero's eye. The young man is sitting on the monster, thrusting his sword into its crown. The guy remembers that in this game there was no update related to this boss, and after his victory over the hell goat, it simply changed its form, as a result of which players fought only against the fire goat. Before us is a clear illustration of the hero's thoughts. The young man strikes the floor with his sword. The monster is amazed. The monster's weapon lies on the ground. The hell goat asks how the guy was able to parry the blow of his hammer, and who he even is. Ray rushes to attack. He says that with such an attack even a veteran of level 50 will surely die, and for him such a blow will also be fatal. But as long as he knows the weakness of the monster, it will not kill him. The hell goat again raises his hammer to strike. Ray is moving actively. Traces of blows are visible next to him. He ends up above the enemy's head. The monster is surprised to note that it cannot hit the guy. The hero's blow lands on the head of the hell goat. The young man says that this monster is true to itself and moves exactly the same as in their last battle. The hunters look at what is happening in amazement. One of them declares that the young man seems to be winning. The young people greet the hero, calling on him to kick this goat's ass. Ray angrily screams for the hunters to shut their mouths. The girl calls him a boor. Large stones fly over the guy's head. The enemy's hammer falls right in front of him. The goat declares that the hero is very agile, but this can be fixed. Ray hits his back against the wall. Finding himself in the corner, the young man says that he seems to be pressed against the wall. With his mouth wide open, the hell goat asks what this mortal wants to say at last. Ray, smiling, sends the goat on an erotic walking journey and declares that he will not hit him even at such an insignificant distance. Streams of fire are visible around the monster's head. The monster declares that everything suits him. A fireball appears in the goat's mouth. The hunters look at the enemy in amazement. The girl says that it is very hot here, after which she asks what their new ally is doing. Burning people are lying on the floor. The hero thinks that the spell called Flame, which destroys everything in its path, easily copes with even professional level 99 players, since it is impossible to hide from this attack. We see a bright flash. Ray understands that this spell is the Hell Goat's main trump card. The young man, smiling predatory, declares that everything suits him, and this is exactly what he was waiting for. The system reports the activation of the novice kick skill. Ray, putting his sword back, rushes to attack. It is reported that the attack power of the kick has increased by 50%. A bright flash occurs. The young man jumps high into the air, thinking that the flame that destroys everything in its path is a very powerful spell, but at the moment when it is prepared for use, the boss is completely defenseless, since he is completely focused on casting a spell and is not even able to move. Ray dives at the enemy. He pushes off the wall. The hero approaches the Hell Goat from above, preparing to plunge his sword into it. The guy thinks that all this means that even a first-level player like him can kill this monster with one precise blow to the head. Ray plunges his weapon into the top of the monster's head. The hero presses on the hilt of the sword, declaring that if the Hell Goat began to cast its spell, it will not be able to stop, and in this state the flame inside the monster will simply corrode its insides. The monster's head begins to be devoured by flames. In front of us is the leg of a young man. He asks if the Hell Goat can survive under the influence of its own flames. Ray jumps up, leaving the sword in the top of the enemy's head. Smiling, he says goodbye to the goat. The monster, burning behind the back of the landed hero, roars deafeningly. The hunters stand in front of the giant corpse of the Hell Goat. The system reports that the unique boss has been defeated. The guy in the black vest thanks God, and the girl, covering her face with her hand, says that she cannot believe that the guy defeated the boss without receiving a single wound. Ray looks down. The system informs him that he is the first in the world to have managed to kill a unique boss, and for this he is awarded the unique title Rookie Conqueror. The young man's face is surprised. He remembers that there were no such unique titles in the game, and he realizes that the world he is in now is somehow different from the game Prophecy Online. Ray sees a system message in front of him, which says that the unique title Rookie Conqueror increases attack power by 50% when fighting bosses. The young man thinks that this sounds a little too imbalanced. He sees two more windows. The first of them informs him that he is the first in the world to have been granted a unique title, and the second informs that as a bonus for this achievement, the hero can choose a subclass for himself. Ray works with the system window. It says that getting a subclass at the very beginning is somehow too good. The system offers him to choose a subclass right now. Ray clicks on the yes option, stating that there is nothing to think about. The system window hanging above the guy's head informs him that once a subclass has been selected, it cannot be changed. The young man touches the blue hexagon with his hand, thinking that he likes the Soulsmith subclass. The guy raises his hand. White energy covers the hero almost completely. The young man's eyes glow. The system congratulates him on receiving the Soulsmith subclass. Ray says that he was hunting for money, but hit the jackpot. Then he declares that now they need to see what the monster dropped. A key and a dagger are visible above the hero's hand. The girl, looking at the guy, asks if this is the key to the underground water special hunting grounds where you can not only level up, but also make a lot of money. The guy in the black vest sullenly declares that their previous commander brought his squad here only to get this trophy. Ray spins the key on his finger. Looking at the hunters, he calmly states that this is not such a rare thing, and the probability of its drop is 100%. The hunters look at the hero in shock. The girl says that he speaks too self-confidently. The young man asks with displeasure how he even knows all this. Ray, examining the received blade, states that Goat's dagger, unlike the key, is a truly rare thing. The hero approaches the large stones. He touches the blade to one of them. The dagger easily cuts the stone. The hunters look at what is happening in shock. The girl asks if this blade just cut the boulder like butter. Ray works with the system window. He tells the girl that the result he saw is too weak. The guy decides to test a new subclass on this item, hoping that he will have enough materials for improvement. We see a blue icon. The hero thinks that the subclass, as the name suggests, is an addition to an existing class. Most subclasses are completely useless, but a few rare ones are wonderful exceptions to this rule. We see birds, people, and colorful containers. Ray knows that Soulsmith is a useful subclass, since people who have it are able to extract soul fragments from everything, in particular, from people, animals, plants, and ore. These objects also give various improvements. We see the planets of the solar system. The hero thinks that with the help of this subclass you can beat this damn game. In the guy's eye you can see a hexagon. It says that Eyes of the Soul is activated. Ray holds a dagger in his hand. The system informs him that this item can be awakened using the Soulsmith subclass, and the required item is a fragment of the soul of an F-rank mage. The hero looks at the girl with her arms folded across her chest and thinks that she seems to be a mage. The system informs him that Seto Rumi is level 5, and a fragment of the soul of an F-rank mage can be extracted from her after signing a contract. Ray looks at the girl thoughtfully. He thinks that he wanted to take 90% of the trophies from her, but she can offer him something much more attractive. The dagger is pierced into the floor tiles. The hero shows the young men a key and asks them if they want to become stronger. Ray declares that he is ready to give them this item. The guy in the black vest asks if this is a joke, after which he happily declares that he would not refuse it. Ray shows the hunters a piece of paper and says that they must promise to bring him items from this list, and they can consider receiving the key in advance for the work. A young man catches a key thrown to him and shouts that he can strike it rich with it. The girl enthusiastically thanks the guy. A strange jar hangs over the hero's hand. Ray says that there is no need to thank him, since the richer his allies become, the more money he will have. The system reports that the young man has signed a contract with Rumi, and all the conditions for extracting a fragment of the soul of an F-rank mage have been met. A pointed hat is visible above the jar. The hero learns about receiving a fragment of the soul of an F-rank mage. A whirlwind swirls under the guy's feet. The system reports the activation of the soulsmith's skill. Ray shouts that it is time to start forging. The dagger hovers over the young man's head. He orders Goat's dagger to awaken. A powerful white whirlwind appears. The blade glows. Ray holds it in her hand. The system reports that the awakening of Goat's dagger was successful. The attack power of the weapon has been increased, and a new skill, Soul Slash, has become available. The hunters look at the hero. Rumi repeats the name of the skill in amazement. Goat's dagger emits a powerful stream of white energy, from which the girl hides in fear. A bright flash is visible behind the green forest. Rumi, with his mouth open, looks up. Ray looks at the passing clouds. The hunters are shocked to the depths of their souls. The young man expresses doubt that an ordinary person can have such enormous power. The hero, who has a dagger in his hand, says that so far everything is going well. Looking to the right of himself, he declares that he has a weapon and skills, and only some mere trifle remains to be obtained. Ray looks at the girl like a real monster. She hiccups in fear. The guy passes by the terrified Rumi. She sits on her knees behind the hero, not understanding what is happening at all. Ray kneels down on one knee, folding her hands in front of her face. Rumi looks at him in amazement, trying to understand if he really wants to honor the memory of the fallen players. The young man has an object in his hand that looks like a wallet. The guy opens the wallet, and smiling happily, shouts that it seems he has enough for a taxi. The hunters are shocked. The guy declares that this man is even more terrible than the Hell Goat. Rumi thinks that she is facing a monster in human form. Birds are flying above the houses. Ray looks gloomily to the left of himself. He approaches the well. The hero goes down the stairs. He knows that at the bottom of the well, located in the old temple, there is a secret dungeon where you can easily farm experience. The monsters there are quite strong, and to pass this location, you need a group of at least 3 people. Ray looks over his shoulder. He thinks that now he has Goat's dagger, and he will be able to single-handedly take the experience and money that are given here. The guy's foot falls to the bottom of the well. A gold coin is visible above the young man's head. Ray cuts it in half. The halves of the coin fall behind him. We see the upper part of the young man's face. Someone nearby says that he sees a new character here. 3 young men of a threatening appearance appear in front of the hero. The leader with an unkind look says that the young man has entered their territory. Ray, raising his dagger, asks who said that this is someone's territory. The young man, smiling, states that they came here first, so they can consider themselves the owners of the dungeon. The hero, holding out his dagger, states that if there are 3 guys in the squad, he can show excellent grounds for gaining experience. But of course, for a separate fee. One of the young men says that they are fine here. The second offers to just pay and go further without problems. Ray smiles. He understands that in front of him are the trading elite of the newly emerged world. He asks how much they want for passage. The leader, raising his left hand, voices the amount of 50,000 yen per hour. He states that there are a lot of monsters in the dungeon, and if the hero defeats them, he will easily recoup the money spent. Ray, holding out paper bills, declares that everything suits him, and he will quickly replenish what was spent. The guy taking the money declares that the hero has exactly an hour to stay in the dungeon. Ray steps on a puddle. Blue crystals are visible on the walls around him. The system reports that he is in a wolf den. Hearing a menacing roar, the hero becomes wary. He sees the paws of an animal. It turns out that there are a huge number of wolves on the ledges of the walls around him. The animal grins menacingly. Ray understands that in front of him is a diamond wolf, a monster of average level, but with low health points. The hero has a thoughtful expression on his face. He asks why a whole pack of these monsters ran here. Ray understands that he can, of course, use Soul Slash, but it will be better if he saves his strength. Uneven stones are visible under the guy's feet. We see a trace of a jump. Ray destroys many wolves. The hero sits on a rock surrounded by the monsters he has killed. The guy takes out a bag of tea and says that now he can wet his parched throat. Someone's fist is visible behind the young man. Ray blocks the blow with a dagger. Goat's dagger glitters in his hand. The young man strikes his opponent. He jumps back and takes a fighting stance. The young man, smiling, says that the hero almost cut him down. Ray looks at his opponent appraisingly and understands that he managed to dodge, which means that this is not the first time he has fought against people. Putting forward his hand with a dagger, Ray says that attacking an opponent when he is distracted by monsters is very low. The scoundrel, smiling, says that, on the contrary, this is the most pleasant thing in this whole matter. The guys are standing opposite each other. Ray says that the bastard just sat in ambush waiting for players with decent loot to vilely kill them while they fight the monsters. He praises the hero for his intelligence. 2 other members of this gang come up. The hero, smiling, says that the wolf's lair is a haven for real hyenas, and now he understands why he was the only one who thought of coming here. Ray says that the bastards needed to recruit a stronger squad, since they are unlikely to be able to do anything against him. The leader looks at the young man in bewilderment. Ray, not far from whom the bastards are standing, thinks that he did not notice this right away, but the heaviest of them has a heavy hand. The guy in question smiles, brass knuckles are visible on his hand. We see another member of the squad. Ray thinks that this slug with a sword puts amplifying magic on the weapon, as a result of which a fatal blow is almost guaranteed. The gang leader covers his face with his hand. The hero sees a ring on his middle finger. He understands that it can also cause him trouble. The decoration shines brightly on the villain's hand. The gang leader, adjusting his jacket, asks the guy for forgiveness, as well as permission to compensate for his comrade's mistake. The scoundrel throws coins into the air. They fall around the hero. Ray looks at the guy indignantly, thinking that throwing money around is blasphemous, and this scoundrel has just thrown 10,000 yen to the wind. Raising his right hand, the leader says that it seems he gave the hero too much. He asks the young man to pick up the excess and give it to him. Ray, in front of whom the coins are scattered, understands that this is a trap. He tells the scoundrel that he has a very strange method of paying compensation to victims, forcing them to kneel and pick up money from the ground. Ray understands that there is a ring of explosive coin in front of him, and the money that is now lying in front of him detonates on command of the owner of the ring. The hero realizes that the villain decided to play on his greed and ignorance. The hero, throwing a dagger, declares that if the scoundrels give him the money he owes, then he will let them go unharmed. The leader, jumping to the bottom of the cave, asks how long the guy has been out of his mind. He asks not to forget that 3 will fight against him at once. Ray answers that he does not care how many of them are here, and he is ready to fight even 100 scoundrels. Evil energy flows from the young man's eyes. He tells his opponents that their fighting skills are not worth even 1 yen. The leader of the gang looks at the hero in fear. He stretches out his hand and initiates an explosion. Detonation occurs. The villain orders his subordinates to chop the hero into small pieces. He says that at first he thought of just blowing him up, but now he has changed his mind. A fist with brass knuckles approaches the boy's head. Ray dodges, and the blow hits the ground in front of him. The hero looks to his left. Behind him is a bastard in a cap. The bandits surround the hero. Ray stabs him with a dagger and says that he paid the bastards 50,000 yen so that they would leave him alone for just an hour, and in the end they broke the agreement. Ray looks angrily at the enemies and says that now these bastards are not only obliged to return the money they received, but also pay on top. The gang leader, smiling, says that everything suits him, and he will pay interest with his exploding coins. The bandit leader snaps his fingers and uses the coin explosion skill. Yellow coins fly in different directions. Ray tries to dodge them. The villain in the knitted hat raises his sword over his head. The hero blocks the blow with his dagger. The guy looks at the sword blade that flew off in bewilderment. A trace of the blow is visible above the head of the dodging villain. The leader of the bandits, who is watching the fight, cannot believe that the hero broke his henchman's sword. It begins to dawn on him that the young man is armed with an epic weapon. The 2 scoundrels continue to fight the hero. Their leader thinks that they are much higher in level than the enemy and definitely should not lose. Yellow coins are visible around the hero. Numerous explosions are heard near him. Ray, angrily looking at the leader, asks if it is okay to throw money around like that. The bully flies up to the young man from behind and swings to use his rocket strike skill. The guy strikes. The young man in the knitted hat flies away from the point of impact. Goat's dagger spins in the air. The brute joyfully raises his fists and declares that he got a great blow that should have destroyed the enemy. His ally indignantly shouts that the big guy does not think at all about the others who could have been hit. He looks worriedly at the broken sword, declaring that for him it is much more important that now he will have to spend money on repairing the broken weapon. The leader of the bandits takes the goat's dagger from the ground and declares that no matter how rare the weapon is, in the hands of a weakling it is worth nothing. The villain looks up in fear. Where his allies are hanging in chains, Ray uses the soul restraint skill. 2 villains scream hysterically from unbearable pain. The leader, with his mouth wide open, tries to shout to them. In a white cloud behind the villain, the hero is visible. He declares that with the help of the soul restraint skill he literally squeezed the souls of the scoundrels in a vice, and this is torture that is worse than death itself. The young man, gritting his teeth in rage, rushes at his opponent. Ray intercepts his hand. The enemies look at each other angrily. The hero says that his opponent is too slow. He declares that this is not true at all. Taking hold of the flaps of his jacket, the villain throws coins around himself. Smiling, the guy shouts that he is going to blow up the hero now, who instantly activates the soul restraint spell. The chains bind the scoundrel's hands and feet. They strangle him, forcing him to make very strange sounds. The villain tries to understand why the coin explosion did not occur. Ray calmly says that soul restraints can immobilize an enemy and deactivate their skills if the enemy's level is much lower than the one using the skill. The guy says that it feels like he took candy from a child. The villain indignantly shouts that he is level 7, and he is one of the fastest developing players, so the hero's level cannot be higher than his. Ray, looking up at his enemy, says that for a newbie, this is indeed very good progress. Menacingly looking at the immobilized bastards, the hero says that since they are now ready for dialogue, he is ready to consider what they can offer him. We see all three villains. The system informs that the first one, Adrian, can share the soul fragment of an F-rank fighter if he is fed. Ian will part with the soul fragment of an F-rank warrior if he is reunited with his younger sister. And finally Cookie will give up the soul fragment of an F-rank mage if he experiences fear that binds his entire body. Ray, whose eyes emit bluish streams, understands that he can only get the soul fragment from Cookie. The leader of the bandits, hanging upside down, complains that he is in great pain. He asks the hero to let them all go and not kill them. Ray runs his finger along the blade of his dagger and declares that Cookie is talking nonsense, then asks what use they are to him if they are in their living state. Beads of sweat run down the villain's face from bottom to top. The guy asks what Ray means. The hero, holding Goat's dagger, states that he can cut up the villains for parts and sell their eyes, blood and other organs for a profit. Smiling, the boy says that in this case they will return the 50,000 yen due to him, plus interest. Ian, who is also chained up, tells his boss that the hero will not do anything like that to them. Ray looks up thoughtfully, realizing that he is bluffing, since despite the need for money, he will not be able to easily find buyers for human organs. The young man looks at the immobilized villains and says that he is not joking, and since they are not going to repay their debts, he will simply take what is due to him. Cookie fearfully asks the hero not to get angry and promises to do whatever he asks. The villain begs him not to kill them. The leader of the bandits looks up. The system reports that Cookie is experiencing fear that penetrates to his bones, and all the conditions for extracting a rank F soul fragment have been met. We see an elegant flask with a pointed hat on top. The system informs about the receipt of a rank F mage's soul fragment. The villains, freed from their chains, fall to the ground. They writhe in agony. Sheets of paper and pens fall next to Cookie. Ray says that the hunters must sign these documents. Indignantly screaming, the guys familiarize themselves with the text of the contracts. One of them asks why they have to give up 90% of their loot, calling it pure extortion. Ray looks threateningly at the bandits and asks if they have anything against this agreement. All three of them unanimously declare that now they definitely agree. Ray looks at the signed papers. He calls the guys his obedient workers and says that if they violate the terms of the contract, he will simply take his share from their corpses. Sternly looking at the bandits lined up in front of him, the hero demands that they provide him with the contacts of the one who protects them. Cookie angrily asks why the young man needs this. Ray, sternly looking at the hunters, says that the newcomers cannot have the weapons that he saw with them, which means that they were given them by the one they work for. Cookie, falling to his knees, begs the hero not to go to this man. The guy says that if the boss finds out that they were defeated, he will bury them alive. Ray steps on the guy's head and asks if he is really afraid of this boss more than the operation to remove organs, which will be done without anesthesia. We see a trembling hand. Ian breaks away and runs away. He loudly screams that he wants to live. Ray puts his index finger forward and says that this fool has finally decided to escape. The chains wrap around the guy's throat. He screams in horror. Adrian and Cookie look at what is happening in fear. They say that they agree to everything. The hero says that he is confiscating their weapons and money. The guys begin to be indignant. Ian can barely breathe. There is an open tea bag on the ground. Ray thinks that now he can't even farm in peace, since someone will definitely try to hit him in the back, while he thinks that he is not at all against such stupid pranks. The guy smiles happily. He says that no one can compare with him in strength anyway. We see the hero's personal card. It says that Ray is level 36, the novice class and the soulsmith subclass. Then the statistical parameters and the already known information about the title and unique ability are listed. In front of us is a circus tent. We see the internal structures of this institution. In particular, the burning rings. A young man with a bare chest is being beaten in the arena. The unfortunate man screams loudly. The people sitting in the cage look at the victim. One of them says that the guy is very unlucky. A strange guy, shaking his hands, asks if this man can be trusted with even the simplest job. Looking at the victim with crazy eyes, the guy asks if he is not ashamed in front of the boss. The young man sitting behind bars demands that the beating stop and warns that it can end in death. The strange young man, looking back, says that if this fool kicks the bucket, nothing terrible will happen, since they do not need those who are not able to be useful to the boss. The man with a whip on his belt pulls back the curtain and asks if he was just mentioned. The guy in the white shirt turns to the boss. The boss, smoothing his hair, asks how the educational work is going. The boss sits down in front of the beaten guy and tells his henchman that he got carried away. He asks what will happen to this man if he really does have several broken bones. The clown puts his hands on the shoulders of the beaten guy and says that their guild values everyone, and even if someone let him down once, he does not deserve this treatment. The henchman who carried out the execution, his hands are shaking. He asks for forgiveness. The guy, with tears streaming from his eyes, thanks the boss for saving him and promises that next time he will cope with the task. The clown strikes with the whip. Blood splashes into the air. The boss whips his victim and shouts loudly that animals should be treated like animals. He says that no one needs broken bones, but a good spanking has never hurt any animal. The villain smiles disgustingly. Suddenly someone nearby shouts that they are back. The clown turns to the people who entered the tent. The villain looks at those who appeared with an unkind look and declares that they coped quite quickly. Cookie, raising his right hand, says that they came to report that even the three of them could not cope with the task assigned to them. We see the hand of the young man. Now we see the right eye of the clown. With a whip in his hand, he looks at Cookie and asks where the ring is that he lent him, and whether the guy understands that this object is much more valuable than his miserable life. Cookie fearfully asks to forgive him, after which he explains that the ring was taken from him by a man who is no different from a monster. The clown hits the guy with a whip. Cookie flies to the side. The guy with the painted face gets furious and asks what's going on in their guild, and why only incompetent asses work for him. Adrian and Ian look at the clown, thinking that all normal people have long since left this moral monster. The clown bends over Cookie lying on the floor and shouts that such an idiot is only good for one purpose, after which he calls his assistant, who answers. The clown demands that the guy release Johnny. We see the animal's paw. A toothy creature rises above Cookie sitting on the floor. It turns out that it is a tiger. Sitting on his butt, the young man assumes that the boss is joking. He shouts that he is not guilty, and has always faithfully followed all orders. The clown, smiling nastily, declares that it is time for Johnny to have lunch. Cookie, covering his face with his hands, screams shrilly. The huge cat puts its paw on the back of its victim, but the hero is already flying up to it. The guy kicks Johnny in the back of the head. Cookie flies away. Ray lands on the floor. The clown fearfully calls his tiger. Raising his index finger, the hero says that this hamster has not yet paid off the interest, so he does not deserve to die yet. Cookie is incredibly happy about the appearance of his former enemy. The clown fearfully strokes the tiger, asks if everything is okay with him, and asks him to tell Daddy where his dear boy hurts. Cookie puts his hands on the hero's shoulders and says that he is a little late, and he has already begun to think that the tiger will eat him. Ray says that it was very difficult to get here unnoticed, and asks to let him go. The clown strikes with the whip again. White streams are visible behind the hero. The whip flies apart into many small pieces. The clown looks at the guy in amazement, and asks who the hell he is. The hero, holding Goat's dagger, says that he is the new master of these young men. The guy with the weird hairdo, clenching his fists, asks if Adrian, Ian and Cookie have completely forgotten their place and how much the boss has done for them. The young men indignantly shout that their former commanders do not know a damn thing and do not even imagine how terrible a guy Ray is. They say that this man simply cannot be refused. The hero grimly states that he completely agrees with the previous speakers. Ray puts out his hand and, turning to the rest of the audience, declares that if they agree to work for him, he will free them from this circus with his idiotic clown. The recently beaten guy, surprised, asks if the hero can really save them from this hell. Ray, smiling, promises to do it. He explains that the young people will only need to give 50% of their loot. In addition, he promises to provide advice on how to complete the game, and says that all this is much more profitable than remaining under the control of this sadist. Adrian, Ian and Cookie are outraged to the depths of their souls. They shout that the hero will take 90% from them. He reminds them that they tried to kill him, and this greatly complicates the matter. The clown, whose back of his head we see, trembles with anger. He says that the hero injured his little Johnny, and now he has decided to take all his workers. The villain, menacingly looking at the young man, declares that he will send his entire company straight to the underworld. We see a tiger, who is clearly uneasy. The young people answer the clown that they live in Japan, where slavery was abolished many centuries ago, so they do not deserve such treatment. A yellow card appears above the scoundrel's hand, and he declares that, to the misfortune of those present, he has one wonderful item. In front of us is a guild certificate in the name of Andrei Lukichenko, confirming that the cardholder is the head of the guild, who is granted the right to carry out all necessary procedures for the execution of administrative duties. The document was issued by Yamano Kenzo, the Director General of the Bureau of Management of the Players Association of the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications. Ray is perplexed. He does not believe that this is a guild certificate. The clown, raising his hands, declares that the Japanese government, apparently, was so scared of what was happening in Moscow that it gave the heads of the guilds documents granting the status and authority necessary to play this game. Andrei, showing his certificate, declares that even the police can do nothing to him, since he is now the law. The clown says that he can even kill everyone here if it helps him fulfill his administrative duties. The hero ironically says that a lot of very strange innovations have recently appeared in the country. Ray, smiling, puts the dagger on his shoulder and declares that if he had such a document, he could create a real empire for pumping out money. A strange assistant hands the clown a machine gun. Andrei calls the hero an idiot and declares that in order to receive the certificate, he must be a player of rank B or higher. The clown aims at the hero and says that it makes no difference, since the guy will die here and now. Smiling disgustingly, the villain opens fire, saying goodbye to those whom he calls worthless bugs. Ray frowns at the bullets flying at him. An elegant bottle with a hat is visible above the hero's hand. Ray activates the soul barrier skill. A protective wall appears in front of him, into which bullets hit. The system reports that level 25 and a fragment of the soul of a rank E mage are required to activate this skill, while the material is consumed upon activation and absorbs incoming damage depending on the rank of the fragment. The clown fires from a machine gun. He asks the hero if he really thinks that some barrier will stop him. Ray reminds him that Moscow launched nuclear missiles during the ice blast, but in the end they were unable to achieve anything. The hero stands behind the barrier, which calmly reflects the bullets flying at him. Smiling, the young man looks at the clown and asks if he knows why players do not go with firearms to monsters. The clown, who continues to fire from a machine gun, demands that the guy not come close to him. The weapon flies out of the villain's hands. The clown desperately knocks his fists on the hexagons of the barrier. He presses his shoulder against this barrier and tries to move it. In front of us is the hero's leg. The clown grinds his teeth from the tension. He understands that this barrier is about to crush him. The transparent barrier presses the scoundrel to the ground. Blood flows from the clown's mouth. Ray stands over the defeated enemy. Smiling, the young man declares that the weapon of this century is skills, and no machine gun can compare with him. The young men sitting in the cage are amazed. One of them asks if this guy has just defeated the boss. He says that he cannot believe it. Ray wonders if the hunters are thinking of signing a contract with him. The strange assistant tries to help his boss get back on his feet. The hero declares that for greater fun and general motivation he put down the clown who was mocking the young men present here. The guys, holding on to the bars, shout that they hate this bastard and demand that the hero release them, allowing him to get even with this moral monster. They promise that after that they will sign a contract with the young man. The clown, holding his hand, declares that signing contracts with a bunch of people without a license from the guild owner is unacceptable, and the police will not stand aside. His assistant tries to calm his boss. Raising his right hand, the hero remembers that Andre was ranting about how cattle should be treated like cattle. The scoundrel seems to understand what awaits him. Angry people approach the clown and his assistant. We see blood stains. A loud scream is heard. The hunters behind the hero's back deal with their former boss. Ray thinks that he actually received labor for next to nothing, which he can rely on for some time, and will have the opportunity to do more pressing matters. The hero works with the blue system window. The system informs that there is a little more than 29 days left. Ray understands that there is a month left, and now is the time to act. In front of us is a huge skyscraper. It is reported that here, at the headquarters of the Players Association, a certification exam is being held. Ray walks down the street with a bottle of tea in his hand. A board above his head informs that the building is registering players for the rank promotion exam. The guy listens to the conversation sounding around him. One of the young men walking behind the hero says that players with abilities of rank B or higher can be recruited into a guild, after which they can be sponsored well. He says that the annual salary there is at least 10 million yen. His interlocutor, raising his hand, tells the guy not to get his hopes up, since only 1% of all players have rank B. He says that there are only 9 players of rank A in Japan. His friend promises to become the 10th, and hears that it doesn't hurt to dream. We see the back of the hero's head. In front of us is the splash screen of the game Prophecy Online. Ray thinks that 2 weeks have passed since the merger of reality and the world of the game Prophecy Online, and initially many players decided to respond to the call of the Japanese government to get 100 million yen. We see jubilant hunters and terrible monsters that destroyed them later. Ray remembers that the result of this prank was deplorable, and now all players are required to register with the association. In front of us is the emblem of this organization. The hero thinks that without membership in it, hunters will not be allowed into the dungeons, will not be given a reward, and will not be allowed to pass trials. The young man walks down the street, thinking that there is a lot of money behind this, and he wants to get at least some of it. Ray notices something to his right. Something falls on him from above. A road sign crashes into the ground in front of the guy. The hero is calm, but the people around him do not understand what is happening and scream in fear. We see the guy's mouth, who loudly calls the hero, and then declares that he has finally found him. The collector jumps down and joyfully shouts that this time the guy will not be able to hide. Between the hero and the blonde, a road sign sticks out in the sidewalk. Ray says that the collector seems to have also come to take the exam. The hero, calmly looking at the guy, asks if he understands that even with the novice strike skill, he can take his head off. The blonde, raising his right hand, says that he is no longer such a weakling as he used to be, and that he has received a new class of spearmen. Ray, raising his head, laughs. He declares that this is a class for the most complete morons who can do nothing but wave a stick. The collector, beside himself with rage, clenches his fist. He demands to know what class the hero has in this case. Smiling slyly, the young man declares that he is the owner of the rookie class. The blonde laughs loudly and says that he does not believe that such a class even exists. Closing his eyes, Ray declares that he is not lying, and his main profession is indeed rookie. Taking a road sign in his hand, the blonde says that, well, he will believe the young man, but he wants to demonstrate on him what the spearman is capable of. The collector strikes with the road sign and uses the destruction strike skill. A bright flash is visible near the hero's head. The blonde asks in amazement what is happening. Ray calmly looks him in the eyes and says that he did not want to get involved in trouble right before the exam, but this fool provoked him himself. The collector, whose face is amazed, flies over the passers-by. Letting out a piercing scream, he falls to the ground. People look at the young man lying on the ground in bewilderment. Ray moves away from the blonde, declaring that it was just self-defense. Before us is an unusual installation. The girl behind the counter declares that the hero will have to pay 8,000 yen to participate in the exam. He complains that this is the most outright robbery. A girl approaches the young man. Clutching a tablet to her chest, she apologizes for keeping him waiting. Adjusting her glasses, she declares that she is ready to take the rank exam from the candidate in Durei. Ray and the examiner stand in front of a giant crystal. The young people look up. They stand next to each other. The hero understands that the essence of the test turned out to be extremely simple. He asks if he really just needs to put his hand to the stone. Ray raises his right hand. A spark appears between it and the crystal. The stone, which is visible behind the young man's upper limb, begins to glow. The girl looks at the crystal in amazement. It emits an incredibly bright glow. The association employee, opening her mouth, asks what all this means. She slams her palms on the table and loudly calls the hero's name. Ray sits calmly on the couch in front of the girl, who says that based on the test results, the association classifies the guy's abilities as rank A. In front of us is an ID card with a photo of the young man. The girl states that Ray probably knows that players can change their class in some cases. She throws up her hands and states that if the hero decides to become a sword master, a great mage or an archbishop, the association will provide him with maximum assistance. Squinting his left eye, the guy replies that he refuses to do this, since he does not see the right one among the list of proposed classes. The interlocutors are shown from under the ceiling of the room. The girl asks what class Ray wants to get. He asks her not to fill her head with unnecessary information. There is a vase of flowers on the table. The girl says that even if the guy wants to get some other class, it will not be possible to do this without a special item, and the association can provide it to the young man. Ray replies that if he needs something, he can get it himself. There are official documents on the table. The hero asks if the girl has any more questions for him. She sadly asks why the young man creates difficulties for himself. The hero, sighing, says that he does not understand what she is talking about. Here is a diagram of the ability change. The girl states that the hero is currently stronger than all other owners of rank A, but if he refuses to sign a contract and change his class, then according to the new law he will receive rank E. Raising both hands, the girl states that players with rank E have many restrictions. For example, they cannot create guilds, that is, by his refusal. Ray is only making things worse for himself. The hero, looking to his left, states that the government is not the first to come up with stupid rules. He thinks that if he needs a certificate of the guild owner, he can register the organization in the name of his subordinate, who has at least rank B. Above the guy's head, a man with his hands outstretched is visible. Ray knows perfectly well that there is only one class that can pass the final test of prophecy online, and until it becomes available for selection, he is not going to change his profession for the sake of a tick. Raising his right hand, the hero asks if he can get 100 million yen from the government if he passes the final test with rank E. The girl says in amazement that it is possible, but he will need to register as a holder of this rank. The employee of the association, looking at the interlocutor in amazement, says that he will be given an E-rank player ID. Ray walks down the city street. People around him are luring players into their guild. Someone shouts that his organization accepts C-rank hunters. An announcement sounds that the Artemis Guild invites players with rank D and above. The guy looks to his left with one eye and says that the touts do not waste time, and do everything possible to attract talent. Two girls approach him. One of them calls the guy handsome and says that he, judging by his appearance, is very strong. She begs the hero to join their guild. Ray calmly states that he is an E-rank. The girls look at the young man with a smile and apologize for disturbing him. The hero frowns, thinking that his rank scares off potential employers. But he still does not intend to join anything, so he does not worry about it. Among the passers-by, a young man with a briefcase stands out. He looks at the hero carefully. We see the guy's face. He approaches the hero, says hello and asks if this is in Durei. The guy holds out his business card. It belongs to Saito Shinji from Wings of Genesis. The hero repeats the name of the organization and the name of his new acquaintance in surprise. The young people standing behind Shinji recognize him. Someone shouts that he is the strongest player from the Wings of Genesis guild, but for some reason he calls the guy Fyodor. Ray looks at the card in surprise and asks why the young man was called by this strange name. He says that it is his old nickname, which he has grown tired of since the game itself. Ray frowns at the guy. He thinks that he is some kind of local celebrity, and most likely he should be sent to hell. The hero asks what he owes to this man. The blonde guy we already know appears on the scene. He also recognizes the representative of Wings of Genesis and asks if he is really looking for him. With his arms wide apart, the collector asks if Saito Shinji wants to get the incomparable B-rank player named Takuo. He says that he is ready to join the guild for a decent fee. The hero is not very happy to see this runt again. Ray thinks for a second. He realizes that Takuo received a B-rank, and it seems to him that he could only force something like this out of the examiner. Shinji raises his hands and, apologizing, asks who is in front of him. The blonde man says in amazement that the guy should know him. Grabbing the young man by the tie, he declares that he will now show everything he is capable of. Shinji's hand is visible next to the blonde man's head. The young man presses his elbow on the back of Takuo's head. He screams that it hurts a lot. Shinji, looking angrily at the moron, declares that he does not want to waste time on every little thing at the moment when the end of existence is quickly approaching. He demands that Takuo immediately disappear from sight. The blonde man discontentedly declares that he will not help the guy, even if he crawls to him on his knees with pleas for help. The premises of the cafe are visible outside the windows. Shinji apologizes to the hero for having to witness such an unpleasant scene. Rei asks not to apologize, since he always likes it when idiots are put in their place. The young men are sitting at a round table. The hero asks what his interlocutor wants from the holder of the E rank, who is of no use anyway. Shinji asks him not to get excited. The guy, smiling, says that he knows perfectly well that the hero did not receive a normal rank only because he refused to change his profession. Rei, sighing, says that the association workers talk too much and give confidential information even to ordinary players. Shinji, squinting, says that his guild is directly connected with the association, since before the end of existence they must all unite for a common goal, although the necessary information ultimately costs a lot. Between the young men on the table lies a check. Shinji says that if the guy agrees to join Wings of Genesis, he will be paid the same amount as was paid to the association for providing information about him. Rei looks at the check in shock, which states the amount of 10 million yen. The hero remembers himself as he was a little earlier, and understands that in that person's place he would have agreed without thinking. Sadly closing his eyes, Rei returns the check to the guy sitting opposite him and, apologizing, says that he is not very interested in joining the guild. Shinji says that offering such a low price to such a talent was a mistake. Folding his hands in front of his face, the young man asks if the hero is interested in receiving information. In front of us is the planet Earth. Shinji says that their guild cooperates with many countries and is considered to have the most extensive database. The guy promises to create all the conditions for the hero and help find everything he wants. Rei sadly looks into his cup and asks if there are any guild sources who manage to complete prophecy online. Shinji, smiling, spreads his arms and states that, of course, there are none, since there is no one in the whole world who was able to complete this game. Rei, looking intently at his interlocutor, says that in this case he will definitely refrain from joining the guild. Shinji looks at the guy in bewilderment. He takes the check and says that if Rei changes his mind, he should definitely contact him, after which he declares that he will pay for the coffee. Shinji moves away from the table where the hero continues to sit. The guy tries to understand why he gave up so quickly. It seems to him that he did not want to look annoying and thereby spoil the image of the guild. The girl at the counter says that Shinji owes 2,500 yen. He replies that he will pay by card. Rei, smiling, pours out the contents of the cup. Shinji understands that in fact he was just scared, since all his instincts told him to run away from here and not anger this beast. Rei puts his hand on the guy's shoulder and calls out to him. He hands the guild representative a piece of paper. Smiling, the hero states that if the guild needs help, they can contact him, and if he is satisfied with the fee, he will agree to carry out this or that mission. Shinji looks at the card in amazement and thanks the hero. Rei puts the phone to his ear and starts talking to Cookie. Shinji tries to understand who the hell he just negotiated with. In front of us is the headquarters of the Wings of Genesis Guild. We see someone's leg. In the office of the guild leader, a girl is sitting at the table. Shinji tells her that he has arrived with a report. The girl turns to him in her chair. Smiling, she says that Shinji has done a great job, and then asks if the guy has met the strongest newcomer. He replies that he managed to see this person, and he is just some kind of monster. The guy's hands are still shaking. He says that for the first time he met a player who literally instills fear in those around him. The girl looks menacingly at her subordinate, and asks whose strength scares Shinji more, hers or that young man's. The guy is horrified. He begins to mumble incoherently. The girl raises her personal hero card above her head and demands that Shinji pull himself together and understand that no one is going to kill him here. She adds that the answer should be obvious. Shinji, smiling, apologizes. Before us is a pretentious emblem. The head of the guild declares that Fyodor does not need to apologize since he simply told what he saw with his own eyes. We see the girl's hands. She states that, on top of everything, she is not the most experienced of the 10 transcendents, so it is not surprising that there are people who are much stronger than her. It is reported that in front of us is the leader of the Wings of Genesis Guild, Yamagata Tsukino. We see several players. It is reported that the 10 transcendents are the strongest players of Prophecy Online, who can compete for a reward of 100 million yen. In front of us is a map of the Earth. It is reported that in a world where the game has merged with reality, these are the people who have gained power and directly affect the balance of power between countries. Tsukino states that Shinji returned alone, and this most likely means that Rei rejected the offer. Next to the young man's face is a check. Shinji says that the hero was not interested in either the database or the 10 million yen. Tsukino, with his hands folded in front of his face, says thoughtfully that if Rei Indu is really the 10th, then he can earn much more on his own. There are colored pens on the table. Shinji says that if this guy really is the 10th, then it is completely unclear why he clings to the absolutely useless rookie class, because if he agreed to a rank increase, he would have unlocked items that enhance his parameters. A syringe with microorganisms is visible behind the strongman's back. Shinji reminds that such things are simply not available to ordinary players. Tsukino, smiling, says that Fedor expresses quite sensible thoughts. However, if what he said is true, then Ray is not just one of them. The hero is seen above the girl's head. She says that this person may be the last unknown of the 10 transcendents. Shinji understands that we are talking about number 1. Before us is the system Windows. It is reported that American intelligence has found the 9 strongest players and compiled a ranking of their strength. But they have not managed to find the number 1 of this ranking, as a result of which everyone began to assume that he does not exist at all. Tsukino states that, according to rumors, the United States is deliberately hiding the number 1 in order to single-handedly control his strength. Shinji, raising a trembling hand, states that he also thought so, but after meeting Ray, he was convinced that this guy could be number 1. Above the young man's head is visible the hero in question. Tsukino puts his hand on the table and says that if this is the case, then they have every chance of winning. The guild leader looks out the window. She says that Shinji must convey a message to the guild members: any aggressive actions towards Ray and Do will be severely punished. Raising her left hand, the girl states that they must not cross the dragon. Shinji states that he understands everything and will pass on the message to its destination. We see skyscrapers. In front of us is a vague silhouette. The hero thinks that after a few weeks he was able to rent an office in an apartment complex, and it became the base where his hamsters work. Someone calls out to the hero from behind. In the middle of the room is visible a rectangular table. One of the guys asks where it is better to hang the TV. Ray says that it can be left where it is. Cookie, opening a suitcase with money, says that this is the proceeds for today. The hero, examining a wad of banknotes, says that this is simply excellent, and asks how the leveling of the groups is going. Cookie answers that everything is going according to the recommendations given by Ray. The players fight giant monsters. The guy says that right now the groups continue to level in the underground waters, earning 1,000,000 yen per day. The hunters happily look at the blue crystal. Cookie says that even beginners earn from 10,000 yen per day. The guy happily raises his fists and says that he never dared to dream of such money, and all thanks to the hero. The machine recounts the money. Ray reminds that he told his subordinates that he gets richer when they get richer. The hero puts a wad of bills on the table and declares that his workers can even get a bonus for such successful work. Cookie looks at his hand. He thinks that even taking into account that he has to give 90% of what he earns, the bonus will still be very decent, and working in another guild, he could not earn so much even in a year. The hero fans himself with money crops. Cookie thinks that the hero's knowledge of this game is simply amazing. The young man looks at the boss holding the money in his hands and reminds that there are 10 days left until the end of the Earth trial, and the bonus has increased from 100 million to 400. Ray calmly declares that all this is true, but he does not want to rush too much. The hero looks at the TV screen, where an emergency report is being broadcast from the scene. The announcer, with a mountain visible behind her head, reports that the Earth trial is in full swing, and if nothing is done, Japan will be destroyed in 10 days. The hosts in the studio appear on the screen. A young man reports that the situation has not improved in 47 days. His partner, looking at a piece of paper, says that they have just received a message from the Japanese government, according to which the reward for passing the Earth trial has been increased to 1,000,000,000 yen. Ray and his subordinates look closely at the screen. The announcer says that, in all likelihood, the government has completely despaired and hopes that someone will be found who can win before the cataclysm. Thoughtfully looking at the screen, Ray says that if they continue to delay this matter, then there will be contenders for this reward in the form of foreign guilds. He takes his jacket and says that the time has come to save Japan. Putting on a suit, the guy tells his subordinates that he is leaving. Cookie asks in amazement if Ray is really going to go there alone. Opening the door a crack, Ray confirms this assumption, and then declares that he simply cannot expose his hamsters, who bring him money, to mortal danger. The young people look at the hero with admiration. His eyes shine greedily. He declares that he is not going to share this billion with anyone. Cookie, smiling crookedly, asks if this is really the only thing. Stars shine above the mountain. Many people are standing in front of the huge gate. Shinji is talking on the phone. The hero appears on the scene. Shinji recognizes him, says hello, and says that the guy seems to have decided to come after all. Ray passes by the young man and casually declares that he does not intend to cooperate with him. The deputy head of the guild says that he is incredibly sorry, since he just wanted to discuss the money issue with the hero. Ray asks again in surprise. Shinji, looking at the hero, says that if he agrees to carry the cargo, he will receive 100 million yen. The guy asks to show what is meant. Young people are standing in front of many huge backpacks. Shinji, pointing with his hand at one of them, says that Ray must deliver this cargo to his comrades. The hero, sitting down in front of the backpack, asks what could be in there if they give 100 million for delivery. Shinji answers that it is food. The young man sees drinks and food inside. Ray holds a bar in his hand and asks what it is. Shinji answers that it is chocolate, the favorite food of the head of their guild. Tents are visible behind the young man. He says that their camp is located on the 5th level of the deepest part of the dungeon trial of the earth. But conquering this location is a very long process, and the squad that went there is running out of food. Ray, smiling, states that there must be some ulterior motives, since no one in their right mind would shell out 100 million yen for a simple food delivery, especially since they could have sent someone else there instead of waiting for him. Shinji, smiling, states that at first he wanted to say that Wings of Genesis is just a very generous guild, but in reality, everything is somewhat different, and the guy is absolutely right. We see players fighting monsters. Shinji reports that 39 groups have already been sent to the 5th floor, but none of them have ever reached it. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, the young man says that it seems that now even the Earth's Trial dungeon is different from the one in the game. Shinji stares at the guy. He realizes that he knows something. Raising his right hand, the Vice Guild leader says that their reconnaissance team has determined that the dungeon's layout is the same as it was in the game, but none of the available players are capable of reaching the depths of the dungeon, while all those who can are already there, waiting for supplies. We see wounded players. Raising both hands, Shinji states that Rei is probably the only one at the moment who can reach the guild leader. The hero takes the backpack and states that this is an unacceptable shortage of labor, but if he is paid, he will only be happy to carry out this task. Looking over his shoulder at the interlocutor, Rei asks if he will be paid extra for speed if he delivers the cargo quickly. Shinji, who has a phone in his hand, asks for some time to clarify this issue. The hero looks at the guy talking on the phone, trying to figure out how much he will ultimately be able to get from this guild. Taking the phone away from his ear, Shinji states that he was told that if Rei delivers the cargo within a day, he will be paid an additional 50 million. The hero says that he is quite satisfied with this. We see the guy's legs. Holding onto the straps of his backpack, the young man states that he will do it not in a day, but in an hour. The young man is fighting a huge monster. It is reported that this is happening on the 3rd level of the dungeon trial of the earth. The guy raises his hands to block the blow. He shouts at the girl standing behind him that she should leave. She asks what will happen to him. The young man, smiling, thanks her for everything, and begs her to leave. The girl stretches out her hand and calls the guy by name. Rei rushes past the insect and destroys it. He screams for people to move out of the way and not interfere with him. The young man flies away and falls to the ground. The guy looks after the hero who ran past them and says that it seems they will live. His girlfriend thanks Rei for saving the life of her dear comrade. The players look at the hero in amazement, who is already disappearing into the distance. A backpack is visible behind Rei. The guy is surprised to notice that the monsters seem to have ended. Making huge jumps, he rushes through the cave. It is reported that this is happening on the 5th level of the dungeon. The young man, looking at his watch, understands that he managed even faster than was agreed upon, and he earned the easiest money in his life. The guy looks to his right in bewilderment. A player appears next to him and asks what the hero is doing on the 5th level. The fighter understands that in front of him, most likely, Rei and De. The hero puts a huge backpack on the ground and says that the young man seems to be from the Wings of Genesis guild. He confirms this guess. Rei shows a can of food and asks where the person responsible for provisions is. The hero says that he brought the cargo from Shinji, after which he asks not to forget to pay for the delivery. The smiling young man says that he is responsible for the food supply. He says that the money has already been transferred. According to him, Shinji was sure that Rei would quickly cope with the task, so he did not delay the transfer. On the screen of his phone, the hero sees a transfer from the Wings of Genesis guild in the amount of 150 million yen. Smiling, the young man says that the money really came, and that this organization is incredibly pleasant to deal with. The young man tells his comrades that they have waited for food. The players express wild joy about this. The hunters take apart the food. One of them, calling the hero a savior, says that they all already thought that they would soon die of hunger. Rei, standing next to the person responsible for food, says that, as far as he can see, the situation here is not the most pleasant. He confirms this assumption. In front of us is a huge cave with tents. A young man says that they lost many comrades in arms while conquering this dungeon. We see someone's legs. The players run away. One of them shouts that the monsters are advancing. The young people fall to the floor of the cave. One of them says that the monsters will not get them here. Someone who has been in this place for a long time asks what is happening. The hunters standing next to the hero cover their ears. Loud sounds are heard from the depths of the cave. A huge number of giant insects appear in front of the conquerors of the dungeon. Rei understands that this is a swarm. Flames are visible next to the guy. The hero sees that they are generated by a girl with red hair. The monsters burn above her head. They fly down, engulfed in flames. The hero, behind whom tongues of flame are visible, understands that he sees the secret technique Flame of Destruction, used by a special class elementalist. The guy did not even suspect that someone had already managed to master this class. The girl, whose leg we see, says that she is very glad to meet Rei and De. The hero, in whose hands the dagger is looking at her, she thanks the guy for deciding to take on the mission of her guild. The girl, smiling, introduces herself as the head of the Wings of Genesis Guild Yamagata Tsukino, and offers to continue working together. The hero looks closely at the girl. Tsukino approaches him. The girl's eyes shine brightly. She clumsily falls to the ground, putting her hands in front of her. Tsukino, smiling, apologizes to the guy. She admits that she has not eaten anything for a long time, so her legs are completely wobbly. Rei, looking back at the players fighting over food behind him, states that he understood that there were difficulties with provisions, but he did not think that everything was so bad here. A watchtower is visible next to the tents. Rei and Tsukino are sitting at the table. The hero says that, As far as he understands, Tsukino is the strongest in her entire squad. The girl confirms this. Greedily eating chocolate, Tsukino says that he is a member of 10 Transcendents, although he occupies the last place on this honorable list. Ray, sucking tea from a straw, asks again in surprise. He says that he heard a very strange name. The girl angrily jumps up from her seat and says that she completely disagrees with this statement. She says that this is what the top 10 players of Prophecy Online are called, and this name was given to them by the government. Ray, looking at the girl in surprise, asks how some government managed to calculate the strength of the players. We see men in suits. Tsukino reports that the relevant data was obtained by US intelligence agencies. A man in a cloak stands on a high cliff. The girl says that, nevertheless, the Americans never managed to find the player who occupied the first line of this rating. Tsukino, getting up from her seat, states that 10 Transcendents is sponsored by governments of different countries. Then she asks if the Japanese government was interested in the hero. The guy is very surprised by the information received. Putting a bag of tea on the table, he asks how much governments pay members of this 10. The girl, looking at her interlocutor, says that everything depends on the country of residence, but in Japan it is about 1,000,000 yen. Ray remembers the transfer he received when he played Prophecy Online. The hero is incredibly angry. He thinks that it was because of such people that he became a gamer, almost throwing his whole life to the wind. The guy rubs his chin thoughtfully. He thinks that if he is still the number 1 in the rating, then perhaps he should keep quiet about it further, because if they find out about it, he might get into trouble. Ray puts his right hand to the side and declares that 1,000,000 is not money, and even the reward for passing the Earth trial is much higher. Tsukino, raising his hands, says that the sponsorship may not be the most generous in this case, but the biggest money is now circulating among those who at least know something about passing this game, because no one has yet managed to defeat the boss of this dungeon. In front of us is a multi-eyed monster, which, apparently, is what we are talking about. A guy and a girl are sitting opposite each other. Ray asks if Tsukino is really unable to defeat this monster even when entering 10 Transcendents. The girl answers that no matter how strong she is still just an ordinary person, but perhaps everything would be different if she had the level and equipment of the Prophecy Online game character. The hunters greedily eat the food brought by the hero. Tsukino admits that in the current situation she will hardly be able to defeat the boss. The hero puts his hand on the table and says that everything is clear to him. He gets up from his seat, reminds her that he has completed the assigned mission, and states that if the girl needs any further help, she should just let him know, and if the payment is acceptable, they can come to an agreement. Leaving the girl at the table, Ray heads for the exit. He is going to kick the ass of the boss of this dungeon and earn the billion that was promised for this. Tsukino jumps up from his seat and asks the guy to wait a little. The girl, with her mouth wide open, offers to defeat the boss of this dungeon together. The players immediately appear behind her. They ask the guild leader to come to his senses, assuring that they will cope with this monster even without this strange guy. Tsukino turns to the hunters and says that they seem to have forgotten her order that any aggressive actions towards Ray and Do will be severely punished. One of the guys tries to object. Tsukino states that she understands the discontent of her subordinates, but her main desire now is not to lose any of them. The girl remembers how a huge spider killed one of the fighters. She rushes at the monster, using the Hellfire skill. The hunter, wounded in the arm, screams that the defense is broken through, and his comrades can no longer fight. The girl climbs to the top of the cliff and orders everyone to retreat. She demands that those who can still move, help the wounded get out. The fighters shout to their commander that if they leave her alone, she can get hurt. The girl explains that they must leave to avoid even greater casualties. The brave guy, covering himself with a shield, shouts for Tsukino to leave, and promises to delay the monster. The girl demands that he leave with everyone. The next second, the brave fighter dies. The girl is shocked by this terrible picture. Blood spills all around. Tsukino grinds her teeth in rage. She says that she wants to save each of her fighters. The guild leader sadly says that Ray and Do will help them avoid great losses, and she is sure of it. The fighters look at their commander with displeasure. Clenching his fist, Tsukino shouts that they must clear the Earth's Trial dungeon and restore the balance of power in Japan to honor the memory of their fallen comrades. One of the guys turns to the girl. The hero, standing with his back to everyone present, declares that it was a heart-rending speech that touched even him, but the guild leader might not have been the most eloquent. The young man, smiling, looks at the girl and declares that he is capable of defeating the local boss even alone. Tsukino looks at the guy in amazement, trying to understand where he got such self-confidence from, if he is not, of course, the very number 1 in the 10 Transcendence rankings. The girl looks at the guy's back, wondering if they are all wrong and how this guy is going to fight the monster. She realizes that in the coming battle she will be able to find answers to them. Tsukino runs out of the tent. She reminds the guy that he said that she can ask him for help. The girl shouts that she is ready to hire him for a group that will go fight the boss. A smile appears on the boy's face. He understands that he can make good money on this. Rubbing his chin, the hero looks at Tsukino and says that for some reason it seems to him that the girl needs not only defeating the boss, but also something else. Raising his right hand, Tsukino admits that the hero will do them a big favor, so she is ready to pay the hero compensation for the inconvenience caused. A gleam appears in the boy's eyes. He declares that if each of the group members pays him 10 million, he will agree to take them with him. Raising his left hand, the boy declares that he has two conditions. His allies must pay in advance, and then not tell anyone what they see in this fight. The players look at the guy indignantly. He says that he will have to defeat the boss and save the lives of all the party members, and that is why the price is so high. Tsukino, smiling, says that she agrees. One of her fighters asks the girl to think carefully. Spreading her arms, Tsukino shouts to her subordinates that they will go fight the boss, and will have to help Rei and Do in this fight. She orders everyone to prepare for the campaign. The hero, smiling, looks at his new allies. He tries to understand how much money the Wings of Genesis Guild has if Tsukino so easily agreed to part with this amount. Rei, behind whom the players are visible, frowns at something. Giant insects fly above the squad. The hero and Tsukino are waiting for the fight, smiling. One of the fighters behind them asks how many of these creatures are there. Rei tells the girl that he can kill all of these bugs, especially since he is well paid for it. The guild leader declares that he will cope with them herself. Flames rage around Tsukino. Laughing loudly, she screams that she will not allow these creatures to disrupt her negotiations. A giant insect burns in the fire generated by Tsukino. The hero looks at what is happening with admiration, realizing that the girl is very strong. One of the hunters says that he did not expect anything else from the guild leader. The girl puts her hand on the hilt of her sword. An earring in the shape of a crescent moon dangles from her ear. Tsukino turns to the hero and asks if he is following her. Rei shows his ally the phone screen and says that the advance has already arrived. The guy remembers that this is the same girl who was greedily gobbling up chocolates just 10 minutes ago. The squad members look in the direction they are supposed to go. Rei says that it's time to save Japan. The young people go forward. The hero promises that they will finish this dungeon once and for all. Behind the hero, the players are fighting monsters. One of them, a bald guy, asks Tsukino if she is sure about this guy. The hunters look after Rei, who calmly deals with insects. The bald guy says that, considering how much he was paid, he should demonstrate more serious fighting skills, and now he uses completely ordinary attacks. Tsukino, smiling, advises the young man to look at the monsters defeated by the hero. There are insect corpses on the ground. The girl says that there are no visible injuries on them, but they are definitely dead, and this proves that Rei's skills are incredibly high. The bald hunter is sternly silent. We see Tsukino's profile. She thinks that the hero does not even try to dodge, and his blows really do not shine with originality. The girl looks at the back of the boy's head, trying to understand what he will show in the boss room. Huge stones hang above the heads of the squad members. It is reported that they are on the 5th level in front of the entrance to the boss room. Rei thoughtfully looks up, thinking that he has not seen this door for a long time. The bald player begins to panic. He says that he is shaking. The girl in the yellow robe asks if he needs a little healing. Tsukino calls his subordinates friends and urges them to move forward. Putting forward a sword, the girl declares that they will now avenge their fallen comrades. The players visible behind the girl look scared. Tsukino orders them to use their most powerful attacks once the door opens. The players indicate that they understand the order. The Wings of Genesis Guild members are ready to rush into battle. Tsukino gives the order to attack. A giant spider hangs above the players' heads. The monster has many yellow eyes. It is reported that it is Vermilion Spider, the boss of the 5th floor of the dungeon Trial of the Earth. The players rush to attack. Tsukino uses the skill Hellfire. The other two fighters use Fire Fist and Phoenix Fury respectively. A powerful flash of fire occurs around the spider. The hunters clench their fists in joy. One of them asks if they really succeeded. Rei says that the monster is still alive. Tsukino looks scared. Vermilion Spider strikes with one of its limbs. Webs stretch out towards the players below. Tsukino, who is closest to the monster, asks why this is happening, since insect-like monsters should be vulnerable to fire damage. Rei, who is being looked at with displeasure by one of the fighters, says that the girl is right, but the fighters' attacks are very weak, so they do almost no damage. Tsukino watches as the spider shoots out a huge amount of web. White streams scatter the players in different directions. The girl drops to one knee and shouts for the fighters to beware of the web, as if they get caught in it, it will be very difficult to get out. Another portion of the web rushes at the people. Curses are heard. Rei hugs the girl and the guy from behind. They scream in fear. The hero picks up the young people and carries them out from under the blow. The young man lowers them to the ground. The guy hits his back painfully. The fighter, however, smiles. He apologizes for the fact that the hero had to hurry. Rei looks at the guy with displeasure and tells him not to apologize, after which he states that the death of allies will have a bad effect on the size of the final reward. The hero turns away from the guy he saved and says that he can continue to behave recklessly, exposing himself to attacks, since for each subsequent case the guild members will pay their savior an extra $1,000,000. The guy screams that this is pure extortion. Tsukino and her fighters continue to fight the spider. The hero, who is standing on a hill, thinks that he can continue to drag out this fight, making money on the stupidity of those he saves. But Rei understands that he must take into account the direct connection of the guild with the government, and that such behavior can come back to haunt him in the future. The hero puts his hand to his forehead and uses the Eyes of the Soul skill. As a result, Rei learns that the condition for obtaining a soul fragment from Tsukino looks very unusual. The girl holds the sword with both hands. The system says that she has a soul fragment of a D-rank swordsman, and in order to get it, she needs to give her the biggest surprise in her entire life. Ray pushes off the ground, thinking that he should probably take a risk. Drawing a huge arc in the air, the hero approaches the giant spider. The boy raises his dagger to strike. He cuts one of the parts of the monster's body. A severed limb is visible above its head. Vermilion Spider prepares to bring down its leg on the boy. The blow occurs, stones fly in all directions. The players cover their faces with their hands to protect themselves from debris. Tsukino loudly calls out to his ally. A huge cloud of dust spreads under the giant monster. Tsukino thinks that it is all over, and the boy who was their last hope is dead. Ray stops the limb of the giant spider with his hand and asks if it really intends to kill him, having such insignificant strength. The hero holds the enemy's leg with his left hand. The system informs that he is using the strength of the soul skill, which requires any E-rank soul fragment to activate. The guy in armor asks in amazement how Ray could survive, and how he manages to block the boss's attack with just one hand. The hero spins the giant monster by the leg. Vermilion Spider flies back, leaving a deep furrow in the ground. Ray, with a dagger in his hand, approaches the monster lying on its back. The young man sees a rather nice pattern in front of him. He thinks that this spider's weak spot is its belly. The hero's dagger leaves a bright white trail behind it. The blow hits the monster's belly. The players, joyfully throwing up their hands, shout that the guy managed to defeat the boss, who asks in surprise where they got that from. Red streams rise up. Ray informs his allies that the fight is just beginning. A red cloud forms above the monster's body. Tsukino, raising his sword above his head, asks in amazement if Vermilion Spider has really changed its appearance. Red and black streams rise around the monster. The players comment in amazement on what they see in front of them. One of them can't believe that this monster survived. The bald guy says that the spider was hit in a weak spot, but after that it became even bigger. Ray stands in front of Vermilion Spider, which really has acquired a completely absurd size. The guy, smiling, says that this monster has two hypostases, and when the second one is activated, it becomes much stronger and more ferocious. The bald hunter shouts in amazement that the hero must be joking. He reproaches him for not saying this right away, although he knew everything. Ray, raising his hand, says that his allies could not have done anything with this information anyway, after which he uses the soul thread skill. The hero rushes past the monster with two bright yellow streams behind his back. These lines begin to entangle the boss. Ray flies up above Vermilion Spider with a dagger in her hand. Magic formations are visible around the monster entangled in yellow threads. The system informs that the Soul Incineration Array skill can be activated. It is reported that level 40 is required, and the consumables are fragments of the soul of an E-rank sorcerer, an E-rank fire user, and an E-rank warrior. Tsukino puts her hand to the left of herself and shouts that it is dangerous to stay here. She demands that all her fighters take cover. A sea of fire rages above the hero's head. He demands that Vermilion Spider burn to ashes. The monster is engulfed in flames. Tsukino looks at the young man in amazement and realizes that the fire he uses is much stronger than her own. Someone asks if the guy really succeeded. White energy flows around the hero. Flames rage next to the hero. The Wings of Genesis Guild members surround Tsukino and happily inform her that the fight is over and none of them were hurt. One of the young men draws attention to something. The fighters happily point to a huge block of precious stone. They see a giant purple crystal. Someone says that enemies always drop valuable loot, but it was simply impossible to imagine that it would be a stone of such a size. Ray drives everyone away from the crystal and demands that the fighters not approach it. One of the guys says that the hero is simply mocking them. First he ripped off a lot of money from them, and now he wants to take the loot for himself. The hero calls this young man an idiot. A cloud of dust appears near the purple crystals. Ray and Tsukino look at what is happening before their eyes. The hero stands in front of a spider that has turned into a huge gemstone with a dagger in his hand. He tells his allies that the boss of the Earth Trial has turned from an obsidian spider into a vermilion spider, and this is his final form. The monster raises its incredibly long antennae above itself. One of the players shouts that this is a real mockery, and the monster does not want to die. An order sounds to stop chatting and prepare for battle. Tsukino looks at the monster in fear. Vermilion Spider throws opponents in different directions with its huge antennae. The monster destroys the walls of the cave. Huge stones fly down. They fall next to Tsukino. The girl screams that the monster's area attacks have become much faster and more powerful. A spider antenna flies past the guild leader. Tsukino looks to his left in fear. Ray, running next to her, demands that the girl not get distracted. He says that if she wants to survive, she must take her fighters and lead them away from here. Falling stones are visible above the heads of the young people. The head of the guild asks his ally what he intends to do. Ray replies that it seems obvious. Avoiding blows, the hero rushes forward. He tells the girl that he is going to deal with this creature himself. Tsukino asks again, looking at the guy in amazement, while she understands that the young man very easily dodged a whole series of attacks of the monster. Ray, looking at the girl, says that in this form the boss attacks indiscriminately, and will not calm down until all his opponents are killed. He states that while the girl and her subordinates have the opportunity, they need to run away. Purple spider antennae are visible next to the guy. Ray says that it is one thing to dodge the monster's attacks, and quite another to defeat it. The hero strikes one of the monster's tendrils. The crystal smokes, but remains intact. Vermilion spider, under which clouds of smoke are visible, makes strange sounds. Ray looks at the tendril next to him and says that, as he thought, even Goat's dagger is not able to injure this monster, and if so, then it must be hit in a weak spot. Ray finds himself above his opponent. The guy's eyes emit a blue glow. He activates Soul Reserve. The players look in amazement at what the hero is doing. One of them says that the young man, apparently, does not value his life at all. Ray smiles happily. He mentally calls on the monster to do this. The monster's tendrils pierce the guy's chest. The hero grinds his teeth from unbearable pain. The faces of those who see all this are distorted with fear. Tsukino tries to shout to the young man. The members of the Wings of Genesis Guild, open-mouthed, look at the hero pierced by two tendrils. One of them enters the guy's stomach, and the second one enters his shoulder. Blood flows from the boy's mouth. He says that the monster is caught. Vermilion Spider looks at his opponent in amazement. Ray prepares to strike with a dagger. He uses the Soul Barrage skill. Bright white stripes go down from the hero to the monster below. These traces are visible all over the monster's body. Huge crystals fly down. Ray, falling headfirst, smiles. A trace of a powerful blow is visible on the ground. The hero lies with his arms spread wide. The guy, smiling, curses, and says that he knew perfectly well that it would hurt like hell, but if he is cured now, he will definitely not die. The system reports that the hero's soul reserve has 3.32 seconds left, and if he does not restore his health within this time, the skill's protection will be removed and the user will die. In front of us are three staves. The names of the skills are heard: Supreme Healing, Elemental Healing and Restoration. Above the hero, who has time to work with the system window, there are three healers. The guy, smiling, sits down and tells Tsukino, who has sat down next to him, that thanks to the support of her squad members, he did not have to use his own skills to restore. The guy's hand hangs over the place where the wound was recently. Ray says that the healers of the Wings of Genesis Guild are, of course, wonderful. Tsukino, throwing up his hands angrily, asks if all this means that the hero planned it this way from the very beginning. The guy gets to his feet and reminds that they all once played Prophecy online. The boy's eyes are shining. He says that the player can't die too easily in this game from a normal boss attack. Covering his mouth with his hand, Tsukino asks again. Looking at the boy, she states that they are in reality now, and not in a game. He replies that he understands everything perfectly. Everyone present looks at the hero in surprise. He states that, in any case, this strategy worked in the game, which means it should work here too. He says that he decided to test it, and was convinced that he was right. The girl is overwhelmed with not the most pleasant feelings. The hero seems to her like a mixture of a monster and a brainless moron. Tsukino tries to understand what he is thinking. The system informs the boy that he has fulfilled the conditions for obtaining a D-rank swordsman's soul fragment, causing the carrier to experience the greatest surprise in his entire life. Ray looks at the vial in his hand, thinking that he is very lucky. Although it was more of a shock than a surprise, Ray is happy to receive a rare soul fragment anyway. The system informs that the Earth trial has been successfully completed. It asks for the names of the participants who have completed this trial, and informs that there are 5 minutes left before the dungeon disappears. The fighters joyfully shout that they have succeeded and defeated the monster. The people's joy knows no bounds. They shout that they owe everything to the hero. The system informs that there are 4 minutes and 51 seconds left before the dungeon disappears. The blonde joyfully declares that Japan is saved. The magician girl who is standing next to him says that now you can breathe easy. The hero, who has completely come to his senses, declares that before the dungeon disappears, it is necessary to make a decision about who to include in the category of expedition participants. Raising his left hand, Ray says that he wanted to take the reward for himself, but he will agree if his allies take it first and then transfer it to his account. Tsukino asks in amazement why this is necessary. Ray imagines a headline in the press that says that a newbie Ray Indu has passed the trial of the Earth alone. He suggests to the girl to imagine how the world media will explode from the news that an unknown player was able to overcome an incredibly difficult trial. The members of the Wings of Genesis Guild look at the guy in amazement. He suggests that instead of creating an unnecessary sensation, they should tell everyone that the dungeon was cleared by a famous guild. Ray states that Wings of Genesis will receive glory and honor, and in addition, the rewards for future trials for her will be increased. Ray thoughtfully rubs his chin. He understands that if everyone finds out about his involvement in what happened, he will no longer be able to earn easy money in large quantities. Tsukino says that the hero seems to be worried about money. Raising her right hand, the girl states that as the guild leader she cannot refuse such an offer. However, as a human, she feels like she is taking credit for someone else's work. Ray replies that this is some kind of nonsense, and the girl can simply think that she hired him for 1 billion yen to kill the boss. The guild members look at the hero in amazement. Their commander agrees with the proposal and states that then they will announce that the dungeon was cleared by the Wings of Genesis Guild. The girl repeats the same phrase for the system. It reports that the record of the expedition participants has been successfully saved. Ray looks at the fighters rejoicing around him. He is confident that none of those present will reveal his involvement in the victory over the monster. since this would essentially be tantamount to accusing his own guild of stealing the laurels from an unknown newcomer. Ray, smiling, looks at the giant crystal. The system reports that the destruction of the Japan test site has been avoided, and the Earth trial has been passed. A helicopter flies up to the mountain. A female reporter reports that the earthquake has been going on since the morning, and its epicenter is the Earth trial dungeon. She calls on viewers to watch the mountain being destroyed, and reports that very soon the players will be teleported to the surface. A huge hole is visible in the surface of the Earth. Traces of blows are visible next to the players. Young people are screaming loudly. Someone is calling for extreme caution, as everything around is collapsing. A magical formation is visible above the heads of the fighters. The system reports that the Earth trial has been passed, and all players are teleported to the surface. The expedition members smoothly descend to the ground. A foot touches the surface. Behind the hero, the members of the Wings of Genesis Guild are rejoicing wildly. One of them shouts that he incredibly misses the fresh air. Immediately follows the answer that the sunlight pleases much more. A giant monument is visible in front of the young people. Tsukino happily looks up and says that they really managed to do it. On the monument, under the guild crest, it is written that the trial of the Earth was passed by a group of heroes from Wings of Genesis. A female reporter descends from a helicopter on a rope ladder. She shouts that the audience has just witnessed a real sensation, and asks who are the heroes who managed to clear this dungeon. The reporters run up to Tsukino and her comrades. They loudly shout that it was these people who saved everyone. Tsukino looks at the media representatives with displeasure. She calls them very annoying creatures. The girl asks Ray if their agreement is still in effect. Tsukino looks around and does not find the hero with her eyes. She asks her comrades where he went. The blonde passes the girl a piece of paper and says that Ray left it for her. The girl, smiling, reads the contents of the note. It says that if there are any problems and the money is at hand, Tsukino can contact the hero, and he will try to solve any issue. The girl says that now she understands what kind of person this Ray is. The girl's subordinates raise their hands to prevent journalists from reaching her. One of the reporters recognizes Tsukino from Wings of Genesis. Questions are heard about whether the guild members really destroyed the boss, who dealt the decisive blow, and whether Japan is safe now. The blonde covers the girl with his chest and asks everyone to calm down. Tsukino calms Hiroshi and assures him that she will figure everything out. The girl thoughtfully rubs her chin. Standing in front of the reporters, she addresses the citizens of Japan and states that she is proud to tell them good news. Putting her hand to her chest, she says that the Wings of Genesis Guild members managed to pass the trial of the Earth. The journalists look at Tsukino in admiration. People on the streets watch the report on a huge screen. The girl admits that the victory over the monster was not only the merit of the guild she leads. Her foot steps on a branch. Tsukino says that the conquest of the dungeon was only possible thanks to the joint efforts of all the players. Cookie, spreading his arms out to the sides, happily informs the hero that the car has arrived. Ray replies that his subordinates arrived just in time. A mountain is visible behind the guy. Tsukino, taking the opportunity, expresses gratitude to all those players who took part in passing the trial of the Earth. Bowing low, the girl thanks everyone who was involved in this expedition. One of the reporters admiringly shouts that Tsukino is incredibly modest, and he is simply delighted with the head of the Wings of Genesis Guild. The girl smiles. Raising her clenched fist, Ray thinks that Tsukino got what she wanted. He sits thoughtfully in a torn t-shirt in the back seat of a car. The guy thinks that he does not need popularity, but money. Besides, excessive attention would bring more problems than good. The hero's eyes glow. He thinks that Tsukino is an ideal candidate to serve as his face, which he can hide behind if necessary. The car drives between tall trees. Ray says that he is hungry and asks to stop somewhere. The driver makes it clear that he will do so. We see many pictures depicting members of the Wings of Genesis Guild. A female reporter reports that she has exclusive news and says that Japan is no longer in danger of destruction, since the Earth trial was passed by the Wings of Genesis Guild. The meeting participants frown at the screen. The reporter reports that Japan is only the second country after the United States to pass the test and escape the cataclysm. The people present at the meeting look very unhappy. In front of us is a skyscraper. We see the emblem of the Gold Farm Players Guild. Ray, sitting in a chair, looks at the screen of his phone and is happy about the transfer of 1 billion yen he just received. His subordinates frown among themselves, repeating the amount that was just announced. One of the guys asks his comrade to forget about this money, since they will never see it. There are stacks of coins on the table. Someone asks what they are even doing here. Young people roll money into some white mass. One of them asks why this needs to be done at all. His comrade tells the young man not to ask stupid questions, and if the director said that this is how it should be, then he must silently carry out the order. On the table in front of the hero there is a sign, on which he is designated as a clerk. One of his subordinates says that the orders of this man are absolute. Ray asks Rumi how things are going with the guild registration. The girl standing in front of the table reports that the registration has been successfully completed. Rumi looks at the guy in surprise and asks if he is sure that she should become the head of the guild. It is reported that this girl is listed as the head of Gold Farm. In front of us is a guild certificate in the name of Sito Rumi, which grants her the right to carry out the necessary procedures for the performance of administrative duties. The hero says that only players with rank B or higher can create their own guilds, And he, as you know, has rank E, for whom such a function is not available. Folding his hands in front of his face, Rumi tries to object. We see the faces of the two interlocutors. The girl says that she simply does not understand why she was chosen, because there are people who are better suited for this role. Ray replies that he considers her to be the ideal candidate. Rumi is surrounded by the hero's other subordinates. The guy thinks that thanks to the information he has, the Gold Farm Guild members were able to raise their ranks to B or even higher. Young men, sitting at tables, tell the girl how much they were able to earn today. Ray thinks that each of his wards has their pros and cons, and if Rumi's earnings are bad, then she surpasses everyone in diligence and friendliness. The girl raises 2 fingers and praises the young men, stating that they still have 2,000 yen left to earn. The hero thinks that this is the ideal guild leader. Cookie, showing the screen of his phone, says that they are already being discussed on the internet. We see several screenshots. One of them asks what the Gold Farm Guild is. The second shows an article containing an interview with the head of the new and promising guild, Sito Rumi. Ray, sitting in a chair, asks if all the guild members have really reached rank B, after which he declares that he is very glad that he ended up remaining a simple clerk. In front of us is a sign of the head of the guild, Rumi. The girl asks why the hero needs this organization, because he could earn a lot of money without it. The young man brings a cup to his mouth and declares that their main goal is to participate in trials. In front of us is the planet Earth. The hero says that their world is shaken by cataclysms, some of which affect individual countries, and others entire continents, while there are local trials that are limited to individual cities, prefectures and other territories, and orders for their passage are received only by guilds registered by special bodies of a particular state. The heads of the guilds are visible above the head of the young man. Cookie is surprised that he did not even know this. Rumi replies that the guy is getting smarter every day. The girl, handing the hero a tablet, says that since we are talking about tests, they have compiled a list of the easiest locations that can bring in quite decent money. Ray holds a piece of paper in his hands. He says that first they will figure out another test. The girl asks what is special about it. Rumi looks at the document in surprise. It says that the test in the European-style mansion will bring 5 million yen. The girl says that, given the difficulty of this task, it is not the most profitable, and she can easily find places where they will pay much more for the same work. Cookie, putting his hand to his mouth, whispers that Rumi used to agree to any work, and now she also cares only about money. Ian asks his comrade not to say these words to the girl herself. Rumi, smiling, looks at the piece of paper. She guesses that if Ray Indu himself paid attention to this test, then this mansion, in addition to money, must contain something else. The hero replies that everything is exactly like that. The boy's eyes glow yellow, and he says that there is something there that can't be missed. Rumi, with her mouth wide open, says that she understands everything. We see a piece of paper that the girl was examining. A car is driving along the road. Rumi tells the hero on the phone that their guild has obtained the rights to complete the quest, and has also managed to negotiate an increase in the reward to 5.04 million yen. Ray praises the girl, and then says that she will arrive at the location in 30 minutes. The phone lying on the seat next to the hero rings. The young man, covering his mouth with his hand, says that it is Juji. He says that he arrived at the specified location and noticed that strange people entered the house. The hero anxiously asks how many there were. Juji answers that there were 5. Ray asks if the young man was found. He answers that he has not. The hero says that he will take care of the rest himself, and hangs up. Trees are visible outside the car window. Ray thinks that people who have intruded without permission into a location that another guild has access to clearly cannot be decent. The young man reaches out to the system window. He does not want to be seen in public once again, so he decides to use Mask of Illusions. The system reports that materials are needed to create the Mask of Illusions item. A glowing container is visible above the guy's hand. He remembers that he received a fragment of the soul of a D-rank swordsman from Tsukino. The system reports that the probability of success of automatically creating Mask of Illusions from a fragment of the soul of a D-rank swordsman is 0.23%, after which he asks if the hero wants to create this item. Touching the system window, the hero asks what will happen if he creates the item manually. It is reported that the probability of success of this method is unknown, and if the user fails during the creation of the item, he will experience physical or mental consequences. The system asks if Ray wants to create this item manually. The hero clicks on the yes option. He sees a notification about the beginning of the transition to the soul world. Ray flies down. There is fear on his face. The guy approaches the glowing puzzle pieces. The system informs him that he needs to harmonize the soul with the object, and that the probability of success depends on how he copes with this task. Ray hangs upside down. The system informs that due to the fact that the basic success rate is below 1%, the difficulty will be increased, and the time limit is 60 minutes. Ray rearranges the puzzle pieces. The time gradually decreases to 5 seconds. In front of us is the assembled puzzle. The time for its processing reaches 0. The system informs that the soul is in complete harmony. Ray smiles. He sees that the probability of success has reached 100% and the transition to the material world is performed. A purple mask hangs over the guy's hand. We see this object up close. The system informs that the Mask of Illusions was made thanks to the Soulsmith's subclass skill. Ray asks Ian to drop him off here. He replies that he will stop now. The car drives away from the hero. Ray puts a mask on his face. He turns into a blonde. The guy thinks that now people will see him as a different person. The young man approaches a mansion hidden behind trees. He goes through the door. Corpses are visible next to the guy. Ray thinks that they tried to burn them, and the smell of burnt meat still hangs in the air. The hero goes down the stairs, realizing that they are most likely already waiting for him at the bottom. A bright passage is visible in the middle of the bookcases. Books are flying next to the guy. Ray thinks that the secret door is open, and the people who entered are apparently looking for a hidden test. We see a map of the world. The hero thinks that tests, depending on complexity, are divided into large scale and small scale. In the first case, entire states are involved, and in the second, populated areas such as cities or villages. We see banknotes. Ray thinks it is logical to assume that small-scale tests are not so difficult, therefore, it is not possible to make good money on them. However, among them there are exceptions, which are hidden tests. Monsters are visible under the young man entering the glowing passage. Ray thinks that hidden trials only appear in secluded corners of small-scale trials. The difficulty level there is significantly higher and is not at all connected with the difficulty of the main trial, and their main charm is that they often hide unique items. Ray goes down the spiral staircase. He thinks that, in other words, such trials can only be found by those players who have information about prophecy online. The hero, on whose face is a mask, looks carefully ahead. He sees people in black robes in front of him. The guy takes off his hood and says that it seems that in front of him is a representative of the Gold Farm Guild, and that they were waiting for him. The transformed Ray looks carefully at this person. We see the back of the hero's head. The young man asks what kind of Gold Farm Guild this is. The blonde says that he seems to have made a mistake. Raising his hands, the young man declares that none of this matters, and what is much more interesting is that the hero appears to be able to pass the hidden test. Ray calmly declares that he is not going to complete any task for anyone. The blonde man, smiling, says that the hero has misunderstood everything, and there is no need to complete it. An elegant artifact hovers above the guy's hand. The young man declares that the test has already been completed, and the hero appears to have come here to get the evolution box. Ray holds a weapon behind his back. He is very surprised that the test has already been completed, but calmly tells his interlocutor that he really did come for this box. The guy throws the artifact to the hero. He catches it with his left hand. The blonde man, smiling, declares that he is giving this item to the guy as a token of his gratitude. Raising his hands, the young man says that in return the hero must fulfill their request. Ray, surprised, asks again. Waving his arms, the blonde guy states that the hero must not allow other players to pass the small-scale trial, and it does not matter how he does it. Raising his left hand, the guy says that if he is an experienced player, then he knows how to interfere with others. Ray tries to understand why someone needs to interfere with other players passing the trials. The hero, closing his eyes, says that he understood who is in front of him. Holding the box in his hand, the guy says that it seems that these are representatives of the Dark Guild, and they want to arrange the same thing that happened in Argentina. We see a burning city. The hero remembers that 2 weeks ago the Argentine city of Mendoza was completely destroyed, since no one could pass a simple trial. Ray and his comrades watch the stock charts on the monitor in amazement. The young man remembers that a week before, the shares of companies based in Mendoza were hastily sold off, as if someone knew in advance that in 7 days the city would be wiped off the face of the earth. Ray, smiling, holding a box in his hand, says that it is believed that the Dark Guild was behind this disaster, and it seems that these scoundrels arranged the Argentine disaster, and now they have taken on Japan. In front of us is the left side of the blonde man's face. He declares that the hero can, of course, continue to fantasize about the reasons for the offer he received, but it would be better to simply answer whether he agrees to it or not. Ray, whose right hand is behind his back, declares that he will probably refuse. The young man states that no matter how tempting this offer may sound, if he decides to destroy the city, he will do it himself, and not for someone else, since it is simply more profitable. The blonde raises his hand and, having declared that he regrets refusing, demands that the box be returned to him. His henchmen are standing next to the villain. The young man states that, among other things, the hero will have to pay a small percentage for holding this box in his hands. Ray asks how much money we are talking about. The blonde, whose back of his head we can see, states that it is not about the amount, but about the guy's life. A syringe appears in the villain's hand. He says that after their meeting the hero has a very simple alternative: either obediently cooperate or die. Ray, smiling, holds out his sword in front of him. He asks if his opponents are really going to defeat him. The blonde holding a syringe declares that under other circumstances he would not have succeeded, but unfortunately for the hero, they managed to pass the secret test. The blonde's eyes emit an eerie glow. He injects the contents of the syringe into his neck and declares that the young man will now feel this power on his skin. People in black robes give themselves injections. The blonde says that the player's skills are useless against the power of the Dark Guild. Syringes fall to the floor. The representatives of the Dark Guild begin to twist from the substances they injected into themselves. The blonde, holding his head, giggles. Ray, holding a sword, calmly looks at this circus. Syringes lie on the floor. The hero understands that they contain doping. The villains clench their fists in joy. Feeling a surge of strength, Ray looks at them and tries to understand why they are standing still. despite the fact that their physical capabilities should have noticeably increased. A smile appears on the guy's face. He understands what the scoundrels are up to and decides to play along with them a little. The blonde stands with his hands in his pockets. He presses the red button. A powerful explosion occurs. The members of the Dark Guild laugh happily. Their commander goes forward, declaring that all the players are some kind of simpletons and fall for the simplest tricks. He says that these people believe that thanks to the game mechanics they have become almost gods, so they remain mostly too naive. We see the scoundrel's leg. He says that all they needed was to distract attention and then blow up the box. The blonde, above whose head a chandelier is visible, says that they do not need useless tools. The bastard's face shows surprise. He sees the box lying on the ground and asks where the hero's body went. Ray, remaining invisible, strikes at the heads of his opponents. The blonde spews a powerful stream of flame from his right hand. His subordinates scream hysterically, asking Ridge why he is doing this to them. The bastard puts his right hand forward and screams at the hero that he will burn him alive. A purple mask stands out on Ray's face. The scoundrel understands that he is dealing with an illusion. The hero puts a dagger to the bastard's neck and says that it is over. The blade shines brightly. Ridge is wrapped in blue chains. Ray uses the soul restraint skill. The bastard, who is shaking all over from tension, screams that this simply cannot be, and asks how the hero managed to survive the explosion. Ray, with his hands in his pockets, calmly states that he was well aware of the value of this box, and did not believe that the villains gave it to him out of the kindness of their hearts. The hero takes the item in his hand and states that he understood from the very beginning that it was mined. Ridge, looking at the young man with pain, asks why he took the box in his hands if he knew that it could explode. Ray, smiling, replies that the bastard underestimates high-level players, and for them, the explosion of such a small bomb is something like a mosquito bite. The young man looks at the screen of his phone, where Rumi is designated as Golden Hamster number 1. He declares that for the ruined clothes he will take money from the blonde's wallet. The bastard, handcuffed hand and foot, fearfully asks if the hero is going to contact the police. He replies that he is calling about a much more important matter. Rumi, smiling, asks if Ray has finished the test yet. He, standing over the immobilized enemy, asks the girl to look if there are regions in Japan where shares are currently being actively bought up. He states that perhaps the Dark Guild is doing the same thing in their country that was done in Argentina. Rumi fearfully presses the phone to her ear. Ray tells her that they must not allow the tragedy to repeat itself. The head of the Gold Farm Guild replies that she understands everything. Ridge, smiling nastily, states that it seems that he is an incredibly noble guy trying to restore justice. Ray smiles mockingly and asks what kind of nonsense the blonde is talking. Blue chains are visible near the guy's head. He states that the Dark Guild is deliberately collapsing the sales of shares of local companies, which are now being sold cheaply, and if his people buy them up, he will make a ton of money out of thin air. Ridge, disgust written on his face, tries to look behind himself. Where the hero is standing, he asks if the guy is really going to go to war against the Dark Guild. He, smiling, replies that if there is a lot of money at stake, then he will enter this conflict with great pleasure. Then he says that, in principle, they can cooperate. The villains begin to come to their senses. Ridge irritably asks who in their right mind would agree to cooperate with such a person. Ray, in front of whom is an open box, asks Rumi if the re-education course is prepared, the one that will require characters with the ability to recover. Medieval torture instruments are visible above the head of the astonished girl. Rumi says that everything is ready, but they have not yet conducted experiments, and do not know how effective and humane such methods will be. Ray, smiling, looks at the immobilized Ridge and tells the girl that he will soon deliver her lab rats, so she needs to get ready. We see a vial with a pointy hat. The system informs that, thanks to the evolution box item, the soul fragment of an F-rank mage has turned into a soul fragment of an E-rank mage. We see the building of the Museum of Modern Art. The transformed hero, smiling, looks up and asks Rumi if she is sure that this is the Dark Guild's target. The girl, above whose head the villains are seen hanging by their feet, answers that it is true, since Ridge and his subordinates confess to it. The bastards are hanging upside down. Ray, pressing the phone to her ear, hears from Rumi that, unfortunately, the bastards who fell into their hands do not know how many enemies will be in this area, and she suggests that the hero should not have gone there alone. The guy states that this is none of the girl's business. We see a lot of people. Ray says that Rumi should continue monitoring stock prices for now. She replies that she understood the order. We see a message on one of the social networks, the user of which is looking for a group to conquer the location. He says that rewards are not given out, but everyone who cares about their city should take part in the expedition. The author writes that he is looking forward to seeing everyone at the Museum of Modern Art. A young man in a green jacket, standing on a dais, shouts that it is time to pass the museum test. It is reported that in front of us is the leader of the Association for the Protection of Humanity, Takahisa. This man asks those interested in participating in this expedition to approach him. Ray looks around, thinking that there are quite a lot of people here. The guy smiles. He counted more than 100 participants. Takahisa, spreading his arms wide, shouts that it is difficult for him to convey the feeling of admiration and pride from how many people came today to protect their city, and that he is grateful to each of them. Ray looks around the crowd. He can't believe that so many people have decided to participate in a test that doesn't have any reward. The hero realizes that a spy could easily sneak in among such a crowd. The hero's left eye emits a bright red glow. Ray thinks that he should find the villain before they all go inside. Raising his left hand, Takahisa shouts that the test will begin soon, and the participants should not be afraid to call for help if they meet a strong enemy. The guy promises that the association workers will help the players. Ray, smiling, thinks that Takahisa is not offering any strategy, and this is extremely stupid. However, such freedom even plays into his hands. Takahisa puts his hand to his head. The hero thinks that he seems to guess who the spy is here, and tries to figure out what would be the best way to deal with these people. Behind the hero, silhouettes with glowing eyes are visible. The young man thinks that out of 107 players, 106 turned out to be spies of the Dark Guild, and the only exception was himself. Ray walks next to other young people. Takahisa, standing next to him, points somewhere with his finger and asks everyone to be careful. The players find themselves inside an exhibition hall. We see a sculpture depicting an angel. Ray, looking at the exhibit, says that it looks expensive and rich. The young people standing around are holding spray cans in their hands. One of them, smiling, is preparing to press the sprayer. Flames rage in the exhibition hall. Ray jumps over the young people trying to kill him. Taking out his sword, he inflicts many blows. Raising his right hand, the hero smiles. He says that his opponents are blindly rushing into battle, spitting on the complete superiority of the opponent. He calls them obedient and fearless dogs. Takahisa appears in the exhibition hall, asking in fear what is going on. Ray looks at the guy running up to him and says that some idiots suddenly attacked him, and he had to calm them down. Takahisa says that this is some kind of nightmare, and expresses hope that the hero is not injured. A curved knife is visible in his hand. Ray grabs this weapon with 2 fingers. Takahisa, whose hand is shaking badly, is completely at a loss. He says that he cannot move his knife and tries to understand what kind of force is preventing him from doing this. The bastard does a somersault in the air and rests his hand on the floor. Ray, who took the weapon from the enemy, says that this knife is not an item from the game, and Takahisa will not even be able to scratch any player with it. The hero, standing in front of the enemies ready to pounce on him, offers to stop this farce and states that he is well aware that everyone in front of him is associated with the Dark Guild. Raising his hands, Takahisa states that if the hero knows everything, then it will be even easier. One of the guys holding his hand asks what kind of Dark Guild is this. He says that the order for this test came from the Environmental Protection Group. Takahisa, smiling disgustingly, says that everything is correct, and the Environmental Protection Group is a business partner of the Dark Guild. The villain raises his hands and suggests that the hero calmly discuss everything. The interlocutors stand opposite each other. Takahisa says that his priority is not to kill the hero, but to protect this place. He states that he does not want to be hostile to the young man. Grinning, the villain looks at the hero and says that if he agrees to cooperate, he will be paid an allowance of 50 or even 100,000 yen. The young men are indignant. The brunette asks why Takahisa was going to pay this guy 100,000 if they are only supposed to get 30. The guy standing next to him asks if the Dark Guild really promised someone a fee of 30,000 yen. The indignant young men surround Takahisa. The hero understands that in his recent past he could also have fallen for a similar scam. The guy's eyes shine brightly. He says that he has to refuse. Thoughtfully rubbing the back of his head, Takahisa says that he is very sorry. Menacingly looking at the hero, he says that in this case he will have to finish him off. Takahisa, raising his hands above himself, tells the players that he has a special offer for them, and whoever finishes off this guy will receive 100,000 yen bonus. Armed with museum pots, the hunters rush to attack. Someone calls to kill the hero. Ray puts out his hand, seeing many determined enemies in front of him. The young man looks to his right. He quickly rushes past dozens of players, striking each of them. Takahisa, looking at the guy, cries out in amazement. He advises the guy not to underestimate the former head of the judo club. Ray hits the villain with his knee in the nose. Takahisa is bound with many blue chains. Ray uses the soul restraint skill. The hero hits the scoundrel on the neck with the corner of his palm. Shaking his hands, the guy asks if the attack on him ended there. 2 young men are sitting by the wall. One of them says that they surrender and asks not to kill. Ray thinks that these people still know something about the Dark Guild, and not to take advantage of this is a sin. The young man brings the phone to his ear and tells everyone that he will not kill anyone if they cooperate. Ray, standing next to the defeated enemies, tells Rumi that he has great news, and they will have a whole 100 new guild members. The girl, whose hand is on the keyboard, asks if all these people should also undergo re-education. She expresses concern that the percentage of those who pass it will be negligible. Ray says that these are ordinary newbies, and they will not re-educate them. Takahisa, who has chains wrapped around his neck, chokes. The hero says that the only one who definitely needs re-education is the head of the Association for the Protection of Humanity. In front of us is a purple sword. The people present in the exhibition hall fly in different directions. Ray, who has a phone in his hand, flies back. A young man in a white shirt is standing on the balcony. The hero, smiling, looks up and says that his real opponent has finally shown himself. The guy, whose face is hidden by a black spot, asks how long ago the young man noticed him. He is smiling, replies that as soon as he entered this hall, Ray says that all the players who came, as far as he understands, were ordinary extras. The hero's opponent is visible behind him. Ray states that among all these weaklings there was one rather worthy opponent, and no matter how hard he tried to hide his powers, all the others simply faded in comparison. The guy in the shirt holds lightsabers in his hands. He states that, therefore, he really was too noticeable, so it is not surprising that the hero quickly understood everything. The young man rushes to attack, asking if Ray can survive a direct clash with him. The hero puts out a dagger and blocks the attack. The guy's weapon moves very quickly. A powerful flash occurs above the hero's head. The opponent rushes to attack again. He says that Ray parries blows with just one dagger, after which he states that the hero has become much stronger than he was in the game. The young man, trying to look into the eyes of his enemy, asks again about the game. Ray strikes. The mask flies off his opponent's face. It splits into two parts. The hero, taking a defensive stance, declares that he recognized his enemy. He admits that he could not even imagine that he would meet the person with whom he spent time in the game before the disaster. The young man covers his face with the hilt of his weapon. Ray calls him by name Yuto. In his hand, this guy has a lightsaber. He declares that he is also glad to meet his old acquaintance, and at the same time regrets that their meeting happened under such circumstances. Yuto raises the weapon above his head. He says that he is forced to end the hero's life. The hero takes off his mask. He asks if the enemy really intended to end his life. The true appearance of the young man appears in front of Yuto. Ray asks if he has enough strength. Purple discharges sparkle around Yuto. The guy activates the dual blade skill. With his mouth wide open, the young man screams that the hero leaves him no choice, after which he uses the super speed skill. Yuto rushes to attack. He hits Ray on the shoulder. Traces of a huge number of blows are visible around the hero. The young man admits that this skill is really good. The guy's eyes emit a dark glow. He activates the Eyes of the Soul skill. Yuto moves quickly with swords in his hands. Ray understands that his opponent, who is not the highest level, will not be able to maintain super speed for long. The system gives information about Yuto Maeda. It is reported that he is level 38. The main class is a swordsman with 2 swords and there is no subclass. Ray blocks the enemy's blow, protecting his back with a dagger. He says that Yuto seems to be about to run out of steam. The weapon that Yuto uses trembles. Ray kicks. His opponent flies far away and crashes his back into the wall. Blood gushes from the guy's mouth. The hero approaches the knockdown enemy and says that the guy is very strong, but uses a very weak weapon, and will not be able to end his life with such swords. Ray uses the soul restraint skill with his hand outstretched. Yuto, bound by chains, says that he can't move and that the hero's skill shouldn't work since there isn't a huge level gap between them. Ray, whose eyes are glowing dimly, says that the guy is wrong and there really is a huge level gap between them. The hero, looking closely at his immobilized opponent, says that he is one of the best players he has ever known. He asks why the guy needs a dark guild and offers to join him. Sweat runs down Yuto's face. Ray tells him that the guy will make millions with him. We see the lower part of the young man's face. He states that he simply cannot accept this offer. Ray, with his hands in his pockets, asks him to explain his refusal. Yuto says that he can't do that either. Snapping his fingers, the hero increases the pressure of the chains. Yuto lets out a piercing scream and says that he still can't tell, because if he spills the beans, he might do something terrible. Ray looks at the guy and asks who he is and where, by the way, Hisashi is. The hero, looking at his opponent, asks if Hisashi is really being held hostage. Sweat pours down Yuto's face. The guy says that the hero can see right through him. The chains squeeze the guy's body. Ray says that Yuto hasn't changed at all. A monster engulfed in flame stands in front of the 3 young people. The hero remembers that Prophecy Online repelled potential players with its difficulty, and it was simply impossible for casuals to survive in it, especially when it came to dungeons. 2 players are visible next to the hero. The young man thinks that for this reason it was important to have strong comrades in the game. We see 2 smiling guys. Ray remembers that his comrades were Yuto and his younger brother Hisashi. The young men fight a giant monster. The hero thinks that the bosses he could easily kill alone, they destroyed together. But when the difference in levels became too great, they stopped playing together. The comrades' paths diverge. Ray remembers that he still has their contacts in the game. Ray and Yuto are sitting on neighboring benches. The hero says that he never expected to meet his former comrade under such circumstances. Raising his head, the young man asks Yuto where the attackers are keeping Hisashi. He, sadly lowering his head, says that he has no idea, since these scoundrels do not even let him see his brother. Yuto kneels in front of the hero and shouts that he has a soulsmith subclass, which means that he can find out where the villains are keeping his brother. Ray, closing his eyes, lowers his head. He says that he has such a skill, but now they are not in the game, but in the real world. A boy approaches a magnificent painting and asks how much it can be sold for. He tells his former comrade that now he is only motivated by money. Raising his hand, the young man declares that if Yuto wants to save his brother, he will have to give up the entire contents of his wallet. The boy kneels and, shaking all over, begs the hero to save Hisashi. Ray asks if the boy has his brother's things with him. Yuto hands the hero a cap and declares that it belongs to Hisashi. Ray says that this item will do just fine. Next to Ray, A cap and a bottle are visible. He uses the soul search skill and sets Hisashi Maeda as the target. The system first reports that the target is not found, and then that it is already dead. Yuto looks at the blue window in shock. We see the faces of two young people. Both of them are shocked that Hisashi has died. In front of us is a character with glowing eyes. The system informs that the young man was killed by Raven. Yuto's hands are shaking. He calls the one who killed his brother a bastard. Ray, standing in front of the guy, asks if he knows this person. Yuto says that it was this bastard who forced him to work for the Dark Guild and took his brother hostage. The young man's face is distorted with rage. He promises to kill this scum with his own hands. Kneeling, Yuto reaches out to the hero. He says that if he needs money, he will earn as much for him as needed, and in response he asks only one thing to help avenge his brother's death. Before us is the hero's face. We see a portrait. Ray says that it is also very painful for him to hear that the guy died, because Hisashi was like a younger brother to him. Yuto looks at the young man with pleading eyes. He asks him to go to Raven with him and destroy this scum. Ray apologizes, moves away from the young man. The hero says that he simply does not have enough time, since money will not earn itself. Yuto begs the guy to stop. He pays attention to the sound coming from the phone. The hero sees two messages from Tsukino. The girl asks if it is true that the hero fought in the museum trial against the Dark Guild, how he agreed to it, and who paid him. Ray is amazed. He cannot understand where the girl gets information about him from. Before us is a correspondence between two young people. Ray writes that it was his personal initiative, after which he asks why the girl is interested in his affairs, and is it connected with the fact that she has an order for him. Tsukino says that the government is looking for people to destroy the Dark Guild base and is ready to pay 1 billion yen. The guy, looking at the phone screen in amazement, repeats the announced amount. He cannot believe that an ordinary order for elimination is estimated at 1 billion. Tsukino looks at the phone screen. The hero asks her how she knows about this order. The girl writes that the government asked the Wings of Genesis Guild for help, so the hero must keep information about this mission a secret. We see the faces of two young men. Ray asks why the girl is sharing this information with him. She states that he is not a stranger to her. We see two more messages from Tsukino. She writes that, according to rumors, the Dark Guild headquarters holds assets worth over 10 billion yen, and if they fulfill the order, the government will turn a blind eye to what is happening there. Ray, behind whom a painting is visible, approaches Yuto and asks if Raven could be at the Dark Guild headquarters now. The young man looks at the hero with hope in his eyes and states that Raven is the leader of the Japanese branch of the Dark Guild, and he hardly ever leaves his headquarters. Ray says that everything is clear to him. Smiling, the young man states that his plans have changed. Raising his thumb, he declares that he will help the boy get revenge. Ray texts Tsukino that the Gold Farm Guild is taking on this order. Ray and Yuto are walking along a city street. Tsukino texts the hero that the police seem to have found the Dark Guild's base and are already heading there. The guy, next to whom his new ally is visible, asks the girl if this base is on the 12th floor of the building. Tsukino is surprised. She asks how the hero found out about this if she herself recently received this information from the government. Ray looks at the screen of his phone. He writes that he was conducting a personal investigation into the Dark Guild, and is already heading there. The guy looks at his device in surprise. Tsukino asks if the hero will be able to help the police, because if the Dark Guild fights back, the guards of order may not cope with them. Ray asks how much he will get for this. Tsukino looks at the screen of his device in surprise. The hero writes to her that he will agree to take 1 million yen for saving one life of both the Dark Guild members and the police. The girl replies that she will discuss these conditions with the government, but in case of refusal, Wings of Genesis will take payment for the guy's services. Ray smiles. He says that he has accepted the order for execution. The young man, looking at his ally, says that the police, apparently, are also heading to the Dark Guild base. Yuto, smiling happily, suggests that they hurry. Ray, looking at the guy, says that he will go alone, and he should wait here. He states that the Dark Guild does not yet know whether Yuto is alive or not, and he wants to hide this fact from them and catch him off guard. Touching the visor of his cap, Yuto says that he will do as the hero wants, and will wait for him here. The guy waves his hand and asks the hero to be careful. He states that if the police have already discovered the Dark Guild, then the villains could have set traps all over the building. Ray replies that he will keep this in mind. In front of us is a skyscraper. The hero approaches a yellow tape stretched across the sidewalk. He lifts it to pass. A young man who appears next to him apologizes and says that due to a gas leak the passage to the building is temporarily blocked. Ray, looking out from under the ribbon, says that the Wings of Genesis Guild has asked him to participate in this operation and asks if he has the right address. The young man apologizes for his mistake and offers the hero to follow him. He approaches the table where the people in suits are standing and says that a player from the Wings of Genesis Guild has arrived. The unpleasant man states that it seems that they have received reinforcements. Unnaturally twisting his right hand, he asks what use this unprepared character is to them all, and boldly declares that they will figure it out themselves. The man, raising a finger, irritably declares that he is the boss here, so his orders must be followed without question, after which he demands that the hero dare not meddle in other people's business. The man, raising his fist, stands in front of the Special Forces fighters and orders them to move forward. Ray, looking at this picture, says that, in his opinion, this is a very bad idea. A powerful explosion is heard at the top of the skyscraper. The guy says that he warned about this possibility. The people around him begin to panic. Someone screams that debris is flying right at them. Yellow streams appear around the hero. He uses the soul thread skill. The streams twist into spirals. A yellow web appears above the smoking skyscraper. The young man looks in amazement at the stone that stopped right above him and asks if they are all saved. Ray tells the young people looking at him that they should also save the fools who have already managed to get to the top. Pushing off the ground, he quickly takes off. The guy flies to the floors where the explosion occurred. He lands. The hero sees the Special Forces soldiers lying on the floor and tries to understand if he is too late. Ray stands over the squad leader groaning in pain. Covering his nose with his hand, the young man states that the life of one person in this case is worth 1,000,000 yen, and if they die here, he will lose a significant amount of money. Yellow streams wrap around the fighters. Ray lowers the resulting cocoon to the base of the skyscraper. The hero crawls under the yellow tape, declaring that he has nothing more to do here, and he leaves. The surrounding people thank him. Someone asks who this guy is. Ray puts his hands in his pockets, approaches Yuto and states that he has already finished the job, who replies that the guy did it very quickly. Yuto hands the hero a bag of juice and asks how it went, who replies that the villains managed to escape, and they were just wasting their time. Piercing the bag with a straw, Ray asks if the Dark Guild could have another base. Yuto, standing behind the hero, replies that he only knew about the one they just visited. In front of us is a phone and various vials. Yuto says that he threw away the items the guild gave him, including a smartphone, the same day he met Ray, but they can go back to the museum together and try to find at least the phone there. The young people walk down the street. The hero says that they shouldn't do this, since the villains will then find out about their location. He says that, in addition to everything, he already has an action plan. Yuto asks what it is. Ray walks in front of his new ally. He says that it is difficult to engage in criminal business and organize a hideout while being in the sights of the police, especially when there are thousands of cameras around the city that can easily recognize faces. In front of us is an image of one of the cameras. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, Yuto says that, most likely, the scoundrels will choose a place with a minimum number of cameras and which is very difficult to find. Yuto raises his hand and says that a low-level dungeon with insignificant rewards would perfectly fit this description. Ray declares that the guy is thinking in the right direction, and he has already ordered his army of money hamsters to look for such a place. Yuto asks in amazement if he heard wrong about who is in this army. Closing his eyes, the hero explains that he means his guild gold farm. He promises that Yuto will definitely become a part of this organization, will work hard and bring him millions. The young man squats from such impudence, and says that the hero does not stand on ceremony with others at all. The guy asks Ray, who is drinking juice, if he wants to call his army for help. We see happy guild members. The hero says that these people have completely different tasks and a tight schedule, and if he calls them, he will interfere with their work and thereby reduce profits. Ray looks thoughtful. He gets a message from Golden Hamster number 37, who says that in the last month, there have been only 36 dungeons with no activity, 7 of them are near Tokyo, and the only closed dungeon with constantly respawning monsters is the Slaughter Keep, located deep in the mountains of Chiba Prefecture. In front of us is a map of the area. Golden Hamster number 37 says that he has marked the geolocation of this dungeon. Above the hero's head is a pagoda. He says that the Slaughter Keep facility is deep in the mountains, and if enemies are constantly respawning there, it really is an ideal place for a base. In front of the guy is a samurai with a horned helmet. Ray says that given the difficulty level of the dungeon and the low level of enemies, it is impossible to get a high level or valuable items there, so it is really unlikely that anyone will go there, especially considering how asshole it is. Ray looks thoughtfully to his left. He asks what's going on with the object he asked to get. Yuto, looking back at the hero, says that he has everything prepared. The guy asks if the young man really expected such a development of events. Ray replies that he guessed about it. Yuto, pointing at a white SUV, states that this car can withstand a trip through any mountains. Ray closes the car door behind him and demands that Yuto drive as fast as possible, not caring about the fines for speeding, which he will pay if anything. The driver states that no one forced the hero by the tongue. Yuto presses the gas pedal. The car takes off. Ray, in his hands, who has another bag of juice, says that this time they should not let the bastards get away. Yuto states that the hero is damn right. The car is driving along a narrow road along a cliff. In front of us is the navigator screen. Ray says that you need to go straight. Yuto, who is driving the car, says that there is no road further and asks if he still needs to step on the gas. The hero promises that he will take this problem upon himself. Ray, who has a mask on, tells the guy to drive carefully and not slow down. Yuto happily replies that he can definitely handle this. The white car enters a sharp turn. It flies off the cliff. The car rushes down the slope. Ray, dropping the bag of tea, asks if his driver has gone crazy. He laughs loudly. The car rushes down the steep slope. The hero, gritting his teeth in fear, looks ahead. Yuto shouts that this is real extreme. The car lands on the ground and bounces. Leaning on the steering wheel, Yuto states that they seem to have a flat tire, but overall the landing was soft. Ray says that he asked them to drive carefully. Yudo clenches his fist happily. He says that they are at the foot of the mountain, and the enemy will definitely not notice them. Then he states that if they had such a wonderful car at their disposal, they should have used it to the maximum. Ray looks at his ally with displeasure. A pagoda is visible above the trees. The hero, who has a backpack on his shoulders, asks his comrade if he forgot something. The young man tries to lift the huge backpack. He says that he is still not rested from driving, and now he has to carry heavy luggage. The guy asks what the hero put in it. Ray, looking over his shoulder at his ally, says that there are weapons in the backpacks, and if they are going to go against the army together, then they need to have an entire arsenal with them. People are standing at the gate. It is reported that the slaughter keep is in front of us. Hiding behind the trees, the young men look at the opponents. Those guarding the gate are clearly bored. One of them, folding his arms on his chest, says that it would be nice if some woman passed by now. His comrade reminds that strangers do not go in this wilderness. The scoundrel, who lacks female attention, asks if they can do whatever they want if someone appears here. His comrade answers that, it seems, someone can't wait to finish someone off. The hero looks at the scoundrels from behind a tree. One of them says that killing is always fun. Ray whispers to his comrade that the gate is guarded by some moral freaks. Yuto sullenly says that he saw the same people at the previous base. The hero says that this means their assumption was correct. The young man smiles. He says that he really wants to attack right now, but first he needs to figure out how the security of the facility is arranged here. Yuto says that the previous base was disguised as an office that was rented in a multi-story building, but here everything is different. The bridges leading to the dungeon are destroyed, and the dungeon itself is protected by a barrier. We see a purple fog. Yuto says that this gate is the only passage into the dungeon. Ray, whose eyes we see, says that the villains are concentrating their forces on a narrow area, so they are completely safe as long as they control the entry point. The approach to the gate is blocked. Yuto says that you should not relax, since the guards can be not only at the gate, but also in other places. In front of us are many members of the Dark Guild. Yuto says that a separate unit consisting of 30 people worked at the previous base. Ray looks closely at the guy and asks how strong these fighters were. Yuto replies that they cannot compare with the two of them. However, as far as he knows, there are 3 players in the Dark Guild who are on the same level with him, or even surpass him. Fighters with glowing eyes are visible above the guy's head. Yuto says that they are Jack, Croaky and Raven, and these are the people who will be the hardest to deal with. Ray, smiling, says that if 3 players are equal to his comrade in strength, it will be a lot of fun. Yuto happily declares that his ally is an optimist, on whom he will rely in the future. In front of us is one of the villains. The hero says that it will be a shame if the named trio escapes while they are dealing with small fry. According to him, 1,000,000 yen is given for 1 member of the Dark Guild, so now it is advisable to block the exit so as not to lose profit. Yuto disappointingly says that the hero seems to have come here only for the money. He replies that everything is exactly like that. Guards are standing at the gate. Ray declares that it is not only about money, since if they do not close the exit, the criminals can escape. The hero, looking at his upset ally, says that Raven, who he is looking for, might also have disappeared. Yuto squeezes the strap of his backpack. His eyes fill with rage. He says that they need to block the exit so that no creature can jump out. We see many characters we already know. The hero says that in order to securely close the exit, they can contact the Wings of Genesis Guild, which will send reinforcements. But in this case there is a chance that some spy will reveal their intentions to the Dark Guild. We see nasty guys guarding the entrance to the dungeon. Yuto asks if this means that they need to protect this gate until reinforcements from Wings of Genesis arrive. Ray replies that they will most likely have to do just that. Yuto looks at the hero with fear and asks if they can handle this task together. Ray says that the guy seems to doubt their abilities. The hero writes a message to Tsukino, informing him that he has discovered the second base of the Dark Guild, asking him to urgently send the strongest players who can assist in the blockade. He also warns that there may be a spy inside the Wings of Genesis Guild, so the girl should send only those she trusts as herself. Ray looks at her ally and says that they will start after sending the message. Yuto says that he understands everything. We see the eyes of a young man. The number 5 is heard. In front of us is the lower part of the face of a scoundrel smoking a cigarette. The hero calls out the number 4. We see Ray's eye. The young man calls out the number 3. In front of us is someone's shoes. The number 2 is heard. The hero puts his finger to the send option. The number 1 is heard. Yuto, who has 2 swords in his hands, activates the super speed skill. He rushes across the bridge incredibly quickly. Unexpectedly for the Dark Guild members, the guy starts to strike. One of the bastards manages to ask what kind of sound that was. Purple discharges sparkle around the guy. He pierces the back of the head of one of the enemies with a lightsaber. Ray looks at his ally, standing at the open gate. He says that this backpack only prevented him from developing normal speed. Smiling, the guy asks his comrade not to blame him for being slow. Ray puts a huge backpack on the ground. He says that it's time to get a weapon. The young man spins a huge backpack around himself, from which white discs fly out. They strew the entire space in front of the pagoda. The hero says that now everything is ready, and all that remains is to wait for the bastards to start coming out. Ray smiles. In front of us is a surveillance camera. Dozens of Dark Guild members run out of the pagoda gates. Someone gives the order to immediately destroy the outsiders. Ray says that his millions are running straight into his hands. The guy looks at the enemies, smiling, and says that it's time to make money. Ray uses the coin explosion skill. The Dark Guild members fly apart in different directions. Clouds of smoke rise in front of the allies. The hero says that, as he thought, even from a weak explosion, all the enemies immediately fell off their feet. The villains cover their faces with their hands. Someone screams that they can't see a thing because of the smoke. A bald fighter warns his comrades about the danger, and yells that the enemies can attack right now. Ray kills the bastard, praising him for his ingenuity. Yuto deals with many opponents. The hero notes that he has already laid out 10 and reminds that one such scoundrel is worth 1,000,000 yen, which means that the guy makes money very quickly. Yuto, smiling, says that he has just begun. An enemy appears above the hero's head. His ally warns of the danger. The scoundrel's head flies off. Ray and his comrades stand opposite each other. Yuto says that the hero definitely saw this enemy, but stood there and waited for his ally to do the job for him. Ray asks how the guy figured it out. The hero points a dagger at the camera hanging behind him and says that he does not want to reveal all his trump cards to those who installed this device. We see the video camera up close. Ray asks Yuto not to call him by name, since even if the device does not have a microphone, words can be easily read on the lips. Corpses are lying around the young people. The hero declares that enough has been done, and now it is time to deprive the enemies of their eyes. Ray, smiling, kneels down on one knee. He demolishes the camera along with the roof to which it was attached. The participants of the meeting look at the image coming from this device. In front of us is Raven, the head of the Japanese branch of the Dark Guild. He declares that they have come to visit. A girl in a business suit reports that one of the attackers is Yuto Maeda, nicknamed Mouse, who is a traitor to their organization, and the identity of the second has not been established. The blonde man sitting at the table says that they are currently checking the identity of the second character in the databases of the Japanese Adventurers Association, but have not found any matches yet. Raven thoughtfully rubs his chin. He says that if Mouse betrayed them, it was most likely because he learned of the death of his younger brother, who, like him, was always in the way. In front of us is a skyscraper. A young man in a green jacket runs up to Raven, looking out the window, shouting that he wants to ask about the next mission. Raven, without looking back at him, declares that Rat is capable of doing this job. It turns out that we see Yuto's younger brother, Hisashi, who is a member of the Dark Guild and is nicknamed Rat. The guy says that it is not the complexity of the mission, but its essence. The interlocutors are shown from under the ceiling of the room. Hisashi says that the client wants to eliminate the target, against whom he allegedly harbors a terrible grudge, but the guy thinks that this is complete nonsense. Raven, whose reflection is visible in the window, asks in surprise why Hisashi calls this nonsense, and whether he is sure of his accusations. The scoundrel says that the guy just needs to eliminate the target, and then receive a worthy reward, and he does not see any problems in this. In front of us is the emblem of the organization. Hisashi says that the client wants to destroy the Wings of Genesis Guild. Raven, looking out the window, says that the joke turned out to be very funny. Hisashi angrily shouts that the specific target of the assassination is his old friend, whom he met in the game. This is an ordinary healer with a friendly disposition, against whom no one could harbor a grudge. The guy says that the only motive he sees for this murder is causing harm to the Wings of Genesis Guild. Hisashi looks at the back of the scoundrel. The guy says that healers are very valuable personnel for each guild. They are very weak alone, but if one of them dies, it will greatly harm the organization. Raven, smiling, says that the guy has a very rich imagination, after which he asks why they, the Dark Guild, which already has a lot of things to do, would kill healers from other such organizations. Hisashi says that the goal may be to prevent passing the trials, because currently in Japan only Wings of Genesis is able to clear very dangerous dungeons. Representatives of two guilds are visible above Hisashi's head. The guy says that if the power of such an organization is undermined, then it will be impossible to counter the impending chaos, and the Dark Guild will be able to benefit if attempts to pass the trials end in failure time after time. Raven, standing with his back to the boy, says that he is, of course, right, but there is some inaccuracy in his statements. The bastard can be seen with collapsing buildings above his head, and says that it would be much faster to destroy an entire country. With his arms spread wide, the bastard declares that if the Wings of Genesis Guild disappears, Japan will simply disappear if the large-scale test is repeated. Purple streams wrap around Hisashi's leg, and Raven says that the guy has gone far beyond his competence. Black energy stretches from the bastard towards the guy, and Raven says that the young man's life will end here and now. Hisashi screams in horror, and the bastard uses the Shadowbind skill. Streams of purple energy lift Hisashi into the air. The guy smiles happily, and he screams for Raven to kill him, as this will finally free his brother. The young man, bound by black streams, screams that Yuto only worked for the Dark Guild because his brother was held hostage, and if Raven kills Hisashi, Yuto will no longer obey this bastard. The bastard, smiling, asks if the young man really thinks that there is no other leverage over Mouse. Hisashi joyfully screams that no one can make his brother obey. Raven asks the guy why. In his opinion, Yuto never communicated with him. A huge spear appears in the hands of the bastard. The villain's eyes glow. He screams that if Hisashi dies, Yuto will not even know about it. Raven plunges his weapon into the guy's chest. He flies far back and crashes into the organization's emblem. Blood gushes from the guy's mouth. Raven says that he is very sorry, and if Hisashi had minded his own business, he would have lived longer. The gray-haired old man sitting at the table thoughtfully says that this is why he suggested simply cutting off a couple of the guy's limbs, making him a cripple, in which case Hisashi would simply become his new toy. The old bastard twirls his mustache, and it is announced that before us is a member of the Dark Guild Croaky. Raven, raising his left hand, states that if he left the person alive who knows about their plans, information could leak, and he simply could not allow this. The old man states that the branch head is right. Croaky, folding his hands in front of himself, happily says that if their plan is carried out, and Japan disappears, he will be able to warm his bones in a luxurious resort in Hawaii, the Maldives, or even Dubai. The child sitting opposite the old man says that Croaky has some old man's plans for life in his head. He demands that the little bastard repeat his words. The boy, smiling, declares that a vacation at the resort gets boring after just one day, and the old man is more suited to playing with his stupid toys. It is reported that in front of us is a member of the Dark Guild, Jack. The old man gets up from his seat to reach the impudent fellow. He once again demands that he repeat his words. Raven orders Jack and Croaky to stop arguing. The big guy sitting next to the old man asks him if he has considered the possibility of transferring to work at headquarters, because if they destroy Japan, then a place in the main office will be guaranteed for him. Croaky declares that he is not attracted to working with papers, and is more accustomed to working on the front lines. A weapon appears in the old man's hand. He says that he likes killing people more than sitting in a stuffy office, and besides, constant movement is much healthier. Raven, raising his right hand, says that the old man is in his repertoire, after which he asks what is happening downstairs at the gate. The girl says in fear that they sent soldiers there, but it seems they all died. Raven, standing up, says that if weak mercenaries were sent there, they simply could not cope with Mouse. The bastard declares that he will personally deal with those who dared to challenge them. The villain takes a weapon from the rack and declares that Croaky is going with him. Just like Jack, the child happily declares that he is always ready for such things. The old man walking next to the boy says that Raven is very serious, then asks if the branch manager is throwing too much force against two rats. Raven, looking over his shoulder at Croaky, replies that rodents should not be taken too lightly, since a cornered rat can bite out a cat's throat. The bastard remembers the hero looking at the camera. He says that the guy who is with Yuto is a complete mystery to them, and it seems to him that he should be killed as soon as possible, so as not to run into any surprises. Raven spins a huge spear. He lowers its shaft to the floor. The villain confidently declares that these two will taste the tip of his spear. Rei and Yuto are standing next to the corpses of the defeated enemies. The hero, surprised, declares that they easily dealt with the opponents, and asks how many bastards they laid down. Yuto, smiling, declares that he did not count, but is sure that they have already dealt with half of the enemies. Rei says that if there are still half left, then this is very good, since they will be able to earn a little more. The owner of very elegant shoes comes forward. Yuto, looking back, sees Raven behind him. The guy grinds his teeth in rage. The hero asks what is happening to him. The young man answers that it is Raven, the head of the branch. In the bastard's hand is a spear with a very strange tip. He spreads his arms out to the sides and says that he has not seen Mouse for a long time, and if the guy is here, then it means he knows the truth about his brother. Yuto gloomily declares that Raven will answer for the death of Hisashi. Light swords appear in the hands of the young man. He says the name of the skill Super Speed. The system reports that this skill cannot be activated, and the time until reuse is 3 hours 25 minutes and 52 seconds. Yuto grinds his teeth in anger. He jumps high, leaving a bright trail behind him. Yuto approaches the enemy. Rei calmly looks at his ally. He thinks that the guy has completely lost his head, but he can allow him to commit one reckless act today. We see a very unusual weapon. Jack is seen above Yuto's head, next to which a powerful explosion occurs. The skill Wide Slash is used. The hero's ally sticks both of his swords into the ground. Electric discharges sparkle next to the guy's head. The young man sees two more opponents in front of him. Jack, smiling, says that Yuto has come a long way, and only to have this idiot finished off here. He asks the old man if he agrees with his assessment. Croaky licks his dagger, telling the boy that it is very impolite to laugh at Yuto, as such a fool should be pitted, because risking one's life for the sake of a dead body is the height of stupidity. Yuto, frowning at Jack and Croaky, says that if Raven took them with him, he took the threat very seriously. Rei asks the boy who they are, and states that if they are in his way, they can simply be blown up with coins. Yuto, holding out one of his swords, asks Raven why he took his younger brother's life. The bastard, smiling, states that there was no special reason. The rat simply bit its owner's hand and paid for what it did. Yuto, perplexed, asks if the bastard really killed a man just because he did not want to obey. Raven, holding a spear in his hand, says that it is customary to get rid of useless rodents, and it is very sad if Yuto is as dim-witted as his younger brother and cannot understand such an obvious rule. The young man's hand trembles. He says that the bastard in front of him dared to insult his dead brother. Jack and Croaky approach the guy. Raven advises the young man to look around, otherwise he will very soon go after his dead relative. Ray uses the Soul Barrage skill and throws aside two bastards who try to attack from behind. Yuto, smiling, looks at his ally, who says that the guy can go, and he will deal with these two on his own. Yuto, gritting his teeth in anger, looks at Raven standing by the pagoda. The guy rushes to attack the enemy who raised his spear and shouts that he should prepare for death. The head of the Dark Guild branch calls the young man a fool. A huge wall appears in front of the bastard as a result of using the Ice Fortress skill. He asks Yuto how he was going to kill him without his super speed. Grinding his teeth in rage, the guy looks at his opponent. Holding a sword in each hand, the guy shouts that Raven should not underestimate him. Powerful purple discharges sparkle around the guy. Yuto raises his weapon to strike and uses the Thermal Blast skill. Two types of energy collide between the opponents. The young men look at each other. Yuto thinks that he will now hit his sworn enemy. Ray, carelessly parrying the old man's blow, understands that things are bad. He puts his left hand towards his ally and uses the Coin Blast skill, who, in turn, uses the Slash skill. As a result of the powerful explosion, Yuto flies far back. He manages to land on his feet. He asks his comrade what just happened. Ray, continuing to fight Jack and Croaky, shouts that Yuto will thank him for this, and offers to see what he just saved him from. A giant ice block falls in front of the guy. Yuto looks at this object in amazement, and understands that if it were not for Ray, he would have been crushed now. The hero, continuing to parry the blows, tells his ally that he takes 1,000,000 yen for saving his life, and the guy should not forget to transfer this amount to him after the mission is completed. In addition, he states that he does not understand how the young man will be able to take revenge on his enemy if he takes and dies. In front of us is the left side of the hero's face. He asks his comrade not to worry, and promises to lead him to victory. Huge ice crystals rise on the battlefield. Raven tells the hero that he sees him for the first time, and not only did he contact the mouse, but it also seems that he was the one who interfered with the plans of the Dark Guild in the European mansion and museum. Ray, still fending off his opponent's blows, asks Raven what he's talking about. The young man asks him to stop talking nonsense. He thinks that the bastard most likely knows about Gold Farm, but has no idea who the guy in front of him really is. Raven, holding a spear, says that he doesn't understand why the hero would go against a strong organization and get involved with a traitor, thereby condemning himself to death. Ray, smiling, says that the answer here seems obvious, and he's doing it all for money. Raven, looking menacingly at the guy, asks if he really decided to make an entire guild his enemy for the sake of making money. Ray wonders what's strange about that. He defeats Jack and Croaky with one blow, after which he declares that there is nothing more important in this world than money. Ray spreads his arms wide and declares that Raven's head is worth 1,000,000 yen, and if that bastard dies, Yuto will work for him. Blue energy swirls around the guy, and he says that Raven killed Hisashi for his guild's profit, and now it's his turn to die to give someone else a profit. The hero raises his hand to his forehead and uses the Soul Limit Break skill. Yuto looks at the window that appears in front of him in shock. The system informs that player Ray Indu wants to use the Soul Limit Break skill on the guy, which provides quick recovery. The window asks if the boy allows this skill to be used on himself. Yuto, whose eyes are dimly glowing, gives his consent. A bright blue glow is visible next to the guy. The system informs that Soul Limit Break has been activated, and the cooldown of skills has been reduced to 0. Raven smiles, and Yuto learns that for the duration of the skill, he receives protection from the powers of player Ray. The hero, smiling, says that his ally can act. We see a powerful flash. Yuto, holding two swords in his hands, rushes forward, using the skill's super speed. Raven, looking at Yuto, says that he is acting very impudent. A blue tip is visible next to the guy's face. Yuto is surrounded by sharp ice projectiles. Electric discharges sparkle around the guy. Raven says that Mouse seems to have already forgotten who knows his movements best. With his mouth wide open, the scoundrel says that the guy's speed and sword skills are truly worthwhile, but he has 3 weaknesses. Yuto tries to dodge numerous blows. Raven says that the first drawback is that the young man only fights at a short distance. Yuto, gritting his teeth with rage, looks at his opponent, who says that he himself is armed with a long spear and has comparable speed of movement, so he is not afraid of the enemy's attacks. The scoundrel's eyes glow brightly. He says that Yuto's second weakness is his low attack power. The tip of the bastard's spear emits a bright glow. Yuto holds the sword in front of his face. Sharp ice spikes are visible under the guy. Raven states that the third drawback is the skill's time limit, thanks to which you can simply wait for the super speed skill to end and finish off its owner. We see the guy's eye. Yuto thinks that he is really no match for Raven, but even now he has a chance to win. The opponents exchange blows. Raven asks what exactly Yuto is unable to do, after which he says that he should not forget that all his intentions are visible as if on the palm of his hand. The young man, who has a sword in each hand, thinks that he knows the main advantages of his enemy, and he only has one skill that is truly worth fearing backfire. We see a schematic representation of the action of this skill. Yuto thinks that it increases the recoil of the blocked blow, and Raven can attack with double the force. And now, thanks to the fact that Ray transferred part of his powers to the guy, not only the power of his attack will increase, but also the power of the recoil, so you need to strike before activating this skill. Raven raises his spear above his head. Gritting his teeth in anger, the bastard asks where his opponent got such strength from. Yuto, looking at the enemy, says that this will remain his little secret. Ray stands with his arms wide apart. Yuto thinks that thanks to the help of his ally he can fight Raven on equal terms. Yellow streams swirl around the tip of the bastard's spear. Raven demands that Mouse not be arrogant, and then uses the recoil skill. Raven strikes and hits his enemy in the chest. Blood gushes out of Yuto's mouth. The guy flies away, leaving a deep furrow in the ground. The bastard approaches the enemy, and says that he will kill him just like his brother. Some object is visible behind the bastard. It flies past the head of the scoundrel and plunges into the rock. A sword sticks out above Yuto's head. Raven, who has a deep cut on his cheek, turns around and demands that the hero not interfere and wait his turn. Ray calmly looks at the enemy who turned to him. Smiling, the young man says that this weapon will be useful to Yuto. The young man takes the sword out of the wall. Horror appears on Raven's face. Yuto plunges the weapon into the bastard's chest. Looking up, he declares that since Raven knows his techniques best, he was forced to learn new tricks from Ray. Blood gushes from the wound. Raven looks somewhere into the void. He falls to the ground face down. Yuto smiles and says that he was able to avenge Hisashi. The boy remembers his brother, and the time he spent with him. Yuto holds the bloody sword. The system reports that the effects of the soul limit break skill have disappeared and his physical strength has returned to normal. The boy smiles and says that he still wanted to kill that bastard himself. Ray supports his ally by the shoulder. Putting his hand on his back, the hero says that his help was minimal, and the guy himself took the life of his sworn enemy. Blood is running down Yuto's face. He asks what happened to Jack and Croaky. A strange purple glow is visible above the pagoda. Ray says that the guy seems to be talking about those two idiots who came with Raven. He points his finger behind his back and says that they are lying nearby. We see two defeated villains. Ray watches the battle between Raven and Yuto. It is reported that it happened 2 minutes ago. The hero says that now it remains to just wait and see how it ends. A boy and an old man stand in front of the hero with weapons in their hands. One of them says that the guy seems to have completely forgotten about them. Ray is surprised and asks why they are still alive. Jack, raising a sharp scythe above his head, uses the aura of death skill. A wall of dark energy appears in front of the hero. Ray, holding a dagger, realizes that the enemy is using a skill that creates a space where the attack power will be increased. The child strikes, using the skill wide slash. The hero has to jump high to avoid being hit. A dagger thrown by Croaky flies towards him from behind. The old man uses the skill penetrating charge. The bastard opens his mouth wide and shouts that the hero will not be able to dodge his weapon without a foothold. Ray looks back at the projectile approaching him from behind. The hero cuts the dagger flying at him, pierces his young opponent, and then puts the dagger to the old man's neck. The boy's eyes glow menacingly. He tells the old bastard that only idiots part with their weapons during a fight. Blood splashes upward. Yuto, smiling, sits against the wall. He states that his ally instantly dealt with two enemies. He replies that it is no one's fault that they have such a huge difference in strength. Yuto, smiling, apologizes to the hero and says that it seems that he can no longer help him. Since he is not even able to move, Ray says that the guy can rest, and he will earn the rest of the money himself. Another enemy appears in front of the guys. He says that no one will be able to rest. The big guy, who holds a pickaxe on his shoulder, says that he would never have thought that Mouse could defeat Raven, but the guy is alive and still breathing, albeit with great difficulty. Ray thoughtfully states that reinforcements from the Dark Guild seem to have arrived faster than the wings of Genesis troops. Holding his dagger above his head, the young man says that one bastard is worth 1,000,000 yen, and there are about 20 of them in total. Taking a defensive stance, Ray declares that this is not a dungeon, but some kind of gold mine. The big guy bangs his head on the ground. Ray holds a dagger over him and says that the opponents look formidable, but in reality they are nothing special. The guy, however, does not care about all this, since he will still get his money for them. Cars drive through the gate. The guild emblem is visible on the hood of one of them. Ray takes off his mask and says that Wings of Genesis have arrived, so they can get rid of the disguise for now. Yamagata Tsukino, holding his sword, says that the hero worked hard. Ray stands in front of the girl. She asks if he and his ally, that is, just the two of them, really managed to block the exit for the Dark Guild to retreat. The guy says that it was not particularly difficult. The boy and girl look around. Tsukino asks where the hero's ally is. He points at his comrade and says that the boy is still unconscious. The girl looks at Yuto in amazement and asks how the two of them managed to hold out, since, as far as she can see, the battle was not easy. Many people are visible around Ray and Tsukino. The girl says that from now on the Wings of Genesis Guild will also help block the exit. The guy in the baseball cap asks what all this complexity is for, because if all the villains are inside, then you can just go in and kill them all. The bald player says that he completely agrees with the previous speaker. He says that the strongest fighters of their organization have arrived here, and together they are capable of a lot. Tsukino says that this operation is commanded by Ray Inda. Raising her hand, the girl says that disobeying the orders of this man will be severely punished. We see a strange yellow object. The girl holding it in her hands demands that everyone calm down. It is reported that Hoshino Iori, a member of the Wings of Genesis Guild, is in front of us, asking the bald player what he was listening to, since Tsukino made it very clear. The bald player, angrily clenching his fist, shouts at the girl to mind her own business. She demands that the shaved idiot repeat his words and asks if he really thinks he can shut her up if she is a woman. The hero looks at the disputants with displeasure, and says that their opponents have strength in numbers, so now is not the time to act recklessly. The guy, sighing, declares that if anyone has objections, then he is ready to listen to them. He is not going to cooperate with those who do not like his tactics, and bear responsibility for their lives. The bald player and his comrade raise their hands. They demand that everyone who agrees with their proposed plan do the same. There are no volunteers. The guy in the baseball cap asks Tsukino in bewilderment if she doesn't agree with their strategy either. The girl apologizes and says no. We see the hero's eyes. Covering his mouth with his hand, he asks Yuto to keep an eye on the two characters. He replies that he understands everything. There are quite a lot of people under the pagoda. Someone orders the prisoners to be sent to the guild building. We see food being prepared. The Wings of Genesis members walk between the barbecues. Iori hands a chopstick with food to Tsukino. She says that 3 hours have passed since their arrival, but the guys from the Dark Guild still haven't shown up. The hero, standing in front of the barbecue, says that the villains must have found out that reinforcements have arrived for the besiegers. In front of us is a pagoda. The young man says that this is a real battle of nerves, and the bastards will not be able to sit inside for long, since they will eventually run out of food, so his allies can only wait. Yuto holds a plate in his hands. He says that at least they have delicious grilled meat. The hero discontentedly states that the products were purchased by the Wings of Genesis Guild. Tsukino, sitting on a chair, says that it is impossible to maintain a blockade without delicious food and pleasant company. Iori states that they can stay here as long as they want if they create comfortable conditions. The moon shines above the head of the guild leader. She states that it seems that their picnic is coming to an end. The girl, looking at the screen of her phone, states that 2 suspicious men are approaching them. Rei, taking off her apron, asks if there really are only 2 of them. The bald player, raising his right hand, states that if this is really the case, then the opponents went for reconnaissance, and not to fight. Rei asks why the guy thinks so. Devouring the meat, the hero states that in the case of players, quality is important, not quantity, and 2 strong fighters will cause more problems than 100 weaklings. He asks Yuto if he has any guesses as to who the guild could have sent here. The guy states that this organization has warriors much stronger than Raven. The young man remembers these people and states that these fighters have the call signs Beta, Gamma and Alpha, and he does not know their real names. 2 people run between the trees. We see the faces of these guys. Tsukino states that she has a video sent by the scouts, and asks if Yuto knows these people. He looks at the phone screen and says that he sees these characters for the first time, but if you remember the situation in which the Dark Guild now finds itself, it could well be Beta and Gamma. A pagoda is visible behind the hero. He says that everything is clear to him. The guy assumes that one strong player is hiding in ambush, and the other 2 are trying to kill the besiegers right now. Putting his hand to his chest, Tsukino suggests that, since things have already gone this way, they split up. The girl next to whom Iori is standing says that she will take on one player, and Rei will deal with the second. All the other players will try to defeat the third, if he appears. The hero says that if the girl wants this, then he agrees. Yuto remembers the character in the hood. He warns that you need to be very careful. The guy says that the only one of these 3 whom he met was Alpha, and he made a completely terrible impression on him, although before that the young man had seen a lot of scoundrels. Rei asks Tsukino if the payment will be increased for these strong opponents. The girl, smiling, says that the guy may not even dream about it, and the stake will remain the same. The hero says that it is very boring, and by this logic he could continue to beat all sorts of weaklings, and not these monsters. Rei, looking at Yuto, says that he remains here in charge. The guy answers that he understood everything. Tsukino, holding a sword with both hands, asks his fighters if they are ready. They confirm this in chorus. A huge number of birds fly in the sky. The birds scream loudly. Someone asks what is happening. Tsukino puts his right hand to the side and gives the order to retreat. An incredibly powerful flash occurs in front of the fighters. People fly in different directions. A powerful beam flies over the bridge. A deep furrow is visible in the ground. Someone asks what kind of destructive force it is. A question sounds if everyone is safe. The answer follows that some fighters were badly injured. The commander orders the healers to urgently help the wounded. 2 armed men walk along the bridge. One of the guys asks with a sad look if someone is still alive here. His comrade asks to repeat the attack. Tsukino, holding his weapon in front of him, shouts that they will not fall for something like this a second time. Yuto says that he will take care of the enemy who uses 2 daggers. Tsukino, raising his left hand, replies that she does not agree. The girl, pointing her weapon at the enemies, uses the hellish whirlwind skill. The members of the Dark Guild cover their heads with their hands. Tsukino, looking at them, says that she can handle them herself. In front of us is a branch of a plant. A young man lies on the roof, asking in surprise why they are making noise in someone else's house, especially at night. He calls the uninvited guests very rude people. The young man's eye glows brightly. He says that they are preventing him from admiring the moon. A powerful pillar of fire is visible in place of the destroyed wall. One of the guys looks up in amazement, and says that this is simply incredible. Tsukino, holding a sword, offers the boys to speak the language of strength. One of the scoundrels falls to the ground and rushes at the girl. He strikes, but Tsukino blocks it with her sword. Both members of the Dark Guild attack the girl. One of them says that the head of the Wings of Genesis Guild is very good. Iori blocks a blow from one of the enemies. Tsukino calls out to her in bewilderment. The young man looks at the beauty with loving eyes and asks if there are many strong female fighters in the Wings of Genesis Guild. The girls block the blows of their opponents. The bastard who attacks Tsukino says that if it weren't for Iori, the guild leader would have lost her head. He asks if all of the 10 transcendents are that weak. The young man continues to grin disgustingly. He states that when it comes to monsters, the members of Wings of Genesis look great, but in real combat, they clearly lack experience. Tsukino, looking at the enemy, says that he should not underestimate the 10 transcendents, and she has more than enough experience. The Dark Guild member shows sharp teeth. He states that the girl seems to have misunderstood something, because he is talking about experience fighting not against monsters, but against people. The guy hovers over Tsukino and gives the order to activate the skill. He blows his nose. What flies out of his nose hits the girl's shoulder. Tsukino falls to one knee. The girl looks at her bloody shoulder in amazement. The enemy blurs before Tsukino's eyes. She does not understand why she cannot see normally. The system reports that Yamagata Tsukino has been inflicted with the fatal poisoning status. The healers look at their commander in fear and call out to her. They raise their staffs and use the mass healing skill. Yellow stripes are visible near the girl's face. The right side of the guild leader's face turns purple. The healer looks at Tsukino in fear and screams that it seems her spell did not work. The blonde, smiling disgustingly, says that no healer will be able to cure Tsukino of this poison. A blade falls to the ground. The girl's sword burns with a bright fire. She says that in this case she will simply kill the bastard before the poison spreads throughout her entire body. A wall of fire is visible between the opponents. The bastard jumps up and begins to tease the girl, assuring her that he is simply terrified of such strong blows. The Dark Guild member smiles and says that such crazy attacks only work against monsters, but there is no point in them now if the girl simply cannot hit the enemy. The villain strikes, the trace of which is visible in front of Tsukino. The guild leader looks at the enemy with hatred. Flames rage in front of her. The girl uses the hellish whirlwind skill. The bastard laughs mockingly and shouts that he already said that all this is useless, and there is no point in these attacks if they do not hit anyone. Behind the villain, a fighter with a giant hammer is visible. He strikes and hits the Dark Guild member right on the back. A trace of an incredibly powerful blow is visible on the ground. The guy uses the destruction hammer skill. The blonde holds his bloody hand, calls his unexpected opponent a bastard and says that he hit him right on the hand. Bright stripes are visible behind the guy's back. The Wings of Genesis Guild members attack the enemy. One of the girls uses the ramming strike skill, the second uses the precise arrow skill, and the young man uses the circular slash. A powerful explosion occurs. Tsukino, smiling, says that area of effect skills are only effective against weak and inexperienced targets. A fire element magic attack can disorient the enemy, but he can easily dodge it, and in this case, you should use the numerical advantage to drive the enemy into a corner. Tsukino falls to the ground. Healers run up to her. The guild leader asks the defeated enemy if he really thinks that she is an idiot who is not prepared for battle. The dead villain lies on the ground. The system reports that the player Chofirin has died, due to which the fatal poisoning status will be removed from Tsukino. One of the girl's subordinates, supporting her by the shoulder, says that blinding the enemy with a fire flash worked. Tsukino replies that, as it turns out, their training was not in vain. The girl, smiling, says that the strength of Wings of Genesis is not in one person, but in unity, and this is what she wants to strive for further as the guild leader. Clouds of smoke rise in front of the young people. Someone jumps. Yuto uses the thermal strike skill, strikes his opponent and hits. Blood gushes from the brunette's shoulder. He thinks that Mouse, who betrayed the Dark Guild, turned out to be much weaker than him. Yuto rushes to attack his enemy. Iori is visible behind the scoundrel. The guy thinks that the problem is not in Yuto, but in her. The girl deals a lot of blows. Her opponent knows that Hoshino Iori's weapon is a dagger, and her possible class is an elite thief. She lives in the city of Musashino. She is 28 years old, she is single, and in the past she was an actress in the theater. The girl's physical abilities are at the level of an ordinary person, and although she is one of Yamagata Tsukino's closest assistants, she does not have any special combat merits. The guy is trying to understand if the agents who supplied him with all this information were mistaken, because he cannot hit this girl with all his desire. Iori deals a successful blow to the opponent's chest. He thinks that as soon as he attacks the opponent, Yuto begins to breathe down his back, and they attack him at the same time. The guy realizes that the agents did not tell him how good Iori is in battle. Two bright lines are visible behind the villain's head. A green whirlwind swirls around him. The assault blade skill is used. The Dark Guild member looks at Iori, gritting his teeth from the strain, thinking that now he only has to close the distance and hit. Yellow shackles are visible around the young man. The bastard is amazed. The threads entangle his face. He remembers that the agent reported to him about this skill, but he said that the owner of this skill is in Dure. Using a spell, Iori immobilizes the enemy. She uses the skills Soul Thread and Soul Incineration Array. Screaming shrilly, the villain burns. Someone appears behind the girl and says that Rei did great. She replies that all this is only thanks to Iori. The young man puts his hand to his chest and says that he does not feel his merit. The player in the baseball cap looks at the guy with the girl in amazement and asks how the hell to understand this. Rei folds her hands in front of her chest and deactivates the skill visual exchange. A very bright glow is visible above the bald player. Iori puts her hand to her forehead and says that she was incredibly nervous and pretending to be a hero was too difficult for her. The bald fighter looks at the girl in amazement and states that Iori actually turned into Rei. He asks in confusion what the hell is going on. The girl raises her index finger and states that she has the skill visual swap, which she used to switch places with Rei. According to her, Wings of Genesis specializes in developing dungeon strategies, so they decided to give a professional, which is Rei, the privilege of fighting against other strong players. The hero, smiling, states that it was Tsukino and Iori's idea, which worked out great. The guy thinks that he is not particularly skilled in PvP battles. The hero steps forward and states that there is only one opponent left, and he demands that Alpha come out. Rei looks at the enemy standing on the top floor of the pagoda and asks how long he plans to look down on them. Alpha, thoughtfully rubbing the back of his head, says that it seems to be Rei in front of him, and advises him not to get too cocky. Alpha, smiling, states that no matter how many weaklings there are in front of him, their fate will not change, and this location will turn into a mass grave for them. Rei looks up calmly. Alpha raises his sword above his head and throws himself down on his opponents. A powerful stream of yellow energy falls to the ground. The hero stands with his sword lowered to the ground, shouting for Tsukino, Yuto and everyone else to evacuate immediately. The boy's allies flee the battlefield. The tip of a sword is visible above the boy's head. The boy barely manages to dodge the blow. Many blades are visible above his head. Alpha, laughing loudly, declares that Rei will not escape from him. The hero tries to dodge the projectiles flying at him. He makes a series of movements, letting the blows pass him by. White marks are visible near his head. Rei holds a dagger above his head. We see several white hands. Enormous swords are visible around Alpha. The villain, smiling, declares that the boy managed to block his skill on the first try, and apparently, he really did pass the trial of the earth almost alone. Tsukino, looking up in amazement, asks what the hand is floating in the air. Rei looks at his opponent thoughtfully. He realizes that he is using the skill Spirit Berserker's invisible hands, which uses the hands of a ghostly doppelganger to attack the enemy. Rei shouts to his allies behind him that the skill Alpha is using quickly drains stamina, and asks them to back him up by making it so that the Dark Guild's healers cannot interfere. Tsukino shouts that they will do so. The girl orders her subordinates to have everyone who is capable of long-range attacks unleash their firepower on the pagoda. Alpha strikes again with his sword. He says that in all likelihood, this will be a battle of attrition, but resistance, according to him, is futile even in this case. Rei runs away from the blows raining down on him. The guy realizes that the enemy is not letting him get into a comfortable range for an attack. There is a cut on the guy's cheek. The hero thinks that Spirit Berserker is considered one of the strongest classes at the lower levels, and the number of attacks from representatives of this profession is simply off the charts. Alpha, laughing, asks if the hero can really only run away. Tsukino, looking at what is happening in horror, shouts that Rei seems to be retreating under the incredibly powerful onslaught and speed of the enemy. Yuto asks the guild leader to take a closer look at what is really happening. The young people watch the unfolding battle. Yuto states that the term retreat does not quite correctly describe what is happening, since the hero skillfully blocks all attacks that can be fatal. Near the hero, traces of many blows are visible. Rei thinks that Spirit Berserker is now consuming a large amount of energy, so the power of the enemy's attacks should eventually fall, and he will no longer be able to block blows. The guy, gritting his teeth from tension, looks at the enemy, trying to understand what he will do after this. Alpha delivers a powerful blow. The hero flies back. A member of the Dark Guild, raising his sword above his head, shouts at the hero that they must resolve this issue here and now. A great many swords are visible next to the villain. He uses the Spirit Overload skill. Rei looks up. Projectiles are approaching him. The young man says that all this is very banal. A very powerful explosion occurs next to the guy. We see a ghostly dragon. In front of us is someone's eye. Tsukino and Iori look up in fear. The hero shouts that the soul serpent can rejoice. Rei, standing on the head of a ghostly creature, tells him that there is a huge amount of food here. Alpha puts his left hand to the side and shouts that this does not mean anything, and one snake cannot do anything to him. White streams are visible next to the hero. The healers use their skills to damage recovery, elemental cure and advanced call. One of them, clenching his fist, shouts that the healers are not able to recharge the hero in time, as he is taking too much damage. Alpha, putting his left hand forward, shouts that this is the true power of Spirit Berserker. Rei covers his face with his hands. The opponent asks him how a newbie who has not even chosen his main class can resist him. Tsukino, running up to the healers, asks them to hold on for at least a little longer. One of these specialists states that Rei's health has not decreased at all. The guy looks down in fear, trying to understand what it is. We see the head of a ghostly snake. Many snake heads appear above Alpha. The villain, looking up in fear, shouts that the snake seems to have multiplied. Ray, whose eyes are glowing, states that Alpha has provided the reptile with a huge amount of food, and it would be strange if it did not begin to multiply. The hero calmly stands on one of the heads of the ghostly monster. Stroking the reptile, he says that it looks like the food is gone for now. White streams are visible near the villain's body. Ray asks the snake not to worry. He points at something and advises the reptile to look at the main dish of this feast, which is still alive and moving quite quickly. Alpha looks angrily at his enemy. Ray is standing on the head of a ghostly snake. The guy's eyes are glowing. Alpha, who has a sword in his hands, asks if the hero really called him food. He rushes at the enemy, warning that Ray will regret these words in his afterlife. A member of the Dark Guild cuts off the heads of the snakes, using the Spirit Territory skill. Ray looks at the enemy in surprise. He smiles. Many pink projectiles rush towards the hero. The guy looks at the swords approaching him and realizes that the enemy is using a skill that increases the speed and power of weapon generation at the cost of reducing the range of use. Pink streams are visible next to the guy. He thinks that this fighting style eats up health points very quickly, and the enemy will not be able to hold out long enough to defeat all the snakes. Some kind of projectile is visible above the hero standing on the snake. Ray understands how he should act. Yuto, who came from nowhere, cuts the spear falling on the hero from above. We see the eyes of the young man. A bald player and his comrade in a baseball cap stand out on the ground. They look up in fear. Yuto rushes after them and says that they have revealed themselves, and it is time to be punished. The young man strikes both traitors with his swords. We see the faces of these people. A bright trace is visible in the air. Alpha appears behind the hero. He strikes, but misses. Ray plunges his dagger into the enemy's chest. He, with his mouth open, cries out in pain. Alpha falls on his back. He hits the ground. The bastard asks with a trembling voice how the enemy managed to block his blow, when it was supposed to be a perfect sneak attack. Ray says that it was far from perfect, and he knew the identities of the spies from the start. We are reminded of how the hero whispered in Yuto's ear to keep an eye on these two people. Alpha, with blood pouring from his mouth, curses into Ray, asking if the boy really thinks he can survive after turning the Dark Guild against himself. The hero, standing on the head of his dragon, says that now that the main forces of the Dark Guild have been destroyed, they can begin collecting the trophies. Many people are standing near the trucks. The Dark Guild members are connected to each other. Ray receives a statement for 452 million yen, a million for each of the defeated. We see a box filled with gold. The loot is loaded onto trucks. Cookie, smiling happily, says that the loading is complete. The hero praises him for the work done. Ray tells Tsukino that the Wings of Genesis Guild can take everything that is left inside the pagoda. The girl says that she strongly doubts that there will be anything to take after the guys from Gold Farm were there. Ray shows the girl a bag and says that he found some strange white powder at the Dark Guild base. The girl says that she does not need it. In front of us is a multi-story building. It is reported that the office of the Gold Farm Guild is located here. Rumi, who is sitting in front of the computer, says that a transfer from the government has arrived to their account. The guy says that it paid very quickly. The girl tells the hero that as a sign of gratitude for the contribution to the common cause of the Gold Farm Guild, or rather, its employee in Ray, the government sent a consultant. The guy is holding a cup. He says thoughtfully that he doesn't want the government to know what he's doing. Rumi says that she suspected that Ray would say exactly that. The guild members are standing in front of boxes filled with gold, on one of which there is a piece of paper warning that thieves will be killed on the spot. Rumi asks how the hero is going to convert this metal into money. Ray, taking the gold in his hands, asks if it is possible to sell it at a normal price on the stock exchange. Rumi says fearfully that given the dubious origin of this metal, most likely no one will buy it, since the gold originally belonged to a criminal organization. A girl comes up to the hero from behind, apologizes. She asks if she can see into Ray. The guy, looking at her in surprise, asks who he is dealing with. The girl points at herself and asks if the hero doesn't remember her. She reminds that they met during the certification exam to obtain a rank in the Players Association. The hero looks at the girl sullenly and, apologizing, states that he usually does not remember things that do not help him make money. Raising her right hand, the girl asks him to remember her anyway, and introduces herself as Misaki Sakuma. Rumi remembers himself during the exam and says that this is the girl who was at the reception desk. Ray states that it seems that she looked completely different at that time. The guy looks at Sakuma and asks if she will bring him money. She answers that, of course, yes. Behind the girl's back, a government building is visible. She says that the Japanese government has appointed her as a consultant to endure Ray, and in other words, she is an employee that the guy can use as he pleases, while the salary will be paid not by him, but by the state. Ray points a finger behind himself and states that he already has enough employees, and they also work almost for free. Sakuma asks offendedly if she really can't do anything. The girl promises to do whatever she is ordered. The guild members look at her with displeasure, as they are very confused by the end of the phrase. The girl has a mop in her hands. She says that she can clean the office, call a taxi, launder money of dubious origin, buy explosives and weapons, and even cover up illegal activities, that is, do everything that can be useful to the young man. We see the hero's eyes. He is trying to understand whether he needs such cooperation with the state. In front of us is a mountain of gold bars. Rei asks what Sakuma will do if he asks her to sell a huge amount of gold of dubious origin. The girl, smiling happily, says that she will ask customs to confiscate this cargo as contraband, then sell it and give the money to the young man under the guise of a special commission from the Players Association. She assures that this should not cause any special questions from anyone. The girl, smiling, assumes that it is about the gold from the Tachijai Mountains, and suggests that they do with it exactly as she suggested. Rei, looking at Sakuma with displeasure, says that he does not trust her. Showing a high five, the girl says that she can transfer 5 billion yen to the Gold Farm Guild account as an advance payment. Then she states that the value of the gold should be much higher, and she will transfer the difference a little later. The hero looks at Sakuma in surprise and expresses doubt that this can be done at all. She replies that she has the authority to dispose of funds in the amount of 5 billion yen, and she only needs 10 minutes to carry out this operation. Rei starts the timer on her phone and says that Sakuma has 10 minutes. The girl leaves, stating that she understands everything. The specified time has passed. Rumi looks up from her tablet and says in amazement that a payment of 5 billion yen just came in from the Players Association. Sakuma approaches the guild members and asks if the hero now understands who he is dealing with. The girl folds her hands in front of her face and states that she can be very useful. In front of us is a multi-story building and a request is made to send an invoice. Sakuma smiles and says that the gold from the Tachijai Mountains has been exchanged. The girl shows the hero the tablet screen and states that the difference of 127205600 yen has been transferred to the guild's account and shows a full report of the transaction. Rei, taking the tablet in his hands, says that everything is clear to him and that the girl really is quite useful, apparently. The guy hands the tablet to Rumi and says that before he welcomes Sakuma to the guild, he wants to ask her one question. Looking at the girl carefully, Rei asks what exactly the government's purpose is in sending her here. Sakuma spreads her arms and says that it will soon become obvious anyway, so she will be honest. According to her, the whole thing is that the government wants to prevent the hero from working for other countries. In front of us are players around whom banknotes fall. Sakuma says that talented fighters are a desirable target for many countries. Rei calmly says that he understands everything, but he wants to say in advance that if he fails to make money in Japan, he will leave for another country without a twinge of conscience, so the government should do everything so that he can earn as much as possible in the country. Sakuma salutes and says that she will do everything in her power. A huge stack of papers falls on the table. Rumi, smiling happily, asks Sakuma to process all these documents. Raising her right hand, the girl says that, in addition, it is necessary to choose missions for the 3rd week of this month. She replies that she understands everything. The young man standing behind the hero says that Rumi is very demanding when it comes to work. Rei replies that this is why he appointed her the guild leader. The girl sitting at the computer hums thoughtfully. The hero asks her what happened. Sakuma is surprised that when checking the database of available missions, she found out that not a single task was added to this list in the last 4 days. The girl, turning to the guy, says that fluctuations in the frequency of missions occur regularly, but the fact that not a single one has appeared in this period looks incredibly strange. Rei is amazed that there really has not been a single mission in 4 days. We see the eyes of the young man. He approaches the girl and tells her to quickly check this information with the government. Putting aside all her other work, Sakuma replies that she understands everything. The girl opens the drawer of the table. She takes out a staff, lifts it and activates the remote telepathy skill. A powerful flash occurs over the city. The girl's eyes turn yellow. Sakuma, putting her hands to her head, says that she has received responses from the Players Association, Geospatial Information Authority, and the Cabinet Office, all of whom report that no new missions have appeared in Japan in the past 4 days. There is a satellite hovering above the Earth. The girl says that even Rikuji 4, which monitors the entire Earth, has not detected a single new dungeon. Sakuma, looking at the hero, says that according to information from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the same phenomenon has been observed in other countries. Rei, turning away from the girl, states that all of this is a prelude to the appearance of a new large-scale mission. The guy points to the right of himself and says that now they need to prioritize the currently available high-paying missions, since they will not be able to complete the normal missions they have been doing for some time. The people stand in front of a skyscraper. The system announces the start of a new large-scale mission, Waterfall Trial. We see the natural object in question. The system informs us that this event will last 90 days and within its framework we need to destroy a boss. The mission territory covers all of Asia, and failure in its completion will mean the destruction of the entire designated region. Rei, looking at the system window, states that what they have been waiting for has begun. Rumi asks what the plan is and what to do with the small-scale missions that the guild is currently working on. Rei, lounging on the couch, says that for now they will complete the small missions they have already accepted, because if the waterfall trial covers all of Asia with all its countries, it will take some time for decent rewards and good sponsors to appear. We see some not very happy players. The hero says that until the rewards are increased, Gold Farm will not do anything. Besides, large-scale missions like this one usually appear in all parts of the world at the same time, and if the rewards in some part of the world are higher than in Asia, The guild can focus its attention on other areas of the planet. Rumi sadly says that if they leave Asia, Japan might disappear. The girl asks if they can afford to let that happen. Ray, smiling, says that it depends on the size of the reward. The guy tells Sakuma to start preparing contracts for participation in a large-scale mission, since he is going to compete with the world's major guilds. Raising his right hand, the guy says that the girl should also start looking for potential partners, since Gold Farm alone cannot cope. According to him, Wings of Genesis is a rather attractive option, but there may be other organizations worthy of attention. Sakuma says that she understands her boss. In front of us is the Gold Farm emblem. It is reported that this is happening a week later. Sakuma approaches the hero sitting in a chair and says that information about the missions has appeared. For completing each of them they give 500 million yen, and in total you can earn 70 billion. A world map is visible behind the girl. She says that missions are available on 5 continents, namely America, Africa, Europe, Asia and Australia. However, only in Asia and Australia is it possible for private guilds to participate. The hero rubs his chin thoughtfully. He says that 70 billion is incredibly cool, and as he expected, large-scale missions are not comparable in profitability to regular tasks. He states that the reward is fixed, so receiving a contract will depend on the reputation of the guild. Sakuma, smiling, says that she is very glad that they decided to take Wings of Genesis as partners. Rumi and Tsukino are sitting at the table. The girls and another guy are heatedly discussing the details of the agreement. Sakuma says that as an ally of Tsukino from 10 Transcendence this is a huge advantage, and in addition, Wings of Genesis offered the most reasonable price for their help. Tsukino secretly looks at the hero. Sakuma says that according to the agreement, Gold Farm will receive 70%, and Wings of Genesis 30%, and these are very good conditions. The girl, smiling, waves her hand to the boy. Rei, sitting in a chair, asks Sakuma if she thinks they can get at least one contract. The girl replies that to be honest, she finds it difficult to answer. Raising her hand, Sakuma says that if we consider the competition, Wings of Genesis and Gold Farm together are around the 100th place in the world rankings, and if we consider the number of members, they are not comparable to the large Chinese and American guilds at all. There are many players in front of us. The girl says that most of the large guilds prioritize numbers, and clear low-level dungeons one after another through massive invasions. According to her, guilds like Wings of Genesis and Gold Farm, which focus on elite fighters, are much rarer. We see a player standing on a cliff. Sakuma informs us that the identity of the number 1 rank 10 Transcendence is still unknown, while there are rumors of a player from Thailand who cleared a national-level dungeon single-handedly. Sakuma throws his hands up in joy and says that in 2 weeks there will be an international conference to determine the teams that will participate in the missions, and until then they will gather information and prepare. In front of us are magnificent skyscrapers, and it is reported that the action takes place 2 weeks later in an international conference hall. Representatives from Japan stand out among the crowd. Sakuma shows the hero a tablet, who says that means only 4 teams are allowed to participate. The hero, looking at the girl, asks if the large international guilds did not want to receive a reward of 70 billion yen. Sakuma explains that initially more than 10 organizations expressed interest in participating, but they were unable to gather enough fighters. We see a meeting room. The girl states that for large-scale missions the number of worthy players is limited. The Japanese delegation takes their seats at the tables. Sakuma says that high-level players can earn gigantic amounts of money without taking part in such risky operations. Tsukino, sitting next to the hero, says that all this is clear, and her guild also had to work hard to gather volunteers. The girl, looking at the hero, asks how many fighters Gold Farm will put forward. Rei answers that all those available. Tsukino says that she understands. The hero, raising his right hand, looks at Sakuma and asks if they have any chance against the teams that have applied to participate, and more specifically, against Blaui Vogel and Black Dragon. Sakuma, under whom people in suits are visible, states that Blaui Vogel is a world-famous large guild, and she announced that she will take on the Australian mission, which she will almost certainly be given. The girl, behind whom the conference participants are visible, states that if we talk about the Asian mission, then most likely they will have to compete with Black Dragon. People in traditional Asian costumes are visible above Rumi's head. Sakuma says that Black Dragon, however, does not have any completed missions of a national scale to its credit. Rumi says that, as it seems to her, if Wings of Genesis unites with Gold Farm, they should easily win this competition together. Sakuma, looking over her shoulder, says that he really hopes so. The hero turns his attention to a guy sitting down in an empty seat. In front of us is a man covering his mouth with a fan. The conference participants are sitting at tables. An old man shakes hands with a blonde man in a suit. An announcement is made that the contract for work in Australia has been received by the guild Blaui Vogel. The man, raising his left hand, thanks everyone for their trust. The girl says into the microphone that the winner of the contract for the mission in Asia will be announced next, and the team from Japan will be the first to present their strategy. Tsukino, standing up, declares that it is her turn. Rei says that she is counting on the girl. Sakuma wishes her luck. Tsukino, standing behind the podium, finishes her speech by saying that this is why she thinks that the combined efforts of Gold Farm and Wings of Genesis will be enough to pass the waterfall trial. The audience applauds the girl. The hero sits with his arms folded across his chest. Sakuma, looking at the guy, says that the audience's reaction looks encouraging. Ray agrees with her. The hero looks at his competitor, who is standing up from his seat. He understands that a lot will depend on how he performs. The young man, smiling, thanks Tsukino Yamagata for what he claims is an incredibly boring presentation. The girl looks at this man in bewilderment. The competitor, with his arms folded across his chest, says that in order not to completely lull the audience, he suggests turning to a more interesting question. A young man with shining eyes raises his hand and declares that we need to talk about the dead weight that most guilds have nowadays, namely healers, who have poor defense, limited mobility, and virtually no attack power. A girl who is a representative of this profession looks at the speaker in amazement. The audience whispers. The speaker says that a team of researchers from his guild has found that in 70% of cases, the death of squads occurs due to healers. Yudo looks angrily at the speaker, who declares that in this regard, representatives of this profession must be gotten rid of. The young man, above whose head a frustrated girl can be seen, declares that their guild has completely gotten rid of healers and those weak classes that heavily depend on them. In front of us are 3 fighters. The representative of the rival guild declares that their squads consist of sword and staff masters, as well as fist fighters. The guy has his subordinates behind him. He states that the above-mentioned classes can protect themselves with the aura that surrounds them, and while they have it, they are invulnerable and do not need healers. That is, squads consisting of them have no weaknesses. We see terrible monsters. The speaker says that during the Prophecy Online game, the same composition was used to clear continental-level missions, Trial of Storms, Trial of the Abyss, and Trial of the Eastern Lands. The young man states that although his guild has no experience in passing the Trial of the Waterfall, he sincerely believes that it can be passed using the above-described method. Those present, smiling, look at the speaker. Ray puts 2 fingers to his lips. With a heavy sigh, he says that they are finished. Tsukino, looking irritably at the young man who spoke, states that she cannot imagine a strategy that will not use healers when passing a continental-level mission. She asks the hero what he thinks about this. Ray, smiling, says that it all depends on the mission, and this strategy has its place, especially for something like the Abyss Trial, where it might even be the best. Then he states that it is completely unsuitable for the Waterfall Trial, and that a squad that tries to use it will most likely be destroyed. Tsukino thoughtfully repeats the hero's phrase about destruction. The speaker speaking to the assembled group says that he has finished his explanation, and expresses his hope that those present will realize that the side he represents is the most suitable choice. The girl who is hosting the ceremony announces that both teams have presented their strategies, and now a meeting of the competition committee will take place, which will announce the results a little later. She says that the details of the discussion will not be presented. The respectable-looking people begin to discuss the reports with each other. The girl who is following the hero asks if there is any hope for victory. Rumi, looking at the guy excitedly, says that the selection committee has collected a huge amount of information about continental-level missions, and it simply cannot be that they chose a squad that cannot pass this dungeon. Ray replies that he is not sure of anything, but any outcome of the vote will be beneficial for them. The speaker who recently spoke appears in front of the guy. He heard the words spoken by the hero, and asked in surprise if the young man did not realize that he had already lost. Ray, looking at the impudent man, asks again in surprise. He says that after his performance no one will dare to submit a single application. He praises the hero for the fact that his guild performed so toothlessly. Tsukino angrily demands that the guy be more careful in his statements, since no one has announced the results yet. The young man, closing his eyes, smiles. He raises his left hand and says that he has no doubt about the result. According to him, he was sure of the outcome even before the conference began and, moreover, even before he set off on his journey to get here. Ray, smiling, asks if the guy bribed the members of the competition committee. His competitor, smiling, declares that no one knows about it. Tsukino and the healer girl look at the impudent man. He states that for Ray, everything that is happening is a real blessing, albeit a hidden one. He states that the guy not only uses healers, but also appointed a woman to lead his guild, although this will most likely just help the hero avoid a senseless death. Tsukino states that all this is regrettable. The young man looks at her in surprise. Tsukino, behind whom Yudo is visible, states that her interlocutor is very impudent and not very smart, but he, nevertheless, represents a guild that has successfully completed missions and protected cities in which people live. The girl states that she will be very sorry if the members of this guild are completely destroyed due to the stupidity of their commanders. Tsukino, smiling, asks the young man if he wants to change his mind and withdraw his application. The guy angrily shouts that he will never back down and urges not to underestimate the Black Dragon Guild. The guy grabs his hand and tries to use the aura art skill. Tsukino grabs his weapon. The hero intercepts the guy's hand and demands that he calm down. The young man looks at Ray in confusion, trying to understand when he managed to get next to him. Without letting go of the Black Dragon Guild representative's hand, the hero apologizes for the behavior of his guild member and asks the guy to withdraw his application for participation in the mission. Tsukino asks his ally in confusion what is going on. Ray, looking at the girl, asks if these two understand what is happening and whether they read the hiring conditions. In front of us is a system window. There are dead people lying on the ground. Under them you can see a knight with a shield and sword. The hero reminds his interlocutors that if the party that entered into the contract loses the ability to complete the mission due to losses incurred or for other reasons, the guild that took second place according to the results of the competitive selection will begin to fulfill the contract. And in this case, the reward will be increased proportionally to the time remaining until the end of the mission. The hero spreads his arms wide and says that, in other words, if the Black Dragon Guild is defeated, Wings of Genesis and Gold Farm will simply earn more. The young man puts his hand to his forehead and laughs loudly, asking if the boy really thinks he can win if Black Dragon is destroyed, calling Wings of Genesis a girl guild and Gold Farm unknown upstarts. The young man's eye shines brightly. He states that it was a great joke, but the hero can't count on the scenario he just described. Ray looks at the boy calmly and asks if he really thinks that way. The representative of the Black Dragon Guild, whose teeth we can see, states that the competition committee has already made a decision, and he will be the one to receive the contract. The guy admits that he is very sorry, and it was necessary to allow the victory to be given to his competitors, since he wants to see how they are destroyed. The guy states that in this case he would have received a much larger reward and, in addition, he would have seen how worthless Japanese people die. Tsukino and Yuto look angrily at the guy. He says that he does not often see such impudence. Tsukino turns around, hearing that the competition committee is ready to announce the results. The young people listen attentively to the announcer's announcement. She says that the winner of the competition for the right to pass the waterfall test was the Black Dragon Guild. The representative of this organization smiles happily. Applause is heard. The guy is congratulated. It turns out that Ray is the one clapping. He says that the young man should not rush to die, since the less time remains until the end of the test, the greater the reward for passing it will be. The guy looks at the hero over his shoulder, says that he is talking nonsense, and orders his subordinates to follow him. One of them bows to his commander. Ray and Tsukino walk through the room provided by the Gold Farm Guild. The girl spreads her arms to the sides and asks what they should do now, and whether it is worth returning to Japan for now. The hero, who has a glass in his hand, says that they are heading to China, since they have already completed all the missions they took on. The guy says that they need to stay close to the place where the waterfall test is taking place and wait for the defeat of the Black Dragon Guild. Ray tells Sakuma to buy tickets to China, and preferably cheaper ones. The girl replies that she will still choose a safer option for moving in space. A blonde bursts through the door. She asks to listen to her, and says that she has a request for the Japanese. They look at the girl in surprise. Ray asks who she is. The blonde grabs the guy by the hand and introduces herself as Marie from Blaui Vogel. Ray asks her to let him go, since he is very hungry. Tsukino, smiling, says that Marie has the language skill, so she does not need to force herself to speak in Japanese, and if she broadcasts even in her native language, everyone here will understand her. Marie blows her nose into a handkerchief and, thanking everyone present, declares that from now on she will speak in German. The girl says that her guild would like to convey its mission. Sakuma whispers to the hero that Blaui Vogel has 3 representatives of the 10 Transcendents, and given their strength, passing the continental difficulty trial should not be much of a problem for this guild. Ray says that this was the situation when they applied. He asks the girl if anything happened after the contract was signed. Marie, with her hands folded in front of her, says that the guy is absolutely right, and now they are in a bit of a difficult situation. Ray, raising his right hand, states that from what he sees, Blaui Vogel is indeed in trouble, so he suggests that the girl, who is learning Japanese, learn a proverb from that country that helps to overcome difficult times. Sakuma, grabbing the hero's hand, asks what the saying goes. On the guy's head, a traditional headdress is visible. He states that the Japanese believe that even in hell, decisions depend on money. The guy assures that this is the most famous Japanese proverb, and the girl should remember it. The hero's comrades smile. Marie, with her hand on her chest, asks the hero if this means that if they pay him, he will take the job. The girl approaches the door. She opens it and shouts to her brother that she has brought people from the Japanese team. The blonde, with his arms outstretched, states that he is pleased to see these guests and introduces himself as Daniel Keller, the guild master of Blaui Vogel. Ray and Tsukino approach the young man and introduce themselves as the guild master of Gold Farm and Wings of Genesis respectively. Daniel, smiling, says that it seems that Tsukino is one of the 10 Transcendents. He states that it is a pleasure to meet her. Rubbing the back of his head, the young man says that, as Marie mentioned, they want the Japanese to take over the continental mission in Australia. He states that of course they will notify the UN that they are refusing this task. The hero asks why Blaui Vogel decided to dump their work on them. An American flag is seen above the 2 players. Daniel states that this will soon be revealed anyway, so he will be brutally honest. The guy says that there were 3 10 Transcendence members in his guild, and 2 of them were lured away by the United States. Daniel, clutching his head, says that he has long known that the Americans are up to such vile deeds, but this time it all happened at the wrong time. Ray, smiling, looks at the guy and says that, apparently, he decided that one 10 Transcendence representative would not be enough for him. Daniel, looking at Tsukino, says that, according to his calculations, at least 2 10 Transcendence members are needed for this mission. He states that, in principle, one can handle it, but he does not want to thoughtlessly risk such valuable resources. In front of us is the left side of the young man's face. He says that Daniel seems very cautious, after which he states that everything is fine with him as long as he receives billions of yen as a reward. The hero, looking at Tsukino, says that he thinks this job is doable and asks the girl to give her opinion. Spreading her arms wide, Tsukino apologizes and states that her guild will not be able to participate in this matter. The girl puts her hand to her chest and states that the Wings of Genesis members are afraid to participate in continental-level trials, and in the case of the Earth trial, she begged them to protect Japan, her homeland, and they reluctantly agreed. The girl apologizes to the people of Australia and states that she will hardly be able to gain understanding from her guild members if she asks them to participate in missions outside of Asia. Daniel looks at the girl silently. The hero's face becomes concerned. He says that the Gold Farm Guild would like to take on this trial, but they alone do not have enough people for the continental-level quest. A blue portal is seen above the desert. Ray states that this is somewhat related to the desert trial, where the number of troops is of great importance. The guy says that he will need at least 200 B-rank players, but his guild cannot even field half of that number. Smiling, the guy asks if Blaui Vogel has mercenaries and if Daniel can provide him with about 150 B-rank players for 10% of the reward amount. We see very gloomy men in front of us. The blonde one, apologizing, says that they do not give away their players left and right. The fighters fight monsters. Daniel states that their squads always include commanders who monitor possible risks and promptly withdraw fighters from threats, as well as support personnel who deal with logistics. The blonde one assures that in the case of a continental-level test, all this will be extremely expensive. Ray, looking askance at the interlocutor, asks if this means that he refuses. Daniel raises 2 fingers and says that he needs 400 million yen, and if he does not have that kind of money, then half of that amount. This will allow him to mobilize a decent army, and then we will talk about a joint operation. The hero declares that it is too expensive. Rumi whispers to Sakuma that when Ray allied with Wings of Genesis, he gave the guild a whopping 30%. She replies that this is exactly what happened. Daniel and Ray look at each other. The blonde states that missions cost money, and the hero should understand this. He asks if the boy is sure of his words. The boy's eyes emit a glow. He states that the equipment completely pays for itself. The fighters' salaries are only 10 to 30% of the budget, and even the transportation costs will be easily covered by the amount he offers. Ray states that he does not understand the guild leader, who, in his opinion, does not need such a huge army. Marie joins the conversation. She says that if the fighters are strong, they will not need too expensive equipment, and in this case, 20% of the final reward for completing the mission will be enough for them to even make a profit. Putting his hand to his mouth, Daniel whispers to the girl that she is absolutely right, but he doubts that they are dealing with really strong players. The Japanese frown at the brother and sister talking. Daniel says that Wings of Genesis is indeed a strong guild, but he seriously doubts the power of Gold Farm, since there is not a single representative of 10 Transcendents in it. The girl, smiling, looks at the hero, and apologizing to her brother says that, as she thinks, Gold Farm is very strong, and this especially concerns Ray and De. The girl, smiling, states that this guy is much stronger than herself. The hero agrees with this statement. Daniel, raising his right hand, asks if Ray knows how strong Marie is. Sighing heavily, the young man replies that Daniel previously mentioned that 2 of his 3 members of 10 Transcendents were taken away, which means that the only one left is Marie, and he more or less imagines the level of her power. The girl looks at the hero in surprise. He says that in front of him is Marie Keller, who ranks 7th in the 10 Transcendents hierarchy. Marie, smiling, confirms that Ray said everything correctly. The girl's feet come off the floor. She asks her brother if he knows who Ray really is. Daniel asks in fear what she is going to do. The blonde's eyes glow. Roots covered in thorns appear around the hero. Ray looks at Marie. He grabs the root with his hand. The girl, screaming in fear, flies forward. Daniel looks at his sister with concern. Lying on the floor, the girl happily declares that she used a completely sudden attack, but the hero managed to dodge it and immediately counterattacked. In addition, he, who does not have skills, had enough strength to knock her to the ground. Daniel, standing behind his sister, asks her why she decided to attack such an important guest. Marie replies that the guy was not hurt at all. Ray holds a root in her hand. Marie says that anyone who couldn't handle that attack wouldn't have a chance against Vermilion Spider, the boss of the Trial of Earth. Daniel offers his hand to his sister. He says that as far as he remembers, the Guild Wings of Genesis defeated that monster. Marie says that this is a lie, and she is confident that she can judge people correctly. The girl apologizes to Tsukino, and then says that she does not believe that the leader of Wings of Genesis could pass the Trial of Earth. Tsukino frowns at Marie. She says that Ray actually passed the mission. The hero's eyes glow. Rubbing her chin, the girl says that as long as this guy is here, she will be fine, and that she can guarantee it. Cars drive through the desert. In front of us is a military pickup truck. Ray looks out the window. Marie and Daniel are sitting in the back seat. Foot soldiers are standing next to the cars. We see several characters we already know. The soldiers in sunglasses are very serious. Daniel is saying something to his sister. Ray looks at him and asks if they can begin. The soldiers look at Daniel as he approaches the hero. One of them says that they say this commander is from the Gold Farm Guild. The second one is perplexed why they will be led by a person from a small Japanese guild. The soldiers talk to each other. One of them says that he is already fed up with all this and strong players are usually incredibly selfish. In his opinion, the new commander was brought in to compensate for the loss of deserters, whom the Americans lured away for huge amounts of money. Daniel, spreading his arms, orders the soldiers to listen carefully. He says that a joint operation of the Gold Farm and Blaue Vogel guilds is about to begin. The blonde points at the hero and introduces him as Ray and Du. The guy says that this man will be the senior commander in this operation. The hero takes the floor and states that he was the one introduced as Ray and Du. The soldiers listen attentively. The boy says that he will now try to clarify one thing. Looking at the soldiers with determination, the young man declares that he will not allow anyone to die in this battle. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he says that if the soldiers do not know what to do during the battle, they should prioritize saving as many lives as possible. Ray says that some decisions can be made at the unit level, but if he gives an order, then it must be followed without question. Next to Yuto, one of the soldiers angrily says that they will never be able to pass the continental level test if they follow this idealistic nonsense. The second soldier replies that it is still better than being treated like expendable material. Ray and Daniel shake hands. The hero thinks that his reward for this operation is $5 million minus the expenses that the Blaue Vogel Guild will bear. There is a dead soldier on the ground. Ray thinks that for every death of a fighter from the Blaue Vogel squads he will have to pay $10 million, and thus his task is to complete this mission with a minimum of expenses and not lose anyone. In front of the United Army there is a huge portal. Ray says that the desert trial is much larger in scale than ordinary dungeons, and monsters can appear immediately after they take the first step. We see the legs of the fighters. The hero repeats to them that safety comes first. He raises his hand and gives the order to move out. The combat vehicles are swaying. One of the fighters says in fear that it seems to be an earthquake. In front of us is a bear. The soldier, looking through binoculars at the beast, reports that the enemy has been detected 2 kilometers to the right and gives the order to attack. The fighters standing next to the mortar shout that they understand the order. The officer raises his right hand and orders to open fire. We see falling shells. They explode around the bear. The gunners try to figure out if they hit the monster. Someone shouts that it is still alive and they need to keep firing. Serious fighters in sunglasses put their hands forward. The coin explosion skill is used. Explosions are heard near the monster. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, Ray looks at what is happening. He points his thumb at the slain beast and asks how much each of the fired shells costs. The young man standing in front of him replies that he does not know the exact price, but they were ordered not to use expensive weapons, so now the cheapest shells are used. The guy, raising his left hand, says that their contents are coins of 5 francs. Ray puts her hand to her ear and calls Sakuma. The girl, smiling, answers that the satellite data is coming in full, and the connection is excellent. The hero asks to find out how much the shells filled with 5 franc coins that the mortar men of the Blaue Vogel Guild use cost. Sakuma sits with a very strange expression on her face. She makes calculations on a calculator, after which she states that 120mm mortar shells cost 300,000 yen each, excluding the filling, which, as far as she understood, is Swiss francs. The girl states that the final price of one shell is 1,000,000 yen. Ray almost faints. He is amazed at the cost of one shot. The young man tries to understand how many of them were made to kill such a small monster. Yuto calls out to his commander. The hero, on all fours, says that from now on they will be engaged in the destruction of monsters themselves, and they just need to be informed of the location of the monsters. The order to cease fire sounds. Hyenas are visible above the moving army. The hero is informed that 3 enemies have been spotted in front and on the left. Ray looks to his left. A dagger appears in his hand. The guy rushes to attack. His figure is visible above the monsters. The hero delivers several accurate blows. Daniel sadly says that the price of shells is really very high. Looking ahead with displeasure, he says that money is, of course, good, but using skills is fraught with long recharge periods. He asks if the main players should not save their skills for fighting really strong enemies. Marie, winking at her brother, says that the hero does not use skills. The blonde, looking at the girl in surprise, asks if the hero really dealt with the huge monsters without using skills. Marie replies that she is tired of repeating it. Ray's eyes, who is standing on a huge monster, glow. The girl declares that this guy is much stronger than all the other players. Daniel tells the young man that one enemy is approaching from the front and from the right. He immediately realizes that his ally is at a decent distance, and will not have time to intercept the monster in time. The hero gives the order to the second squad to act. Adrian, Ian and Cookie, smiling happily, confirm receipt of the order. Ian strikes. Cookie uses the icicle knife skill, and Adrian uses the rocket punch knuckle skill. Marie, holding binoculars, says that the rest of the Gold Farm Guild are the real elite. Daniel says that he also sees that these fighters are very strong in their own right, and that he could not even imagine that an unknown guild from the Far East could be so strong. Hyenas are approaching the fighters. In front of us are binoculars. Marie says that as long as these fighters are fighting monsters, there is nothing to be afraid of. The girl turns to her brother and tells him not to worry, as his turn will come soon enough. The players fight giant hyenas. Marie says that the desert trial is only now truly beginning. A powerful sandstorm rages in the desert. Someone says that the core of the trial is already in sight. The hero, covering his face with his hand, says that he sees the target. One of the fighters shouts that the equipment to combat sandstorms is ready. Ray, with Daniel visible behind him, orders them to prepare to enter the portal. The guild leader of Blaui Vogel reports that he understands the order. Daniel, with his fighters visible behind him, orders them to form a line to enter the portal. He states that they practiced this during training and they need to remember how to do it. Ray informs his subordinates that from now on visibility will be very poor and they will not be able to see their commander to receive instructions, so they must protect the members of Blaui Vogel, using their own discretion. He says that none of those they protect should die. Ray, covering his head with a dagger, asks them to be very careful. He says that the players have strong enough defenses, so the sandstorm should not cause them serious damage. The hero, holding his weapon forward, orders them to enter. His fighters confirm receipt of the order. The fighters from Blaui Vogel look on in fear as the players from Gold Farm hide behind the dust flows. The soldiers look at each other in fear. One of them asks if they really need to enter this hell. A braver fighter says that if a small squad from the Far East is not afraid of anything, then they don't need to do it either. The soldiers line up one after another. One of them, covering his face with his hand, says that nothing can be seen here. His comrade suggests that the sand is blocking all the light. The fighters from the Blaui Vogel guild slowly move forward. Two dim balls are visible above them. The soldiers look up in fear. A huge lion appears above them. One of the fighters shouts that he sees an enemy and orders all his comrades to join the fight. The fighters look around in bewilderment. It turns out that they are left alone against a huge monster. One of the soldiers suggests that they have been cut off from the main forces. The players rush to attack. One of them shouts that they have no choice but to give battle. He advises to aim at the weak point of the monster, namely the eyes. The guy puts both hands forward and uses the iron needle skill. Sharp projectiles are stuck into the lion's muzzle. The second fighter jumps up and uses the power/skill. We see the monster's paw. The monster hits the ground. One of the fighters falls on his back. The second soldier, looking at his comrade in fear, asks if everything is okay. He answers that he somehow managed to survive. The lion opens its mouth wide. One of the fighters looks at the monster in horror. The monster's head flies off its shoulders and flies over the frightened soldiers. The young men look at the lion in amazement. Ray confidently approaches them. He says that the fighters almost died. The hero orders his subordinates not to allow gaps in the defensive formation. Daniel approaches his squad members and asks how they are feeling. Ray, meanwhile, orders the fighters of his guild to protect the representatives of Blaui Vogel, who, unlike them, die very easily. He suggests perceiving these people as wads of $10 million bills and guarding them accordingly. The young men, having apologized, promise to do exactly that in the future. Daniel stretches out his left hand and orders them to regroup so that those who cannot protect themselves are in one place and form a tight formation. Marie shouts that under no circumstances should they lose sight of their comrades who are nearby. Clenching her fist, she loudly explains that if the monsters manage to separate the fighters, they will quickly die. A bright glow is visible in front of the army of players. The young men rejoice. One of them says that it is getting lighter around. The second guesses that they are almost out of the sandstorm. Daniel and Marie cover their heads with their hands. Someone shouts that they only have to endure a little while longer, and all this will soon be over. There is a bright flash. The expedition members approach a megalithic structure. There is a column in front of us. The system reports that the test core has 100% health points, and the same indicator is for the final defense protective barrier. We see a yellow vortex. It is reported that the test sun is indestructible. Someone's voice greets the stupid expedition members. The sun bares its sharp teeth. It says that those seeking death must enter its kingdom. The young people look at the very strange enemy with fear. Marie says that the sun will not attack until they cross the barrier. In front of us is a schematic image of the location. The girl says that if you attack the 3 columns that stand on the edges, you can weaken the sun, after which she clarifies this question with the hero. Ray, looking at the blue column, says that Marie is absolutely right, and if you attack the columns from the safe zone, then everything can work out. He warns that these are extremely strong objects, so a large number of attackers will be required. We see a yellow and blue pillar. Ray says that his guild will take care of the core, and Blaui Vogel should take care of the outer pillars, unleashing maximum firepower on them while keeping within reasonable budget limits. Daniel says that the order is clear and asks if the pillars will attack in response. In front of us is a blue pillar. Ray says that these objects cannot respond, and they can be imagined as incredibly durable punching bags. The guy says that they need to be damaged until they turn red, after which they need to be maintained in this state. We see someone's leg. Its owner says that she expected to be assigned this role, but she finds it incredibly boring. The girl, smiling, raises her right hand and asks if she can join the fight against the core. She says that Blaui Vogel originally had their own plan, and she wants to test how it works at the continental trial level. The hero, lightly tossing his dagger, apologizes to Marie and refuses her. The guy puts the weapon on his shoulder and states that according to calculations, the entire firepower of Blaui Vogel is only enough to inflict the necessary damage on the outer columns, and if the guild loses its only Class A player, it will be difficult to maintain the color of the columns in the required condition. Marie, smiling, asks if Ray can take her place in this case. The hero points his dagger at the girl's forehead and says that it will cost 10 billion. He reminds her that he is the senior commander in this expedition. Marie looks at the weapon pointed at her in amazement. Ray says that if she does not comply, she will have to pay a fine of $10 billion. The girl is incredibly upset. The hero tells her that according to the terms of the contract, she can pay the said amount to join the Gold Farm Guild squad, but in this case, he cannot guarantee her life. The blade is visible against the background of a thorny root. Marie sadly says that she does not have that kind of money. Ray smiles and says that the girl is very unlucky. The fighters line up next to the columns. The hero, whose weapon is glowing brightly, says that if everyone is ready, then they can begin the attack. The players attack the blue column. Yuto happily shouts that their column has turned red. The representative of the guild Blaui Vogel informs that they are in the same situation. Ray smiles and says that this is all very good. He points his dagger to the side and orders the Gold Farm squad to stop attacking the column. The guy says that after the color of the object stabilizes, they will begin to carry out the next step outlined in the strategy. Yuto makes it clear that the order has been accepted. The son smiles happily. Marie turns to her brother and asks him to reconsider. She begs him to do what she suggested the day before. Daniel, looking at his sister with displeasure, says that this is a bit too much. Black branches wrap around the guy. The girl asks if her brother is really going to refuse her. Daniel, clutching his throat, tells the hero that he has something he wants to ask of him. Ray asks what it is. The young man points at the son and states that he would like his guild to handle this boss. The hero, confused, says that it seems that Daniel recently begged him to participate in the operation because he believed that he could not pass this test. Raising his hands, the blonde states that he approached the hero because he could not allow the operation to fail, and with enough support, they can safely do what they are supposed to do. Ray, surprised, asks if he and his comrades are really being treated as backup options. Raising his hand, the hero asks if Daniel understands that breaking the contract means a fine of 10 billion yen. Daniel replies that he is fully aware of this. The fighters continue to attack the column. The hero reminds his interlocutor that no matter who defeats the boss, the reward will be divided according to the proportions specified in the agreement, and Blaui Vogel will simply lose 10 billion, exposing itself to a huge risk. Daniel, looking down sadly, says that he understands everything, and the question of financial gain is not the main thing here. Marie, appearing behind her brother, asks what happened. Daniel explains to the hero that Blaui Vogel is a large guild with international recognition, and it simply needs to gain experience in conquering continental-level dungeons. Before us are the fighters representing this organization. Daniel declares that the players who have gathered here are the best that Blaui Vogel has, and they are putting their lives on the line in reality, not in the game. According to him, all this will bring great benefit to the guild in the future. Marie raises her left arm, which is wrapped in roots. She tells her brother that there is no need to complicate the situation with such reasoning. The girl states that they are just players, and when there are unfinished high-level challenges, it is natural to feel the desire to overcome them. Marie, smiling, looks at the hero, who turned away from her. She says that the fact that the game has become reality does not mean that she and her guild members will cowardly hesitate in passing the challenges. Marie expresses confidence that Ray understands everything perfectly. The hero says that she is wrong. The girl asks again in amazement. She looks at the boy with displeasure, who says that he does not mind giving up his place if Blaui Vogel pays the fine. Daniel states that he has already transferred the necessary money, and the hero can check the status of his account. Ray, holding the phone, states that everything is fine and the matter was resolved very quickly. He asks if their conversation means that the Gold Farm Guild will not interfere with the boss fight. Daniel states that this is exactly the case and he cannot allow the members of this organization to be exposed to unnecessary risks. The guy states that naturally, if his fighters are engaged in the boss, the hero and his subordinates should switch to damaging the pillars. Ray states that this is more than logical. The guy's left eye glows. He is using the Soul's Eye skill. In front of us is Daniel. The system informs us that it is possible to extract a fragment of the soul of a C-rank knight, provided that said person makes an unexpected payment of more than 10 billion yen. Ray looks thoughtful. He does not see any result and understands that if the penalty was written into the contract, it most likely does not count as parting with the specified amount. In front of us is an elegant bottle. Ray thinks that low-level souls are very easy to collect, but Type C souls are very valuable, and he must obtain this fragment at any cost. Smiling, the boy asks Daniel what he thinks about insurance. Raising his left hand, Ray says that if Daniel pays an additional 10 billion yen, he will save him if the situation becomes too dangerous. The blonde, smiling happily, says that this is a very attractive offer, and is about to discuss the terms, but his sister interrupts him, assuring him that there is no need for that. Smiling, the girl says that they will fight the boss voluntarily, and besides, once the battle begins, if you do not cross the designated line, the enemy's attacks will not reach them. A bright yellow stripe is visible near the girl's leg. Marie says that paying 10 billion yen for such a short distance is simply ridiculous. The hero, squinting one eye, says that the brother and sister can do as they please, and his guild will take care of the columns for now. Marie, next to whom branches covered with thorns are visible, asks her comrades if they are ready to attack. The fighters answer that they are. Clenching his fist, Daniel shouts that the core is not the sun, but the mana column that is behind it. He says that the main squad, which will be led by Marie, must attack the protective barrier surrounding the main column, and after it is destroyed, the shelling of the mana column with special weapons will begin. In front of us is a rocket launcher. Daniel says that this is St. Elmo's fire loaded into rockets. A bright yellow circle is visible behind the guy. The young man says that after crossing this line, the fighters must maintain concentration every second. The members of the Blaue Vogel Guild, having received the appropriate order, rush into battle. Daniel uses the knight's intimidation skill. The system reports that this skill provokes enemies, attracting their attention for a certain period of time. A blue window is visible in front of the young man's face. He screams for the sun to attack him. The monster, baring its sharp teeth, declares that it will bring down the blessing of the sun on foolish people, which is a quiet death. The sun erupts a powerful stream of energy. Daniel covers himself with a shield. Judging by the expression on the young man's face, he can barely withstand this pressure. A blue sphere is visible around the guy. He is using the water enchant skill. Puffs of white steam are visible near the fighters. Daniel, peeking out from behind the shield, says that if the enemy is solar energy, the water attribute works perfectly. Marie, smiling happily, declares that her brother's provocation is working very effectively, and if they can keep the columns weakened, they can defeat the boss. The girl, next to whom intertwined roots are visible, orders her fighters to attack. One of them uses the Knight's Rally skill. The system informs that this skill increases the attack power of allies. Marie, shooting projectiles at the enemy, uses the Gatling Needle skill. In front of us are two more fighters. One uses the Crash Throw skill, and the other Obsidian Crack. Traces of powerful blows are visible on the column. Marie, behind whom Daniel is visible, says that we need to prepare for the decisive blow. In front of us is the right eye of the sun. Yellow triangles are visible next to the monster. The sun calls on foolish people to prepare for death. Many bright rays rush from the monster to the people. Marie, putting her right hand forward, shouts for her allies to dodge. Cries of pain are heard. 3 bright rays are visible in front of the girl. Marie, holding a ghost knife, states that the enemy's attack frequency is overwhelming and humans are simply unable to dodge them. The girl screams for all her allies to retreat. Marie plunges the tip of the knife into her neck. We see 2 fighters. One of them asks in confusion what the girl is doing. Bloody splashes are visible around her. We see a powerful flash. Marie turns into a spider. She activates the Bloody Rose skill. Marie, whose eyes have turned red, looks menacingly at the sun. The sun smiles. Bright yellow spheres are visible above Marie. A powerful flash occurs behind the girl. Yuto is surprised and says that the mobility demonstrated by the blonde is simply incredible. According to him, skills that change health points into huge buffs are very common, but this jump movement is very rare. Ray, standing nearby, says that the guy is absolutely right. Looking down, the hero states that the real value of this skill is in its offensive power. Bright yellow beams fly past Marie. Red projectiles crash into the pillar. Ray states that each of these spikes has the equivalent power of a normal player's skill. The system reports that the defensive barrier's durability has dropped to 62.4%. The girl raises her right hand. The hero states that, however, this incredibly powerful skill consumes a huge amount of HP. Ray watches his fighters attack the pillars. The boy states that this skill is most likely optimized with HP increasing skills and status changes, and only in this way can it be used practically for a reasonable amount of time. Ray states that this strategy is only suitable for large guilds that can rely on other fighters during the skill's cooldown. Daniel, who hears the hero's reasoning, says that the guy is very informed. The head of the guild Blaue Vogel says that it is rare to meet players who know something like this. The hero replies that he knows places where you can get useful information. One of the fighters asks the hero if they need St. Elmo's fire in this situation. Ray replies that they do not. He explains that the sun's attacks intensify as the barrier's durability decreases and reach their maximum after this barrier is destroyed. Yellow triangles are visible next to the sun. The hero says that it would be logical to focus all firepower at the very moment when the barrier disappears. The guy looks thoughtful. He understands that the price of using this installation is also probably very high. The system reports that the durability of the protective barrier has dropped to 50%. Some kind of platform rises from the ground. The sun, hanging above the column, brings down its rays. Someone notices that the ground has just risen up. The sun, grinning, tells the stupid humans that if they want to continue, they must make a sacrifice. A thick beam of energy is visible behind Marie. The girl who turned into a spider is in front of a yellow column. She says that after durability drops to 50%, a difficult mode is activated, but her mobility will allow her to get out. The monster in the form of the sun smiles happily. Marie, looking angrily at this enemy, says that he seems to be intensifying his attacks now. The girl's body is entwined with thorns. She thinks that the strength demonstrated by her enemy is completely inadequate. It seems to her that the debuff has stopped working. Looking around, she is convinced that the outer columns are still red. Marie jumps off the round platform, declaring that she will retreat temporarily. A huge yellow hemisphere appears above the column. The fighters look at it in fear. One of them shouts that another barrier has just appeared. The sun grins, repeating the phrase that if its enemies want to continue the fight, They must make a sacrifice. The system reports that in order to continue the attack on the protective barrier, at least one player must remain on the altar, and if there is no one there, the barrier's strength regenerates to 50%. Marie, smiling, says that, as far as she now understands, she should not have retreated. The girl rushes forward, declaring that this situation suits her. She pushes off at the very edge of the altar. 2 bright yellow lines are visible in the sky. A hot sun hangs above the girl, who has turned into a spider. The spider's limbs are red hot. Marie continues to smile. She says that it seems she was unable to dodge another blow, but her eyes are slowly adjusting. The girl rushes to attack. She strikes a column. Ray, smiling, says that Marie somehow managed to recover. Although usually even one hit is enough for the player to panic and run away, the hero admits that the girl has very strong nerves. Daniel, looking back at the guy, asks if the difficulty will increase in the future. Traces of sunlight are visible around Marie. The hero replies that the difficulty will remain the same, at least until the protective barrier is destroyed. But even now it is too high. Ray says that if Daniel wants Marie to receive help, he will be fine with the amount of 5 billion yen. The blonde man hiding under the blue shields reminds the hero that earlier he announced the price of insurance at 1 billion. Ray calmly states that he raised the price just recently. He offers the guy to pay before the price increases even more. Daniel looks at his ally with disgust. We see the lower part of this man's face. He says that he trusts his sister. Ray calmly states that he understands. The system reports that the strength of the protective barrier is 49.7%. Powerful flashes are visible in front of the spider. The girl says that she is unable to attack, and the strength of the protective barrier does not decrease at all. Marie urges herself to put in a little more effort. We see the back of the girl's head. Marie looks to the right of her in fear. Cursing, she jumps to avoid the blow. A ray of sunlight hits one of her limbs. Many yellow rays rush at Marie. We see the girl's eye. The rays hit her, blood spurts in all directions. The girl grabs what is left of her severed arm. The brother tries to shout to his sister. He asks the members of his guild why they do not help the girl. The guys answer that it is impossible. The young people tremble with horror. One of them says that if even Marie cannot do anything about these attacks, then there is even less reason for them to be there. The girl, receiving blow after blow, groans after each of them. A yellow beam hits her from behind. Marie screams with her mouth wide open. The Gold Farm Guild members look on in fear. Daniel begs the hero to save the girl. Ray raises his right hand and states that he needs 100 billion yen. The blonde screams that he will pay as much as needed and asks the hero to hurry, who says that they have a deal. Ray rushes to attack. The son giggles with bare teeth. The heroes run to the girl who is under attack. He carries her out of harm's way. Marie grits her teeth in pain. Daniel orders the healers to use their magic immediately. The girl is missing her right arm and left leg. The healers treat her with their spells. Marie writhes in pain. The hero, looking at the healing process, states that the girl's life seems to be in no danger. Daniel, smiling, looks at his ally and thanks him, stating that if it weren't for him, Marie would have died. The hero says that there is no need to thank him, as the price of saving him was no less than 10 billion yen, and the risk was part of the deal. Daniel thoughtfully repeats the saying that even in hell they know how to count money. He states that he never thought that he would start applying this Japanese proverb so quickly. The system reports that Daniel's agreement to pay more than 10 billion yen led to the fulfillment of the condition for obtaining a fragment of the soul of a C-rank knight. Marie laughs. Her brother looks at the girl worriedly, fearing that she has gone crazy, and asks what happened. Raising her left hand, Marie says that this is all some kind of absurdity. She points her finger at the sun. The monster with the very long nose smiles happily. Marie says that if they fought like this, they would have lost 1 or 2 members of 10 Transcendents. Tears rolled down the girl's eyes. She says that all of this was completely useless. Clenching his fist, Daniel replies that it made sense. The girl fought magnificently, and it was only thanks to her that they got this far. Marie says that it is impossible to fight this monster. The blonde touches her shoulder and says that she even used Bloody Rose, but she could not reduce the monster's health by even 1%. Sun, grinning predatorily, says that this is not a task that humans should take on. Ray, who is standing behind Daniel and Marie, says that the monster is wrong. The guy, raising his right hand, says that trials must be passed. That's what they are trials for. Marie, looking at the young man, asks if he really thinks they can win after seeing everything that happened. The hero, with his guild members behind him, states that this is why they came here and that fighting the core is Gold Farm's job. Marie and Daniel look at the hero. The girl points at a pillar and asks her brother to take her to her. Guild Master Blowy Vogel asks what his sister is going to do. The girl smiles and asks her brother not to worry. She says she will just attack the pillar. A young man leads a crippled girl. She states that with her help the son will be in a weakened state. Daniel asks if his sister is really going to fight even if she loses her limbs. Branches wrap around the girl's arm. She says that as long as she is alive she will use her skills, and that the lost arms and legs can be grown later. Daniel sighs sadly. He says that he understands. The guy takes his sister in his arms and says that they must back up their allies' plan with their faith. The hero shouts that his subordinates must stick to the previously developed strategy. The sun is still very cheerful. Bright yellow flashes are visible near him. Ray deftly dodges the beams flying at him. The hero holds a dagger in his hand. He says that while the victim is on the altar, his allies can attack the pillar, and he himself should focus on dodging the beams. Rumi, holding her weapon forward, shouts that while Ray is distracting attention, the others should attack the protective barrier. She advises to save skills that require recovery and use them when the barrier is destroyed. A bright flash occurs. The system reports that the durability of the protective barrier is 45.2%. The sun is still baring its teeth. Marie and Daniel look at the altar. One of them says that the pillar is still stable. The blonde, who is holding his sister in his arms, asks her if they could do what the Gold Farm members do if they knew about this method earlier. Bright beams are seen around the pillar. The girl replies that it is impossible. The plan seems simple, but requires constant dodging of countless attacks. The girl's body is entwined with branches. She says that if she tried to do the same with the bloody rose, her energy would have been exhausted long ago. Daniel, looking up, states that everything is clear to him now, then asks if this means that the hero's successful use of this tactic is explained by the huge difference in levels. Ray quickly moves along the altar, dodging attacks. The girl, raising her hand, says that her brother is wrong, and her mobility is actually even higher than Ray's. Yellow beams flash near the guy. Marie states that the ability to see countless attacks, anticipate and dodge them, as well as maintain 100% concentration is more likely the player's own skills than a gifted skill. Daniel asks if what Ray is demonstrating could mean that this is the last of the 10 transcendents. The hero rolls. Marie, looking at her brother, says that she is not sure that he is really the number one in the rating, but he is hardly inferior to him in anything. Ray attacks the yellow column. The system reports that the strength of the protective barrier has dropped to 0%. A powerful explosion occurs. In front of us are representatives of the Gold Farm Guild. One of them shouts that the barrier has been destroyed. Rumi orders to concentrate all power on the main mana column. Multicolored projectiles rush at the named object. The column is engulfed in fire. Daniel puts his hands on his sister's shoulders and asks if she believes that they will be able to win. The son clenches his teeth. The smile on his face is replaced by a threatening expression. The monster calls his opponents brave people and declares that he will grant them death. The system reports that all attacks of the monster are now fatal. Fighters from the Blauvogel Guild are shocked. They repeat the last words of the son. In front of us is the tip of the blade. The hero holds his dagger above his head. Purple energy flows around Goat's dagger. The hero's eyes are glowing. The son looks very unhappy. The system reports that all his attacks mean instant death. Black rays are directed at Ray. The guy has a smile on his face. Black rays pierce his body. Marie and Daniel are terrified and try to shout to their ally. Ray holds Goat's dagger in front of him. He understands that he is exposed to deadly attacks that do not injure the body, and is now an ideal target. The system reports that the Soul Reserve skill postpones death for 10 seconds. Ray strikes the column. 9 seconds remain. The guy's eyes emit a purple glow. The hero still has 7.5 seconds. Ray uses the Soul Disaster skill. He strikes the column many times. 4 seconds remain. The stone structure falls apart. The hero has 3 seconds at his disposal. We see the eye of the sun. The monster's appearance is distorted. Deep cracks appear on the sun's head. A purple object flies down onto the altar. An explosion is heard. The sun splits into many black pieces. The system reports that the main mana pillar has been destroyed, the sun has been defeated, and Ray has successfully completed the desert trial. The Gold Farm Guild members rejoice, shouting that they have succeeded and completed the task. The hero, raising his right hand, says that it was quite dangerous, but he had much more freedom of action than he thought. A blue system window hangs in front of the guy. He says that, as far as he understands, the pillar was considered the boss here. The system reports that the last attack was carried out by Ray, and he is the first player in the world to pass the continental level trial, and therefore receives the title of First Conqueror. Amazement appears on the young man's face. The system informs that the hero already has the title of First Conqueror, so the received titles were automatically combined into the title of Ancestral Conqueror, which increases damage by 100% against bosses and in large-scale trials. The hero, smiling, looks at the system window. He thinks that the title he had was already imbalanced, and now it has become even more powerful, and if all this existed in the game Prophecy Online, there would be no need to talk about normal balance in it. The system informs that the destruction of the test area has been prevented and asks to enter the name of the guild that passed this location. Behind Ray, his allies are visible. The hero says the name of his guild, and Daniel and Marie theirs. Together they say that it was a combined squad. In front of us is one of the Australian landmarks. The hero says that the total reward was $500 million minus the cost of the Blauvogel Guild equipment and staff salaries. People are walking near the skyscraper that houses the Sydney headquarters of the Blauvogel Guild. Daniel says that at the current exchange rate of 10 AM, the amount is 62.25 billion yen. He pushes a document towards the hero, stating that another 10 billion is due for saving Marie, and in total, he must pay 72.25 billion yen by the end of the day. Ray sits on the couch with a thoughtful expression. Daniel says that if the guy has no objections, he should sign the paper. Smiling, Ray states that he has no objections. He signs his name and asks if Daniel can really transfer 70 billion to him so quickly. The blonde, taking the paper in his hands, says that he lost 20 billion yen on this operation, and it is quite painful. However, it is not enough to sink his guild. Daniel, raising his left hand, says that besides, his younger sister's life is worth much more. Marie says that it will take a week for the reattached limbs to work properly again and fully stabilize, and after that she plans to work hard to improve her skill level. Daniel says that this is a very commendable wish. The girl says that she wants to ask the hero something. He asks what exactly she is talking about. Marie, sitting in a wheelchair, says that the strategy the guy used depends entirely on individual skill and qualities. The girl asks if there is another, more straightforward method for passing such tests. Ray, sipping tea, says that of course there is, and this was clearly stated during the test. Marie asks again in surprise. Before us is the Eye of the Sun. The monster calls his opponents stupid people and says that they must offer a sacrifice. Looking over the top of the cup, Ray states that, as the monster stated, a player is needed who is willing to die standing on the altar while the damage-dealing fighters attack the pillar. A scorching sun hangs over the pillar, and the hero says that the altar was literally a sacrificial altar. Daniel, raising his left hand, states that this is too high a price to pay. Ray sighs heavily and replies that even if an entire continent is destroyed, a huge number of people will still die, so such a sacrifice is more or less justified. We see people standing in a row. The hero says that, in principle, it is possible to send criminals sentenced to death or something like that to the altar, since as long as there is a victim, the player's skills do not matter much, and in a sense, this test was simple and straightforward. Marie, looking down sadly, says that it is not very ethical to use such methods in modern society. Daniel, folding his hands in front of his face, suggests that this test was not only testing the strength of the players, but also the values of society itself. Ray takes his copy of the document and repeats that in a sense, this was a very simple test. Turning away from his interlocutors, he says that in any case, if it brings an income, then it is already worth taking. An airplane flies above the clouds. We see plates with food. Ray, armed with cutlery, says that in front of him is a first-class menu. Yudo, happily eating meat, says that this is his first time flying first class, and everything here seems truly luxurious to him. The guy says thoughtfully that something still worries him. We see empty seats. Yudo asks if the Gold Farm Guild has ordered a charter flight. Rumi, from her seat, says that it is not a charter, but she really does not see anyone else on the plane. In her opinion, this can be explained by the fact that the plane is flying to China, which can be destroyed during the test, and people are unlikely to fly to this country now. Raising her index finger, the girl says that, according to the news, all tickets for flights to Australia, on the contrary, have long been sold out. Yudo says that he understands. White clouds are visible through the window. The hero declares that Australia is now the only place that is guaranteed not to perish as a result of the test. Yudo says that then it is quite possible that now only players like them are trying to fly out of the country to join the teams that will undergo the tests. The steward asks what the passengers will drink. Ray, who is holding a glass, asks to bring him the most expensive drink that is on the menu. The plates fly up. The girl grabs her head and screams loudly. The light board asks to fasten the seatbelts. Ray, looking at the steward, asks what happened, and assumes that the plane has entered an air pocket. The steward says in fear that what happened does not look like normal turbulence, and he will immediately check what it was. The ship's captain asks the passengers to fasten their seatbelts. Ray thoughtfully rubs his chin. The plane unnaturally lifts its nose. Rumi, with Yudo visible behind her, screams that the ship is falling over. Steward states that if things continue like this, they will start falling. Ray asks Rumi if she has any skill that can stabilize the plane. The girl replies that she does not have anything like that, after which she asks Yudo if he has a useful skill. The young man, smiling stupidly, says that he can only move very quickly, and asks the hero if he can levitate objects. Ray says that he can, but not the plane, the mass of which is too great. He complains that his allies are completely useless. He rushes forward. His comrades ask where he is going. Ray rushes into the cockpit and asks what is happening. One of the pilots says that the elevator is jammed and does not respond to the control column. An airplane is visible next to the hero's face. Ray asks if he means the thing on the tail of the aircraft. The hero runs out of the cockpit. He says that he should just lower the steering wheel to a horizontal position. The pilot fearfully asks the guy what he plans to do, and says that if he wants to go outside, then this is real madness. We see a flying plane. The commander reports that the temperature outside is minus 30 degrees Celsius. The air pressure is below 0.3 atmospheres, and the speed is more than 1,000 kilometers per hour. Ray grabs the door handle. He tries to pull it towards himself. The guy thinks that high-level players can easily survive a fall from this height, but beginners will most likely die. The steward fearfully tells the hero that the door will not open due to a large difference in pressure, and if it does open, the guy will simply be blown away. Ray calls Yuto and asks him to close the door as soon as he is outside to prevent decompression. Yellow streams are visible around the boy's body. Ray is going to use soul thread as a rescue rope. The hero runs along the fuselage of the plane. Yuto closes the door. The steward says in bewilderment that the hero opened the door with his bare hands, which was pressed by several tens of tons. Ray slides along the body of the aircraft. Covering his head with his fist, he says that it is cold outside, there is a very strong wind and little oxygen, so he must finish his job quickly. A tiny figure of a guy is visible on the tail of the plane. Yellow threads are wrapped around the elevator. The nose of the plane goes down. Yudo joyfully shouts that the aircraft has stabilized. Rumi says that she did not expect anything else from Ray. A bright flash is visible behind the guy. He asks Sakuma if she can hear him. Exactly the same release of energy is visible above the skyscraper. The girl, putting her hand to her ear, says that she can hear her interlocutor. She begins to worry about his well-being. Ray asks her to calm down. The hero, pulling the yellow threads, tells the girl that the position of the aircraft has stabilized. While he holds the elevator in place, Sakuma asks in amazement if the guy is really doing this with his bare hands. He explains that soul thread helps him. Ray asks what he should do from this moment on. Sakuma asks to wait a couple of minutes while she asks the captain of the ship. The girl mentally addresses the pilot. He grabs his head with both hands and says that someone suddenly started talking inside him. The second pilot asks if everything is okay with the man. The tail of the plane is visible next to Sakuma's head. The girl says that she found out everything, and if possible, the hero should destroy the elevator. According to her, the pilot told her that if this mechanism does not respond to the position of the steering wheel, it is better to get rid of it altogether. The hero, wrapped in yellow threads, asks if Sakuma is sure that this element needs to be destroyed. The girl replies that the pilot assured her of this. Ray says that he understood everything. The hero raises the dagger above his head and uses the soul/skill. The elevators fall from the tail of the plane. Rumi screams loudly. Yudo asks Ray if everything is okay. The hero runs into the cockpit and says that he destroyed the elevators. As he was told, the pilot calls the guy his savior. The second pilot admits that it is difficult for him to believe that there is a person next to him. The ship's captain, taking the control wheel, declares that he will now try to land the aircraft. The passengers put on oxygen masks. The pilot informs them that an emergency landing is about to be made. The plane flies directly over the water. The passengers hear the command to group together. The nose of the plane descends onto the water. The aircraft glides along the surface of the ocean. People on life rafts look at a plane flying nearby. Ray is going fishing. He asks Yudo if he knows what kind of fish sells for the highest price. The guy replies that it's most likely the one with a shiny silver back. The people watching this picture try to understand how it's possible to act so carefree in this situation. Rumi, putting his hand to his ear, says that Sakuma contacted them. The girl raises 2 fingers and says that the rescue team will arrive in about 2 hours. The ship's captain, folding his hands in front of him, says that the absence of casualties in such an incident can be considered a real miracle. His assistant happily declares that the man should first of all thank his own piloting skills. Ray frowns at Yudo, who is happy with his catch. He is haunted by the word incident that he just heard. Holding the pink fish by the tail, the hero asks Sakuma if there is any new information. The girl replies that the investigation is not yet complete, but there is evidence that some planes flying between Australia and China were found to have mechanisms that disable the elevators. We see the girl's eye. She says that if only the plane carrying the Gold Farm members was attacked, then it is clear that they were the target. Thoughtfully rubbing her chin, Ray asks how the attackers managed to bypass airport security and inspections that are carried out before departure. Yudo asks the hero to give him a dagger. Ray hands over his weapon. He says that strong players can easily get to the plane and do whatever they want with it, but at least it was not blown up in the air. In front of us is a device with a chip. Sakuma says that the devices found were small, and a bomb that can destroy an airplane must be large enough that its smuggling on board would not go unnoticed. Yudo, holding a dagger, says that such complex operations are only possible for a large and influential organization. Rumi suggests that the Dark Guild is planning to disrupt the Asian test. Raising his right hand, Ray says that this is the most obvious explanation, but government agencies have been monitoring cases of short-term income from test failures for some time now, and must have noticed such a game on the market. The hero asks Sakuma if there are other ways to make money from mission failures. The girl, putting her hand to her ear, says that she does not know of any. We see many players. Sakuma says that individuals would hardly be able to pull off something so large-scale, so there must be some other reason. She suggests that this is revenge on the part of the Japanese branch of the Dark Guild, which they defeated. The hero, arms folded across his chest, states that such methods seem too sophisticated for revenge, and even if the plane exploded in midair, strong players would hardly die. He states that the Dark Guild members should have known about it. We see many dogs. The hero continues to ponder who could have arranged such a sabotage. Thoughtfully rubbing his chin, he thinks that perhaps they did not want to kill them, but simply detain them. Sadly looking down, the hero tells Sakuma that in order to participate in the waterfall trial, they must arrive by the specified date. The guy asks if they will be there on time. Sakuma, arms folded under his head, states that the hero has come to the right place. We see members of the Black Dragon Guild. The girl states that she will be able to organize the arrival of the hero and his companions at the destination by the right time. A purple portal is visible against the background of the mountains. The reporter states that he is on the territory of the Asian continental level trial, namely in the waterfall trial camp. Behind the girl, A military truck is visible. She says that until recently, vehicles were constantly coming and going, but now all activity has stopped. Protesters are walking along the streets. The reporter says that the Black Dragon Guild, which won the competition to pass the test, announced that they will pass it, but there are only 3 days left until the end of the term, and citizens, naturally, express their concern. We see dissatisfied passengers. The girl reports that all planes and ships leaving Asia are overcrowded, and there was a case when a ticket was bought for 20 million yen. In front of us is the Vietnamese Noi Bai airport. The reporter says that mass riots have begun in some areas. People are rushing to get on the plane. The steward asks for calm and says that if the chaos does not stop, no one will fly to America, and he informs those who are going to travel in unsafe sections that the temperature outside is minus 40 degrees Celsius, and they will probably freeze. A young man holding a pole demands that the steward shut up and declares that he is going to fly to America anyway, and that it is not only the rich who should be saved from death. We see representatives of a wealthy family. There is a call to crash the plane. Someone shouts that if the poor are going to die, then the rich have no place in this world either. The enraged guy is going to bring down a huge hammer on the aircraft. The plane explodes. The man who destroyed the aircraft is grabbed. He demands to be released. The presenter reports that as a result of the riots that broke out all over the world, several governments were overthrown. The hero looks at the screen of his phone. The guy moans thoughtfully. A motorboat floats up to the portal. In front of us is the waterfall test with its main elements marked. A line of fighters is walking along a narrow path. It is reported that they are at the first waterfall. A flying camera is visible next to them. We see this device up close. The leader of the Black Dragon Guild, with his arms outstretched, addresses the spectators waiting to take the test, and declares that his name is Dragon King. Looking over his shoulder, the guy declares that his guild will soon begin the test. Huge boulders are visible above the players' heads. Dragon King states that according to estimates, it will take about half a day to clear them, and the spectators can watch everything that happens live. Monsters are swimming in the water. People are standing on the bank of a stream. Someone shouts that monsters are swimming downstream. Dragon King, with his arms outstretched, calls on his brave warriors to prepare to intercept. They rush forward. Huge fish fall on the people below. One of the fighters strikes, using the skill Aura Slash. Circles spread out around the fish. The skill Energy Fist is used. Another fighter attacks with nunchucks, using the skill Martial Crash. People are standing on the bank of a body of water. One of the guys says that this is simply amazing. The second one says that nothing else could be expected from the famous Black Dragon Guild. The first young man asks why, if these people are really so strong, they, not so strong players, were assigned to them. Young men with spears in their hands watch as the Chinese deal with huge fish. The second guy says that the motives of these people are still unclear, but he heard that there is a place here that will need a lot of people. Huge fish are lying on the shore. The system reports that the monsters at the first waterfall have been destroyed. The path to the next waterfall is open. The passage will close in 10 minutes, and immediately after that the next stage will begin. The fighters look up in fear. Green chains are visible above them. Someone notices them and warns everyone else. Dragon King climbs the chain and orders his fighters to do the same. Another fish dies. It falls to the ground next to the Chinese. Dragon King, looking into the camera, reports that the 9th waterfall has already been cleared. The viewers see the face of a young man. He states that there are only 12 stages in the waterfall test and the end is near. The image fades. Someone says that the signal is disappearing. The face of the head of the Black Dragon Guild is visible on a giant screen. The guy says something, but only fragments of his phrases reach the viewers. Rumi, in front of whom a phone screen is visible, says that it seems that the connection within the area of this test should work normally. Ray, who holds a phone in front of his face, states that the signal should be normal, and if it is lost, this is most likely evidence that someone is jamming it. Yudo, holding his left hand to the side, asks who would need to do this. Ray, looking into the portal, says that most likely it is needed by someone who wants to hide what is happening from prying eyes. 2 fighters kneel before the guild leader. One of them says that the TV signal is gone, the other adds that the cell phone signal is also down. Dragon King, smiling happily, thanks the guys for their excellent work. The fighters who do not belong to the guild look at each other in fear. They are trying to understand what the loss of signal means for them. The Black Dragon Guild leader extends his right hand forward and thanks the assigned players for getting to this place. He declares that now, finally, it is their turn. The fighters look at the Chinese man in fear. He explains that the continental level trials are different from the usual ones, and they have a special mechanism for weakening the monster's strength, which now simply must be used to complete the task. The assigned fighters happily ask what they need to do. The villain's hair flutters. He says that everything is very simple, and the guys must die here. A toothy shark appears above the Black Dragon Guild members. The archers look at her in horror. Giant predators are tearing people apart. Dragon King says that the difficulty of the waterfall trial will decrease the more people die here, so even completely useless participants can contribute to the passage of this mission. The eyes of the guild leader emit an eerie glow. He says that he is simply delighted with this mechanic. The monster grabs one of the fighters with its teeth. He calls for help. The surviving fighters try to hide from the monsters. The members of the Chinese guild smile. Their leader says that weaklings can run as much as they want, no one will stop them if they have the skills and strength to get out of here alive. Huge monsters tear people apart. Sharks and human corpses float in the water. It is reported that this is the 10th waterfall. A member of the Black Dragon Guild, smiling, says that the enemies are surprisingly weak, and he can destroy them without even using skills. Dragon King holds one of the assigned fighters by the throat and, giggling nastily, says that making sacrifices is indeed the right strategy for passing continental-level trials. The guy stands behind his fighting fighters. He says that from the next stage, that is, from the 11th waterfall, the difficulty will increase exponentially, so vigilance must not be relaxed under any circumstances. The system reports that the 10th waterfall has been cleared and the 11th is beginning. Huge sharks fall down. The Dragon King swings his sword, using the martial blade skill. The other fighter uses aura slash. The player holding the nunchuck states that these enemies are weak. His comrade is happy that it looks like they can save the skills with a long cooldown for the last stage. We see a red flash. The giant shark opens its toothy mouth. The player swings his nunchucks, using the flail crash skill. One of the fighters tells the other that he is saved. The other looks at the skeleton of the huge fish and asks if this creature is still alive in this state. Monsters are lying on the ground. The fighters look up in panic. Where more monsters are visible, one of them shouts that the creatures are dividing. The Dragon King orders everyone to calm down. He states that as long as the aura protects them, they will not take any damage and can simply focus on the enemies. Dragon King looks over his shoulder at his comrades, one of whom says that the fish keep appearing no matter how many are killed. The second fighter feels that the aura that was just mentioned is starting to fade. The huge shark snaps its teeth. Dragon King grinds his teeth in rage. He states that if enough sacrifices were made, these creatures should not have reproduced so rapidly. The villain feels that some of the people brought here to be sacrificed survived. Dragon King waves his hand. A bright white glow appears around him. He uses the skill Martial Aura. Extending his left hand towards his soldiers, Dragon King shouts that they can no longer attack each target individually and must use area attacks. The soldiers indicate that they understand the order. One of them runs to the edge of the water and uses the skill Flail Sonic Wave. The second fighter uses the skill Explosive Aura. Small fish are biting into the fighters' faces. Dragon King shouts that this is strange, and the number of enemies is not decreasing. He calls for more area attacks. The Black Dragon Guild members look at their commander in fear. One of them says that his skill is on cooldown. The second says that all such attacks have already been used. The third warns that he will not be able to move for some time. Dragon King looks at the water, in which monsters are visible. He says that the squad used all their skills, but still could not destroy the enemies. The system reports that in the 11th stage of the test, monsters will continue to respawn until the set number is reached. Dragon King looks at the sharks approaching his squad in fear. The fighters panic. One of them shouts that the fish are appearing endlessly. The second asks what to do. He realizes that if everything continues like this, they will simply be eaten alive. The system window reports that 6,612 out of 300,000 monsters have been defeated, and the quest completion rate is 2.2%. Giant sharks can be seen above Dragon King's head. The villain cannot believe that there are 300,000 of these creatures to destroy. The guild leader starts to run and orders all his fighters to do the same. A giant shark's mouth can be seen behind them. The announcers, who are visible on the phone screens, report that the Black Dragon Guild has failed the waterfall trial and the location of the guild leader, Dragon King, is currently unknown. It is reported that the International Players Federation is taking this incident very seriously. Rumi, looking at the screen, says that everything happened exactly as Ray predicted. The guy says that it was not difficult to predict, since the Black Dragon Guild was not fit to pass this trial. The guy takes a sip from the bottle. He is very interested to know what will happen to those who failed. Dragon King runs down the street. It is reported that this is happening in Vietnam. The guy hears some sounds next to him. Grinding his teeth with anger, he says that they barely managed to get out, and it is completely unclear what will happen now. Dragon King thinks that if his guild failed the test, then it is safe to say that the Japanese also do not have a single chance, which means that all of Asia is finished. The young man closes his eyes. He tries to understand if there is a way to escape. The name of the skill Fatal Penetrate sounds nearby. Dragon King looks up in fear. A yellow blade pierces his forehead. A fighter with white hair hangs above the villain. He presses his foot on the hilt of the sword. This man has an elegant earring in his ear. The guy puts his hand to his ear and says that the sentence against Dragon King has been carried out, and, as expected, this villain planned to leave the test and run away. A man with a similar earring praises his interlocutor for his excellent work. A blond man in a business suit looks at the phone screen. The man's eyes glow. He says that Dragon King is just a fool if he thought that he could endanger an entire continent and billions of lives, and then just run away. The guy, looking at the servant, asks how things are with the Japanese squad. He replies that he is already moving by land and should arrive at the waterfall trial today. With his hands behind his back, the man says that some members of Wings of Genesis have deserted, but the main fighters are fine and ready to fight. Then he says that, nevertheless, there is one catch. His master asks again in surprise. The mustachioed man says that the Gold Farm Guild requires additional payment. The blonde, thoughtfully rubbing his chin, says that Ray In-do is in his repertoire, and cares about money even in times of such a serious crisis. The servant standing in front of the guy says that due to the lack of forces and lack of time, the UN Committee on Countering the Tests can offer additional compensation in the amount of only $300 million, and this will most likely not be enough. The blonde, whose back of his head we can see, says that they cannot succumb to blackmail from greedy mercenaries, and if they cannot pass this test, they will also die. We see the servant's legs. The man says that he would also like to answer in this way, but there are less than 3 days left before the end of the test, and it is too late to discuss financial matters. The blonde, standing up from his seat, says that the man can tell the hero that he will be given $200 million that were found at the Black Dragon Guild base. The servant says that he understands everything. The guy calls Ray a greedy beast. Representatives of the Wings of Genesis and Gold Farm Guild stand opposite each other at the entrance to the waterfall test. Tsukino smiles and praises the hero for his excellent work. Raising her left hand, the girl says that she was surprised by the news of the plane crash with the hero on board, but to be honest, she was not worried about him at all, since she thought then that the elite squad of the Gold Farm Guild would not die in such a mess. Ray, showing 2 fingers, replies that everything turned out better than ever, and when he asked for more compensation, he was immediately given $200 million, so he can only thank those who damaged this plane. Water flows between the stones, and a question sounds whether the test is scheduled for tomorrow. Raising her hand, Tsukino says that the hero must be tired from the long journey, but she suggests moving the schedule forward a little, since they can still save the survivors abandoned by the Black Dragon Guild. In front of us is the upper part of the hero's face. Raising his right hand, he says that he agrees, but only on one condition. Tsukino asks again in surprise. The boy's eyes emit an evil glow. He says that the rescued must be handed over to his guild, which will decide their fate. The fighters fight with huge fish. It is reported that the waterfall trial is taking place. Ray, who has a dagger in his hand, asks Tsukino if she is sure that she wants to participate, because even the first waterfall seems very difficult. He says that with their current strength, passing this test will be extremely difficult. The guy reminds that in any case, he is not responsible for her and her fighters. Tsukino, looking at him, says that she understands all the risks. The girl, who is slightly above the hero, says that, as she heard, the guy managed to track the location of the missing members of her guild. Ray replies that according to Sakuma's report, they, fearing for their lives, fled to America. The hero sadly says that the loss of a healer is a great pity, and in addition, the blood sorcerer needed to pass the 11th stage of this test has escaped. Tsukino says that the guy has the right information. She says that AG is participating in the expedition, but at least 2 such specialists are required to pass the test normally. In front of us is the guy in question. The allies are standing at the waterfall. The girl says that the blood sorcerer will be a girl whom she managed to convince to take part in the expedition. A cute girl with pigtails admiringly says that she sees the real Ray In-do. She introduces herself as Fumika, the blood sorcerer of the Wings of Genesis Guild. The girl says that her mother was against her going into battle, but she managed to slip out from under guardianship. The girls stand opposite each other. Fumika says that Tsukino insisted so convincingly that she simply could not refuse her. The guild leader apologizes for forcing the girl to take part in this expedition. Tsukino, looking sadly to her right, says that most likely she lacks leadership qualities, and that is why the fighters leave her, and she sincerely believed that they would still follow her. Ray, closing her eyes, tells Tsukino not to depress herself with these thoughts, and that all the blame lies with those who ran away. Fumika, smiling, states that the hero is absolutely right, and those who are here will do their best to complete this test. Ray, raising his hand, asks Tsukino if it is worth waiting at least 1 day. He states that, according to calculations, if half of the survivors from the previous attempt die, it will be much easier to pass the test. Tsukino, thoughtfully rubbing her chin, says that, to tell the truth, she considered this option, but if they do exactly this, then Wings of Genesis will cease to be Wings of Genesis. We see the girl's face. She says that even if this significantly increases the risks, she will not abandon those she can save. The hero looks at the girl carefully. Fumika, raising her staff, calls Tsukino. The guild leader apologizes to her interlocutors for involving them in this dangerous adventure because of her selfishness. The hero says that he does not mind at all. In front of us are the members of the Gold Farm Guild. Ray says that helping players is very profitable, and besides, he will be able to involve new money hamsters in his organization. The guy's subordinates are standing on a mountain of fish corpses. One of them shouts that they are already finished. Ray tells Tsukino that while they were chatting here, his subordinates have already dealt with the monsters. The system reports that the monsters of the first waterfall have been destroyed, and within the next 10 minutes the passage to the next stage will open. The squad passes by half-destroyed columns. It is reported that they are on the 10th stage of the waterfall test. Ray, who has a fish impaled on his dagger, states that there must be a loss of communication somewhere around here. Tsukino says that there are no survivors here. Iori reports that cell phone reception is also down. Ray, looking to his left, states that all this means that what they need is over there. The fighters walk through a dark cave. They look around. Cookie is surprised that such a place exists here. Tsukino asks how this is even possible. The system informs that the expedition members have entered a secret shelter, and while they are here, they will lose 5% of their health every hour, and it is reported that recovery skills do not work in this area. Tsukino makes some simple calculations and asks if this means that they can only stay here for 20 hours. Someone's hand is holding a dagger. Yuto is unhappy with the lack of healing skills. Fumika says that, on top of everything, it is very cold here. Armed people are visible above the hero's head. The guy asks who they are. The fighter puts his hand forward and asks if the members of the Black Dragon Guild are in front of him. The guy jumps off the cliff, exclaiming that these bastards have betrayed them. Holding a spear in front of him, the guy shouts that he will kill these creatures. We see a wide open mouth. Its owner screams that this is a mistake. He stops his comrade's spear, which was aimed at the hero's chest. The fighter, looking at his friend in surprise, asks why Hauren is doing this. He points his finger at the expedition members and calls his comrade to take a closer look at how they are dressed. The guy says that they are definitely not members of Black Dragon. Rei, Yuto and Tsukino take a defensive stance. The fighter, having looked closely, says that his comrade is absolutely right. He assumes that this could be a rescue squad. Rei, smiling, says that they will really help the fighters stuck here. A blue leaf appears above his head. The hero says that if the guys sign this contract and become his money hamsters, they will not have to worry about their lives. The young people, looking at the hero in amazement, clarify what he means. The hero's eyes emit a glow. He promises to teach the guys how to make money, but in return they will give him what they earn. Rei points at his subordinates and says that these people are also part of the money hamster squad and they will be helping the young people learn the necessary skills. Cookie asks that since their guild has a name, they should not be called disparagingly, but Gold Farm. The fighters do not look very happy. One of them says that 50% is too much, and they were recently deceived by the Black Dragon Guild. The guy says that he is very upset to hear that the members of the rescue expedition are also trying to rob them. Hauren angrily states that all the strong players only think about exploiting the weak. His comrade is amazed and asks the guy to wait. He points at Cookie and asks if this man is a money hamster. Rei points at the guy and confirms the assumption. The hero says that this is a special case, since the guy gives 90%, and not 50% like everyone else. Cookie sadly says that he would still like to work like everyone else. Rei, smiling, looks at the guys and asks what they will say about this. A luxurious watch is visible on Cookie's hand. One of the guys says that the young man's chronometer is incredibly expensive, and it is simply unbelievable that a money hamster can earn such money. The hero, looking at his subordinate, asks if this is really a good watch. He answers that it costs about 2 million yen, although Rei probably thinks this money is ridiculous. The fighters exchange glances. Hauren, amazed, asks if it is really possible to buy such a watch, giving 90% of his earnings. The hero says that last month Cookie earned 21.5 million yen, and even after he gave 90%, he still had about 2 million left. Tsukino whispers to Rumi that Rei seems to remember everything down to the smallest detail. She replies that it only concerns money matters. The fighters tell the hero standing in front of them that Cookie must have been a strong player before he became a money hamster. One of them asks how much he earned before he started working in the guild. Rei, looking at his subordinate, asks him to answer the questions. Cookie states that he earned about 140,000 yen per month, although more often he earned 130,000. The guy adjusts his jacket, under which jewelry is visible, and says that thanks to the information he received from Rei, he has increased his income many times over. The fighters open their mouths in amazement. Sheets of paper fly down. Young people excitedly shout that they will sign anything. Tsukino and Rumi look at the jubilant boys. The former says that it all looks like some kind of financial pyramid. The guild leader says that, nevertheless, it is the pure truth. We see the ceiling of the cave. The hero, who has a stack of papers in his hands, asks how much health the fighters have left. Hauren answers that everyone has less than 20%. Raising his right hand, Rei says that in this case, the boys have about 4 hours left before death. Smiling, he turns around and says that then he will have to finish the test before that time expires.